In a remote valley on Earth, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, his brown skin glistening under the sunlight. He assumed a horse stance, fists clenched, his eyes resolute and focused. Each punch cut through the air with a sharp whistle, as if tearing the very atmosphere. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, his body moving like lightning, fists blurring. The golden aura of Super Saiyan 3 blazed around him fiercely. His muscles tensed, veins bulging with each exertion, displaying unparalleled power. Suddenly a mysterious energy fluctuation flashed through his mind. Sun Wukong's eyes snapped open, his once bright pupils now filled with doubt and vigilance. He quickly straightened up, looked up at the sky as if trying to pierce the endless heavens to trace the source of that mysterious energy. This energy. I've never felt it before. Could a new crisis be approaching? Sun Wukong muttered to himself, frowning deeply, a strong unease rising in his heart. After a moment, Sun Wukong decided to return home first and discuss the matter with his companions. He stomped the ground, transforming into a golden streak of light, vanishing instantly from the valley. Back home, before he could catch his breath, Sun Wukong eagerly told his discovery to Vegito, Bulma, and the others. Kakarot, are you being too sensitive? It might just be an ordinary energy fluctuation, Vegito said with arms crossed, his tone dismissive. His eyes revealed a hint of pride but also a trace of subtle concern. But my intuition tells me this is no simple matter. Sun Wukong's expression was grave, his fists clenched tightly, body leaning forward slightly, eyes filled with determination. Bulma frowned and said, "Regardless, we should prepare. I will check the dragon radar as soon as possible to see if the dragon balls are abnormal." Her eyes showed a flicker of anxiety, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. While they were discussing, the mysterious energy fluctuation was felt across every corner of Earth. Some hidden evil forces began to stir. In a dark castle, a figure draped in a black cloak sat on a throne. His face was hidden in shadow, only a pair of red glowing eyes were visible. This energy. Perhaps it is our perfect opportunity to rule the world. The shadow let out a sinister laugh, echoing through the empty castle, sending chills down the spine. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegito decided to train further to prepare for the coming crisis. They entered the Jingxin Shiguangwu, a place where time flows much slower than the outside world, an ideal training ground. Vegito, we must not take this lightly this time. We have to break through to an even stronger level. Sun Wukong looked at Vegito with burning eyes, his voice full of determination. You don't have to tell me. I will surpass you, Kakarot. Vegito gritted his teeth and said fiercely. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as if to burn away all obstacles. The two quickly entered a training state, their inner energy surging continuously. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, hands clasped, focusing entirely on the flow of every strand of energy within him. His breathing was steady and deep, each breath seeming to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Vegeta, on the other hand, continuously threw punches and kicks, each movement as fast as lightning, stirring up gusts of wind. Sweat covered his forehead, but he showed no sign of stopping, instead growing fiercer with each move. During training, Sun Wukong repeatedly tried to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3. His body trembled slightly, muscles tense, every inch of skin enduring immense pressure. Break! Sun Wukong roared, and his energy exploded instantly, the golden aura becoming even more intense. Meanwhile, Vegeta focused on improving his combat skills and energy control. His movements became more and more precise, each strike perfect, maximizing the power. Days passed and the situation outside grew increasingly tense. Small evil forces began attacking cities on Earth. Although they were repelled by Earth's warriors, this was only the calm before the storm. Finally, Sun Wukong made a breakthrough in the Jingxin Shiguangwu, successfully advancing to Super Saiyan 4. His body was covered in red fur, muscles more compact, exuding immense power. "Haha, I did it!" Sun Wukong shouted in excitement, his voice filled with joy and pride. He spread his arms, feeling the new power as if the entire world was under his control. Seeing this, Vegeta's fighting spirit burned even stronger. He doubled his efforts and gradually approached the threshold of breakthrough. Just then Bulma sent a message that the dragon radar detected anomalies, as if someone was collecting the dragon balls. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately ended their training and rushed out of the Jingxin Shiguangwu. "Whoever dares to touch the dragon balls will pay the price." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. They gathered with the other warriors and began tracking the dragon balls. In a barren desert, they discovered a group of mysterious figures. These people wore strange armor, carried various weapons, and exuded an evil aura. "Who are you?" How dare you plot against the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong shouted, stepping forward with a powerful aura. Humph, Sun Wukong, Vegito, today is your end, the leader of the mysterious figures said, raising his sword and pointing at them. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he turned into a red lightning bolt, charging at the enemy. His fists fell like a storm, each punch carrying devastating power. Vegito was not to be outdone. He appeared behind an enemy, and kicked one of them, flying dozens of meters away. Under the scorching sun, the vast boundless desert radiated waves of heat, golden sand grains shimmering with blinding light. Sun Wukong, like a raging beast, instantly pounced toward the group of mysterious figures. His feet stomped hard on the sand, raising clouds of dust. Each step sank inches deep. Yeah! A mysterious figure swung a long blade at Sun Wukong, the weapon reflecting a cold gleam under the sunlight. Sun Wukong sidestepped, easily evading the fierce strike. He followed up with a punch to the abdomen. A dull thud rang out, and the man flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the sand and creating a large crater, kicking up a cloud of dust. Vegeta also displayed his ferocity, moving with ghostly speed. Each movement stirred a gust of wind, sending sand grains swirling in all directions. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve. You small fries are no match for me. In a flash of instantaneous movement, he appeared behind another mysterious figure. Before the man could react, Vegeta delivered a knife-hand strike. With a metallic crack, the helmet shattered and blood trickled from the top of the head. Damn it, who are these guys? Vegeta roared while fighting, his voice echoing across the empty desert filled with anger and confusion. On the battlefield, sand waves rolled, and the clamor of battle was deafening. Gohan, Krillin, Tenshinhan, and other warriors also joined the fight, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the mysterious figures. Sun Wukong's gaze locked onto the leading mysterious figure. He could sense an unusual energy emanating from him, dark and deep, arousing a hint of caution in his heart. Take this! Sun Wukong's body shot forward like a projectile, his fist whistling through the air. His fist was like a meteor, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. The leader was unfazed, crossing his arms to block Sun Wukong's punch. The moment their fists collided, a powerful wave of energy radiated from them, lifting the surrounding sand high into the air, forming a huge curtain of sand. Not bad. A flicker of surprise passed through Sun Wukong's eyes, then he attacked again. His movements were lightning fast, each punch carried a whistling wind, and the air was thick with the overwhelming pressure unique to Super Saiyan 4. The two immediately engaged in fierce exchanges, fists and feet flying, golden light and black energy colliding with crackling sounds. The surrounding sand was constantly dented by the powerful impacts, forming huge craters. Meanwhile, Vegeta was fighting three foes alone, yet holding his own. Each of his attacks was accompanied by a roar. You ignorant fools! He executed a spinning kick, striking a mysterious figure in the chest. The man grunted, blood spurting from his mouth, and flew backward. However, the mysterious figures were numerous and well coordinated. For a moment, the warriors were locked in a bitter struggle. Krillin was ambushed by a mysterious figure and fell to the ground. The mysterious figure seized the opportunity to raise his weapon, about to deliver a fatal blow. Krillin! Tenshinhan's eyes blazed with fury, his roar filled with urgency and anger. A ki blast instantly shot from his hand, carrying a dazzling light, repelling the attacker. Gohan showed his potential, his Super Saiyan aura rising, his hair shining golden, each strike carrying immense power, relieving the pressure on his comrades. Come on, everyone! We can't let them win! Gohan shouted, his voice full of encouragement and determination. The battle between Sun Wukong and the leader grew more intense, their energy clashes shaking the entire desert. Each collision triggered a powerful shockwave, causing distant sand dunes to collapse instantly. Who are you? Why are you after the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong asked while fighting. His breathing was rapid, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. You'll find out when you fall under my hand. The leader sneered, his voice cold and cruel. Suddenly a dark energy surged from his body, forming a huge black sphere that exuded a suffocating evil aura, freezing the surrounding air. Sensing the tremendous power of this energy, Sun Wukong did not dare to be careless. He gathered energy in his hands and launched a golden ki blast as dazzling as the sun. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the sky, sand and dust filling the air. The intense light made it impossible to open one's eyes. The massive shockwave shook the entire desert like an earthquake, flattening dunes and sending rocks and sand flying. Under the cover of sand and dust, the mysterious figures began to retreat in order. Don't try to run. Vegito wanted to pursue but was stopped by Sun Wukong. Don't chase them yet. They came prepared, we need to plan carefully. Sun Wukong said, his voice sounding hoarse in the wind. The group returned to the city. The hustle and bustle of the city contrasted sharply with their heavy hearts. These mysterious figures are not to be underestimated, and their goal is clear the Dragon Balls. Bu-Er-Ma frowned and analyzed. Her eyes were full of worry, her hand constantly fiddling with the dragon radar. No matter what, we must protect the Dragon Balls and not let their conspiracy succeed, Chi-Chi said with a worried look, her hands clasped tightly together, her eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. We won't let Earth fall into danger. Sun Wukong comforted her, gently patting her shoulder, his eyes full of tenderness and confidence. Meanwhile, in the base of the mysterious figures, in a dark, damp cave, faint light flickered. Leader, the operation failed. What now? A subordinate asked, his voice tinged with fear. The leader sat on a chair, his face dark as if it could drip water. I didn't expect Sun Wukong and the others to have grown so strong. But we still have a contingency plan. Activate that plan. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Vegito entered the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for training. The chamber was filled with dense energy. Sun Wukong constantly tried to master the power of Super Saiyan 4. Each of his attacks carried a world-shattering momentum. Sweat dripped from his forehead, evaporating instantly on the ground. Vegito, meanwhile, was thinking about new battle strategies to better leverage his strengths. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he could see through everything. Time passed second by second, and the strength of both fighters constantly increased. On Earth, the other warriors were not idle either. They intensified their training to improve their combat skills and energy levels. Just then, abnormal phenomena began to appear in various corners of the Earth. Violent winds howled, bending trees and making creaking sounds. Torrential rain poured down, splashing on the ground. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters occurred frequently, plunging the city into chaos. People's screams and the sound of collapsing buildings interwove, portraying a scene of apocalypse. What is going on? People panicked, fleeing in all directions, looking for safe places. Sun Wukong and Vegito emerged from the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations. Could this be related to those mysterious figures? Vegito said, his brow furrowed, full of doubt. Sun Wukong frowned. Very likely. We must find the cause as soon as possible. They began to investigate, and in the process they discovered some clues left by the mysterious figures. Those clues were like spider threads hidden among ruins and wilderness. Following the clues, they arrived at an ancient ruin. The ruin was filled with a strange aura, and the walls were engraved with strange runes. Those runes glowed faintly, as if telling ancient secrets. The air was filled with a decaying smell, making one feel nauseous. Be careful, this place might be dangerous. Sun Wukong warned, his voice low and serious. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed behind them. The shadow was extremely fast, leaving only a chilling breeze. Who's there? Vegito turned and shouted, his voice echoing in the empty ruin. But the shadow vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. They continued deeper into the ruins and discovered a huge secret chamber. In the chamber stood a huge crystal ball, flickering with eerie light. The light shifted, sometimes red, sometimes green, sometimes purple, ever-changing. What is this? Sun Wukong approached the crystal ball, wanting to examine it. The moment his hand touched it, a powerful force enveloped them. Sun Wukong and Vegito fought back with all their strength, but the power was too great, and they gradually fell into a predicament. Are we going to be defeated like this? Vegito roared unwillingly, his voice full of despair and anger. No, we will definitely find a way. Sun Wukong's eyes were firm, and the energy within him burst out again. Golden light surged from his body, contending with the mysterious power. Sun Wukong's eyes were firm, and the energy within him burst out again. Golden light surged from his body, contending with the mysterious power. Son Goku and Vegeta struggled against the overwhelming power released by the mysterious crystal orb. The force resembled countless invisible icy hands that gripped them tightly, rendering them nearly immobile. The surrounding air seemed frozen by this power, cold and oppressive. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His roar echoed through the chamber, yet sounded utterly powerless. He fought desperately to break free, only to find that the more he resisted, the tighter the binding became, as if sinking into viscous swamp. Son Goku closed his eyes tightly, striving to calm himself, and seeking any weakness in this force. Vegeta, don't act impulsively. Let us think rationally first. His voice remained steady and resolute, attempting to soothe Vegeta's agitation. At that moment the crystal orb's radiance intensified, blazing so brightly it was unbearable to gaze upon, bathing the entire chamber in daylight-like brilliance. A powerful suction drew from the crystal orb, accompanied by an eerie howling sound as though it sought to devour their very souls. This isn't good. If we continue like this thing will consume us. Son Goku shouted loudly, his voice brimming with urgency and dread. A flicker of resolve flashed through Vegeta's eyes. I don't care anymore. Kakarot, let's fight it head-on. Saying this, he gathered all his energy into his hands and pushed forward with all his might. A purple aura erupted around him, his muscles tensed, every vein prominently visible beneath his skin. Son Goku refused to be outdone, unleashing his full Super Saiyan 4 power. Golden radiance blossomed from his body as he stood alongside Vegeta, together resisting the mysterious force. However, the crystal orb's power proved far too immense, their resistance appeared utterly negligible. The force surged like relentless tides, wave after wave crashing against them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Just as the two were on the verge of collapsing, Son Goku suddenly sensed a familiar presence. That aura was warm and peaceful, carrying a soothing power that calmed the heart. It's Whis. Hope ignited within Son Goku's heart, like glimpsing a sliver of dawn in darkness. A flash of light appeared and Whis materialized within the chamber. His arrival was like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a breath of hope. With a light wave of his hands, Whis instantly lessened the crushing pressure considerably. Fresh air filled the space, reminiscent of rain-kissed meadows. Lord Whis, what brings you here? Son Goku asked joyfully, his voice overflowing with gratitude and relief. Whis offered a faint smile. I sensed danger and came to investigate. This crystal orb's power is extraordinary. Do not act rashly. His tone was soft yet carried unquestionable authority. As he spoke, Whis studied the crystal orb closely, a trace of gravity flashing across his eyes. The orb's luminosity flickered unpredictably, casting light upon his contemplative face. This appears to be an ancient dark magic sealed within this location. Whis murmured to himself, his brows furrowing slightly, deep concern evident in his gaze. Vegeta impatiently interjected. Then what are we supposed to do? Are we meant to remain trapped here indefinitely? Anger and urgency colored his voice, the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly with his agitation. Whis pondered for a moment before responding. Allow me to attempt breaking this seal. Voice was calm and confident, as though everything remained within his control. Whis pressed his palms together and chanted softly, a sacred radiance emanating from his being. That light shone like warm sunshine, illuminating the entire chamber. As his incantation continued, the crystal orb's glow began to tremble, and its powerful suction gradually weakened. A humming resonated through the air, as if ancient spells whispered in the darkness. Quickly, while we have the chance! Whis called out, his voice shattering the silence. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku and Vegeta broke free from the bindings and retreated. Their footprints carved deep traces into the ground, their panting echoing through the chamber. Suddenly the crystal orb emitted a deafening roar. Boom! The sound was ear-splitting, as if tearing eardrums asunder. In the instant of explosion, the overwhelming shockwave caused the entire ruin to quake precariously. Rocks rained down, raising clouds of dust. Move! Whis swept Son Goku and Vegeta away in an instant, vanishing from the sight. When they reappeared, they had returned to the surface. Fresh air rushed toward them, carrying the fragrant scent of earth and green grass. Thank you, Lord Whis, Son Goku said gratefully, his eyes filled with reverence. Whis waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. However, this crystal orb's appearance is no coincidence. Be wary of the conspiracy behind it. With those words, Whis disappeared, leaving only a gentle breeze to brush past them. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and decided to return to the city to discuss strategy with the others. Upon arriving, they discovered the city's chaos still ongoing. Earthquakes cracked the ground, emitting dull cracking sounds, the terrain resembling shattered puzzle pieces. Massive waves from the tsunami slammed against the coastline with thunderous roars, the saltiness of seawater permeating the air. The disaster wrought enormous destruction. Buildings collapsed, fires blazed skyward, and people's cries for help and despair intertwined. We must resolve these issues as swiftly as possible and restore peace to Earth. Son Goku declared, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the ruins before him, responsibility weighing heavily in his heart. Vegeta nodded. Those mysterious figures will surely make their next move. We cannot simply sit idle. His expression grew grave, fists clenched tightly. Just then Bulma ran toward them, her hurried footsteps cutting through the chaotic din. "I've discovered some crucial leads!" Bulma exclaimed excitedly, her voice tinged with urgency. It turned out that through analyzing clues left by the mysterious figures she had discovered they were searching for a powerful weapon closely tied to the Dragon Balls. "Do you think they intend to use the Dragon Ball's power to activate that weapon?" Son Goku frowned deeply, concern evident in his gaze. "It's quite possible. We must stop them," Vegeta stated firmly, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Thus the group decided to split up and act. Son Goku and Vegeta continued searching for the mysterious figures' whereabouts while Gohan, Krillin, and the others assisted in rebuilding the city and comforting the citizens. Son Goku and Vegeta launched their search across the world. They traversed dense forests, the rustling leaves and birdsong accompanying their steps. They scaled towering mountain ranges where piercing winds howled in their ears and thin air made breathing labored. Finally, on a remote island, they discovered the enemy's base. "We've finally found it!" A spark of excitement flashed in Son Goku's eyes, his voice brimming with anticipation. The two infiltrated the base quietly and found it heavily guarded. A pungent chemical odor hung in the air, machinery roaring incessantly. "We need to proceed carefully," Vegeta whispered, his eyes vigilant, each step measured and cautious. They skillfully avoided patrolling guards venturing deeper into the facility. In a laboratory they spotted a massive apparatus embedded with various gems and runes. The gems shimmered with eerie radiance while the runes exuded an enigmatic aura. "This must be the weapon they spoke of," Son Goku said in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently upon the device. At that moment a group of mysterious figures burst in, surrounding them. "Humph, you walked right into our trap," the leader sneered, mockery lacing his voice. An intense battle erupted once more. Son Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full capabilities, engaging in a fierce life-and-death struggle against the mysterious figures. Fists whistled through the air, generating powerful gusts as energy erupted in all directions, illuminating the entire laboratory. Amidst the ferocious combat, Son Goku suddenly spotted the device's weakness. "Vegeta, cover me!" Son Goku shouted, his voice ringing with determination. Vegeta understood immediately and poured his full strength into attacking the enemies, creating an opening for Son Goku. His assault came like a relentless downpour, leaving the enemies unable to defend themselves. Seizing the chance, Son Goku charged toward the device and channeled his energy into it. Boom! The device exploded with a tremendous blast, the deafening sound ringing in their ears. Flames engulfed the sky as smoke billowed everywhere. The enemy's plan was foiled once again. However, just as they prepared to withdraw, an even more terrifying enemy appeared. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dispersed when a towering figure slowly emerged from the mist. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air, stinging the nostrils of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His heavy footsteps echoed like distant thunder, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. As the smoke gradually cleared, the true face of their enemy was revealed. It was a monstrous creature of immense size and muscular build, its skin exhibiting an eerie purple hue and covered in sharp bone spines that seemed capable of piercing through anything. Blood-red eyes radiated a cruel glint akin to raging flames that sent shivers down one's spine. "Ha ha! Son Wukong, Vegeta. You truly believe that destroying that device could halt our plans?" The monster erupted into manic laughter, its voice thunderous, and shaking the entire base. That sound seemed destined to pierce through the eardrums of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leaving their heads ringing. Sun Wukong frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you destroying Earth's peace?" His gaze remained fixed on Doma, his eyes filled with determination and anger. The monster sneered, "I am Lord Dark Doma. You insects could never comprehend my grand ambitions." His words dripped with disdain and arrogance. Vegeta roared in fury, "Cut the nonsense. If you've got the guts, come fight me." With arms crossed, the purple aura erupted around him, its overwhelming pressure heating the surrounding air. Doma's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Vegeta as he swung a massive fist downward. That punch carried a deafening whoosh, as though capable of tearing through space itself. Vegeta hastily blocked the strike, but was still driven back several steps by the overwhelming force. His feet carved two deep grooves into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Such immense power! Vegeta thought to himself in astonishment, feeling intense pain surge through his arms as if his bones might shatter. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately joined the fray, joining forces with Vegeta to besiege Doma. Yet Doma showed no fear whatsoever. Facing two opponents, he remained effortlessly composed. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike carrying a lethal threat. Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong and Vegito simultaneously unleashed their ultimate forms, golden and purple auras blazing fiercely around their bodies. That dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire base, casting everything nearby into relative darkness. The two warriors deployed various powerful techniques, their fists blurring together, as energy waves radiated in all directions. The air crackled with the sound of colliding energies, resembling countless firecrackers exploding simultaneously. Nevertheless, Doma easily dodged their attacks while launching occasional counter-strikes, gradually pushing Sun Wukong and Vegito into difficulty. In the heat of battle, Doma suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a black energy wave. That wave emitted a nauseating stench, surging towards Sun Wukong and Vegito like a dark torrent. Sun Wukong and Vegito failed to evade in time and were struck down. Damn it! Sun Wukong rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, and the fire of rage within him burned ever hotter. Vegito gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is too strong. We must find a way to exploit his weaknesses." His voice carried a hint of urgency and helplessness. Just then Doma launched another attack. He waved both hands and unleashed powerful energy chains that shimmered with an eerie glow, emitting a sizzling electrical hum. Attempting to bind Sun Wukong and Vegito, the two warriors struggled fiercely against the bonds, but as the energy chains multiplied, their room to maneuver continued to shrink. Those chains were cold and unyielding, as if designed to imprison their very souls. This won't work out. Sun Wukong grew increasingly desperate. Sweat streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground and evaporating instantly. Suddenly an idea flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. "Vegito, let us fuse." Vegito hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, we have no choice but to try." His eyes revealed a trace of resolution. The two began performing the fusion technique. As light blazed forth, an entirely new warrior was born, Vegito. An unparalleled power radiated from Vegito, that energy surging like a hurricane across the entire base. Even Doma could not help but show a flicker of surprise. "Let me show you our true strength," Vegito shouted, charging toward Doma. His voice overflowed with confidence and authority, as though capable of shattering everything. Doma sensed Vegito's immense power, and dared not underestimate him, countering with full force. His movements grew increasingly frenzied, each strike thrown with all his might. Vegito's attacks were sharp and rapid, each strike brimming with tremendous power. His fists fell like meteors, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything. Doma gradually found himself on the back foot, beginning to struggle under the assault. "This is impossible!" Doma roared, his voice thick with anger and disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Vegito unleashed a barrage of attacks that drove Doma into continuous retreat. His figure resembled a phantom, nearly impossible to track. At the precise moment Doma exposed an opening, Vegito concentrated all his power and released a devastating energy wave. That wave won brilliantly, as dazzling as the sun itself. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, deafening in its volume. Doma was struck by the energy wave, his body sent flying as he crashed heavily against the wall. The wall crumbled instantly, debris scattering in all directions. Yet Doma did not fall. He struggled to his feet, his aura growing increasingly sinister. A wave of dark energy surged from within him, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy and oppressive. "Do not celebrate too soon," Doma declared as his body began to transform, becoming even larger and more grotesque. More bone spines sprouted across his body, each one gleaming with a chilling luster. Vegito stood ready for battle, prepared to face Doma's next assault. His gaze remained resolute, harboring no trace of fear. Meanwhile, outside the base, Wufan Kellen and the others also sensed the tremendous energy fluctuations emanating from within. Fierce winds howled, disheveling their hair and clothing. The battle inside must be fierce. "We need to go help Wukong and Vegito," Wufan said, his voice laden with worry. Everyone nodded in agreement and charged toward the base. Upon entering, they happened upon Vegito and Doma engaged in fierce combat. "Let's attack together," Wufan shouted as a golden aura ignited around him. The others followed suit, unleashing their signature techniques to assault Doma. Multicolored energy waves wove through the air, creating a spectacular display. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, Doma grew flustered, allowing Vegito another opportunity to strike. Through their combined efforts, Doma finally could not withstand the barrage and collapsed to the ground. His body emitted crackling sounds as though on the verge of disintegration. "We finally defeated him," Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Joyful smiles spread across their faces. However, at that very moment Doma's body suddenly dissolved into a mass of black smoke and vanished without a trace. That smoke carried a pungent odor that induced nausea. "What's happening?" Kellen exclaimed in surprise, his voice brimming with bewilderment. Vegito furrowed his brow. "He may not truly be destroyed. We must remain vigilant." His wary eyes scanned the surroundings. The group began searching the base for traces of Doma. Suddenly Burma discovered a hidden passage. The door emitted an ancient aura as though untouched for ages. "Everyone come quickly. There's a passage here," Burma called out, her voice echoing through the vast empty base. Following the passage, the group descended and arrived at a massive laboratory. The laboratory reeked of pungent chemical agents that made one unable to refrain from coughing. Strange devices throughout the room ticked and whirred, emitting eerie glows. At the center of the laboratory stood a gigantic energy sphere pulsating with an unsettling luminescence. That radiance shifted unpredictably between red-green and purple hues. "What is that thing?" Wufan asked curiously as he cautiously approached the energy sphere. Just then the sphere detonated unexpectedly. A powerful energy shockwave sent everyone flying. The impact resembled colossal waves crashing against the shore, utterly irresistible. As the smoke cleared, an even more terrifying figure appeared before them. As the smoke from the exploding energy sphere gradually dissipated, a far more terrifying figure emerged before the group. His body was colossal, as if it could blot out the sun and darken the sky. His entire form was sheathed in heavy black armor upon which a cold, ghostly light flickered, exuding an aura that struck dread into the hearts of all who beheld it. What is this monster now?" Lin's voice trembled with fear as he unconsciously retreated several steps backward. Sun Wukong grit his teeth, his gaze locked upon the newly appeared foe. "No matter what it is, we cannot give way." The monster unleashed a deep rumbling roar, its voice echoing as though from the depths of hell. "You insignificant mortals, today shall be your final end," Vegeta bellowed. "Cease your arrogance and face me." With that he surged forward in an instant, his fists surging with tremendous energy. Yet the monster merely swept its arms, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air as he crashed heavily against the wall. "Vegeta!" Bulma cried out in alarm. Gohan's heart pounded with urgency. "Everyone attack together, we cannot let him defeat us one by one." The group unleashed their most powerful techniques, and multicolored beams of energy illuminated the entire laboratory. However, these attacks struck the monster as though stones cast into an abyss, producing no effect whatsoever. The creature burst into unrestrained laughter. "You believe you can defeat me with this? How naive!" At that moment the laboratory grew thick with acrid smoke, making breath difficult to draw. Instruments mounted upon the walls crackled and sparked from the energy impact, their flashing bursts stinging the eyes of all present. Sun Wukong wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. "It seems we must find another way." He launched another assault, and though Vegeta resisted with all his strength, he was driven back time and again. Just as Vegeta was on the verge of collapse, a mysterious radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping Doma. His movements froze instantly. He roared in fury, straining desperately to break free from the luminous bonds. "What other recourse do we have? This foe is simply too strong." Tien Shinhan panted heavily. Just as despair began to consume them all, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar presence. "It's Whis!" Whis' figure materialized before them in an instant, and his appearance reignited hope within their hearts. "Lord Whis, please, you must help us," Gohan pleaded urgently. Whis wore a grave expression. "This demon hails from the dark abyss and is exceedingly powerful. Yet it is not without weakness." The monster glimpsed Whis, and a flicker of apprehension flashed across its eyes. "Angel Whis, you would also intervene." Whis offered a faint smile. "Preserving the peace of the cosmos is my duty." As he spoke, his hands moved in graceful arcs, and a sacred power radiated forth from his palms. Sensing the power, the monster erupted into a frenzy, launching furious attacks upon Whis. Sun Wukong and the others seized the opportunity, joining forces with Whis to strike at the beast. The battle intensified with every passing moment, and the entire laboratory shook violently as though it were on the brink of collapse. The groan of twisting metal mingled with the thunderous crashes of colliding energy, their deafening din ringing in their ears. "No!" Whis cried out. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, unleashing their full might in unison. A formidable surge of energy converged into a single strike aimed directly at the monster's weak point. "Arg!" The monster let out a piercing scream as the dark aura shrouding its body began to dissipate. At last the group exhaled in relief and collapsed upon the ground. "Thank you, Lord Whis," Sun Wukong said with heartfelt gratitude. Whis nodded gently with a smile. "Remember, the path to safeguarding peace is still long." With those words Whis vanished from sight. They supported one another as they made their way out of the ruins. Warm sunlight spilled upon them from beyond, gentle and golden as though celebrating their triumphant return. After a grueling battle, the group returned to the city in exhaustion. The streets were adorned with fluttering banners and cheers erupted as the people welcomed back their heroes. The clamor filled every corner, ecstatic screams from children and impassioned shouts from adults. Yet Sun Wukong and his companions had no time to bask in this glory. "Though we defeated that demon, I feel it's not over yet," Sun Wukong said, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. A trace of worry flickered in his eyes. The wind brushed through the strands of hair on his forehead. Vegito snorted. Whatever awaits us, as long as we grow stronger, there's nothing to fear." He crossed his arms, his face brimming with pride and resolve. Bulma, while examining her instruments, said, "According to the data I've collected, this enemy seems just a prelude. There might be a greater conspiracy lurking behind." The instrument's lights flickered, emitting beeping sounds. Her expression was stern and focused. Chi-Chi looked at Sun Wukong with concern. "Wukong, you must be careful." Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched the hem of her clothes. Sun Wukong smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi. I won't let anyone get hurt." He gently patted her shoulder, his eyes filled with tenderness. Just then strange phenomena began appearing across various corners of the earth. In some places powerful energy fluctuations erupted, rippling outward like waves, making the surrounding air scorching and distorted. In other areas mysterious runic symbols emerged, glowing with a faint light as if whispering ancient secrets. Gohan said, "Dad, could this be related to the previous enemy?" His eyes were filled with doubt and worry. Sun Wukong nodded. "Very likely. We need to investigate." His gaze was resolute, as if ready to face any challenge. The group split into teams and began their investigation across the earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived at a valley where a powerful energy fluctuation had occurred. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, severely limiting visibility. The white mist lay like a heavy veil enveloping the entire valley. The air carried a damp, earthy scent mingled with an unknown herbal fragrance, creating an indescribably peculiar aroma. "Stay alert, Vegeta," Sun Wukong said, cautiously stepping forward onto the wet grass which squelched underfoot. Vegeta replied impatiently, "I know, stop nagging." His heavy, hurried steps splashed mud. Suddenly a gust of wind howled past, carrying eerie whispers. The sound was like weeping and lamenting, as if from a distant age, sending chills down the spine. "What's that sound?" Sun Wukong looked around warily, his ears twitching as he tried to trace the faint source. Vegeta also halted, listening intently. "It seems to come from deep within the valley." The two pressed on and soon came upon a massive cave. Inside the cave, eerie lights flickered, dimming and brightening like ghostly eyes. A powerful pull dragged them inward, as if trying to devour them. "This is a trap!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice echoing in the cave with a hint of panic. But it was too late, they were sucked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, its walls covered with strange vines that were wet and cold to the touch. Water droplets fell now and then, producing a steady drip that echoed sharply in the silence. "Damn it, we need to find a way out!" Vegeta cursed, his voice seething with anger. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding energy currents. "Calm down. Let's first figure out where we are." His breathing was steady and deep as he tried to find clues within the chaotic energy. Just then a mysterious voice echoed in the cave. "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you cannot escape." The voice seemed to come from all directions, reverberating endlessly, making it impossible to locate its source. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin discovered an ancient book at a location marked by runic symbols. The pages of the book had yellowed, exuding a musty odor as if it had endured countless years. The text was obscure and difficult to decipher, resembling ancient mysterious symbols. "What is this?" Krillin asked, scratching his head, his eyes wide with curiosity. Gohan studied it carefully. "It looks like an ancient tome recording some kind of mystical power." He gently traced the characters, feeling the enigmatic energy within. As they were about to delve deeper, a group of shadowy figures emerged, surrounding them. The figures loomed in the shadows, exuding a dangerous aura. "Hand over the book," One of the lead shadows commanded coldly, his voice like ice sending chills down the spine. Gohan stepped forward defiantly. No way! A golden light radiated from his body, his eyes unwavering. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Gohan and Krillin unleashed their signature moves, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. The air was thick with tension, and the clash of metal rang incessantly. Each strike sent gusts of wind rustling the leaves around them. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Bulma made a new discovery. By analyzing the collected data, she found that these strange phenomena all pointed to a distant planet. Instruments in the lab glowed with various lights, data scrolling rapidly across screens. Could that be the very source of everything? Bulma murmured to herself, her eyes filled with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. Back in the cave, after some exploration, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally found an exit. However, more enemies awaited them. Sun Wukong, today is your death day! The foes shouted as they charged, their footsteps echoing in the open valley laden with murderous intent. Sun Wukong and Vegeta faced the enemy without fear. Their figures interlaced in flashes of light, each strike carrying immense power, causing the ground beneath them to tremble and stones to fly. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, making it hard to breathe. The battle grew fiercer, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to feel the strain. Sweat soaked through their clothes and their breathing became heavy. Just then Sun Wukong recalled insights from his previous training. Vegeta, let's use that move together. Vegeta understood instantly, and they both unleashed a surge of immense energy. A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire valley. The light was like a blazing sun, blinding the enemy. The foes disintegrated into ashes in the radiance, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. They gasped for air, looking at each other with eyes filled with the joy of victory. Finally over! Vegeta panted, his voice weary. Sun Wukong struggled to his feet. Not yet! We need to regroup with the others and uncover the truth behind all this. When they reunited with Gohan, Krillin, and the rest, Bulma shared her findings. We must go to that planet to find the key to solving this problem. Bulma said, her gaze firm and resolute. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. A new adventure was about to begin. The group resolved to venture to that mysterious planet in search of the truth, and to avert the crisis. Bulma, leveraging her genius intellect, swiftly constructed an advanced interstellar spacecraft. The spacecraft's hull gleamed with a silvery radiance, its lines sleek and graceful. As they boarded and ignited the engines, a thunderous roar and tremor ensued, and the vessel shot into the vast cosmos like an arrow freed from a bowstring. The interior lights were soft and warm, the instrument panels' needles dancing rapidly as various data flickered. Sun Wukong stood by the window gazing at the resplendent starry sky, his heart teeming with anticipation and unease. Starlight streamed through the window, casting upon his face, and he could sense its faint warmth. I wonder what awaits us on that planet, he murmured, his eyes betraying a mix of bewilderment and resolve. Whatever it is, as long as we're strong enough, there's nothing to fear, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, his tone stern. His voice echoed through the cabin, carrying his customary pride and confidence. A tense atmosphere pervaded the spacecraft as everyone prepared for the impending unknown challenges. Gohan sat quietly in a corner, eyes closed, steadying his breath in an attempt to calm his mind. Klin, meanwhile, incessantly wiped his weapon. The metallic scraping sound stood out sharply in the silent environment. After an arduous interstellar voyage, the mysterious planet finally materialized before them. It appeared desolate and lifeless, its surface scarred with colossal craters and rugged mountain ranges. The planet's atmosphere was a sinister dark crimson, as though drenched in blood. This place doesn't look friendly, Clint said, swallowing hard. His voice trembled and his eyes brimmed with fear. The spacecraft descended slowly onto the planet's surface. As the hatch opened, a pungent odor of sulfur assailed them, intense and scorching, stinging their nostrils. Be careful, everyone, Gohan cautioned, his voice steady and commanding, instilling a sense of security. They stepped out onto the hard, arid ground. Each step stirred up a cloud of dust that hung in the air, provoking coughs. Suddenly a horde of bizarre creatures charged from afar. They possessed sharp claws and jagged teeth, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their heavy footsteps made the ground tremble faintly. Prepare for battle, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with fighting spirit, instantly igniting everyone's will to fight. The group instantly entered combat mode, energy surging within them. Light flashed, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Ha! Vegeta launched the first attack, firing an energy wave at the creatures. The waves sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking several creatures which collapsed with screams. The battle erupted instantly, the creatures' assaults ferocious. Their claws cut through the air, generating gusts that stung the cheeks. Yet under the combined resistance of the group, the creatures were gradually repelled. "What the hell are these things?" Tianjin Fan gasped, panting. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and vanishing the moment it touched the parched earth. At that moment a mysterious voice resonated in their minds. "You should not have come here. This is your burial ground." The voice seemed to emanate from an abyss cold and sinister, sending chills down their spines. "Who's speaking?" Sun Wukong asked, glancing around warily, his eyes darting to locate the source. Then the ground began to tremble violently and a colossal monster burst forth from beneath the earth. Its body was vast as a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. Its scales shimmered with an eerie light, each as hard as a shield. This is too huge." Bulma paled, her voice quivering as she involuntarily stepped back. The monster opened its gaping maw and spewed a torrent of scorching flames. The heat was so intense that the surrounding air instantly became searing, as if they were in a furnace. "Dodge!" Gohan shouted, pulling Bulma aside. His movement was swift and agile, demonstrating excellent reflexes. Everyone unleashed powerful techniques against the monster, but its hide was as hard as iron. Their attacks seemed to have little effect. The strikes landed with a dull thud, as if hitting a boulder. "This won't work!" Vegito roared, his voice filled with fury and frustration. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, sensing the flow of the monster's energy. "I found its weak point!" he exclaimed, a note of excitement and confidence in his voice. Following Sun Wukong's guidance, they concentrated their attacks on the monster's weak spot. Finally the beast let out an agonized roar and collapsed. Its roar was deafening, shaking the very ground. Yet before they could catch their breath, more dangers arrived. Countless flying creatures appeared in the sky, flapping their enormous wings and emitting piercing cries. The gusts from their wings whipped their hair and clothes. "Damn it, it never ends!" Tianjin Fan cursed while fending off attacks, his voice laden with exhaustion and frustration. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong spotted a cave hidden in a valley, its entrance shimmering with a mysterious light. The radiance pulsed as if beckoning them. "Maybe that's where we'll find the answers," Sun Wukong said, his voice firm and decisive, bringing a glimmer of hope to the group. They fought their way through a bloody path, charging toward the cave. Their footsteps echoed in the valley, mingling with the cries of the flying creatures. Entering the cave, a mysterious aura pervaded the air. The walls were covered with strange patterns and symbols, as if recounting ancient tales. The lines were fluid and colorful, yet baffling. "What is this?" Clint asked curiously, reaching out to touch. "Don't touch it!" Bulma quickly stopped him, her voice urgent and tense. Just then a low growl echoed from deep within the cave. The sound seemed to come from an ancient beast, sending shivers down their spines. "It seems an even stronger enemy awaits us," Vegito remarked. His voice betrayed no fear, only a thirst for challenge. They advanced cautiously into the depths, where a massive silhouette gradually emerged. The figure was towering and majestic, exuding a suffocating pressure. It was a mysterious being of immense power, its body enveloped in dark energy. The energy swirled like smoke, occasionally flickering with an eerie light. "You have trespassed into forbidden ground, and you must pay the price," the being declared. Its voice was deep and resonant, as if laden with boundless fury. Another heart-pounding battle was about to unfold. The group regarded the mysterious creature before them, which exuded a formidable aura, their hearts filled with vigilance. The creature loomed tall, its shadow casting a heavy, oppressive weight upon them. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly as his aura blazed even fiercer. "No matter what you are, we will not back down!" His voice resounded through the cavern, firm and unwavering, while the golden radiance emanating from his body illuminated the surrounding darkness. The mysterious creature let out a cold sneer. "Foolish wretches who know not death, let me show you my power!" With that, it vanished in a flash and reappeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a heavy punch. The fist whistled through the air, as if capable of shattering anything. Sun Wukong swiftly parried, and the immense impact from their collision caused the entire cave to tremble, sending rocks tumbling down. The stones struck the ground with dull thuds, raising dust that made everyone cough. "Everyone attack together!" Vegeta shouted as he charged forward. His eyes blazed with the thirst for battle, and a purple aura surged around him. Gohan, Tenshinhan, Kuririn, and the others also unleashed their ultimate techniques, and in an instant streams of multicolored energy crisscrossed the cavern. The thunderous roar of colliding energies was deafening, and the light illuminated every corner. Yet the mysterious creature remained unruffled. A black barrier suddenly materialized around it, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. The barrier stood like an impregnable fortress, radiating an eerie glow. "This shield is too strong." Tenshinhan panted, his brow drenched in sweat that trickled down his cheeks and evaporated upon hitting the ground. Bulma observed from the side, her voice tinged with tension as she clutched her device. "Everyone be careful, its energy is still increasing." Seizing the brief lull in the assault, the mysterious creature counterattacked. It swept its arms and a wave of dark energy surged toward the group. Wherever the energy wave passed, the very air seemed to twist, emitting a sizzling sound. "Dodge!" Sun Wukong shouted urgently, his heartbeat thundering in the tense atmosphere. The group scattered to evade, but a few were grazed by the energy wave and injured. The searing pain made them gasp sharply. "Damn it!" Vegito roared in fury, his eyes blazing with defiance. His breathing grew rapid, each exhale charged with rage. The tension in the cave thickened, heavy with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The torches on the walls flickered wildly from the shockwaves, casting shifting shadows that blurred everyone's vision. "We must find its weakness!" Gohan shouted, his voice carrying a hint of anxiety but more of determination. Sun Wukong calmed his mind, intently sensing the mysterious creature's energy fluctuations. "I think I'm detecting a pattern." His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Just then the creature attacked again. It opened its massive maw and spewed a jet of black flames so scorching that rocks melted into bubbling lava wherever they touched. "My turn!" Kuririn hurled an energy sphere that collided with the black flames, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave rocked the entire cavern, sending debris raining down like hailstones. Amid the swirling smoke, Sun Wukong spotted a slight weakness in the creature's barrier. "No!" He charged toward that spot and struck with all his might. His fist, driven by an unstoppable will, pierced through the smoke. The creature's shield cracked, and it let out an enraged roar that thundered through the cave, pounding against eardrums. Seeing this, the others concentrated their attacks on the breach. With a blinding flash of light, the creature's barrier finally shattered. The brilliance was so dazzling that everyone had to shut their eyes. "Now finish it!" Vegeta yelled, his voice resolute as his energy surged once more. They combined all their power into a colossal torrent of energy that hurtled toward the mysterious creature. The stream, imbued with their hope and determination, was unstoppable. Overwhelmed by the assault, the creature finally crumbled and crashed to the ground with a dull thud, the impact denting the earth. "We finally beat it!" Kuririn slumped to the floor in exhaustion, gasping for air, every cell in his body crying out in fatigue. But before they could catch their breath, a low rumble emanated from deep within the cave, a sound like an ancient beast filled with boundless fury and menace. "Is there an even stronger enemy?" Bulma asked worriedly, her voice trembling with fear as her hands unconsciously clenched. The group exchanged resolute glances and continued deeper into the cave. With each step the rumbling grew clearer, as if urging them to quicken their pace. The deeper they went, the colder it became. A frigid breath assaulted them, as sharp as ice blades, making them shiver involuntarily. Ice crystals began to form on the walls, shimmering with a blue light. They reflected the figures of the group, lending an eerie atmosphere to the already frigid cave. "This place feels very strange," Gohan said, shivering as he hugged his arms to ward off the cold. Suddenly a massive ice sculpture appeared before them. The ice sculpture was translucent, radiating a piercing cold, and seemed to seal a figure within. As they watched in confusion, the sculpture began to crack and a figure wreathed in frigid aura stepped out. Its presence instantly plunged the temperature to extreme lows, turning each breath into white frost. "You have awakened me, and now you shall pay the price." The icy voice echoed through the cave as if it could freeze one's very soul. The air around the figure itself seemed to solidify, and every exhale turned into frosty mist. Sun Wukong frowned. "Looks like another tough battle." His voice trembled slightly from the cold, but his gaze remained unwavering. Vegeta gritted his teeth. "What's there to fear? Let's fight." He forced himself to endure the bitter cold, his energy attempting to ward off the piercing chill. The two sides clashed in fierce combat. Every attack from the figure carried a bone-chilling cold that slowed their movements. Each contact felt like being struck by a block of ice, pain shooting through their bodies. "We can't go on like this, our bodies will freeze solid." Tenshinhan stammered, his teeth chattering from the cold. Sun Wukong concentrated, trying to break free from the cold's grip. "Everyone release your energy together and disperse this chill." His voice rang out clearly in the frozen air. Heeding his command, they all erupted with immense power, flooding the cave with brilliant light, and forcing the cold back a few steps. Light and frigid air intertwined, creating a surreal scene. In that brief moment, Gohan noticed the figure's weakness on its back. "I'll attack its weak spot," Gohan declared, and in a flash he dashed forward. Though his movements were stiff from the cold, his speed remained formidable. But the figure sensed Gohan's intent and spun around to counterattack. In the nick of time, Sun Wukong stepped in front of Gohan, taking the blow. The devastating impact sent Sun Wukong flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. "Dad!" Gohan cried out, his voice filled with worry and fury. "Don't worry about me, Go!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice weak but encouraging. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan struck the figure's weak point. With a piercing scream, the figure shattered into a heap of ice. The fragments scattered with a crisp sound. The group pressed on, and the cave began to reveal strange runes and patterns that glowed mysteriously. The runes seemed alive, pulsing and dancing, dazzling to the eyes. These runes seemed to hold some kind of information. Bulma stepped forward to examine them. As her fingers lightly touched a rune, an icy sensation shot through her entire body. Suddenly the runes lifted off the walls and began to swirl around the group. They spun faster and faster, forming a massive energy vortex. "Watch out!" Vegito warned, his eyes alert and body tensed for any sudden event. The runes accelerated their rotation, creating a whirlpool of energy that engulfed them. Dizziness overwhelmed them, nearly causing them to lose consciousness. When they finally opened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. When everyone opened their eyes from the energy vortex, they found themselves in a strange and mysterious place. The sky above displayed a bizarre purple hue, like a vast piece of silk, exuding an air of inscrutable mystery. A faint mist permeated the surroundings, soft as gauze and carrying a chill, obscuring the distant view, as if the entire world was veiled beneath this thin shroud. Sun Wukong vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, his nose twitching slightly as he tried to catch any unusual scent in the air. "Everyone be careful, this place doesn't feel right." His voice was low and grave, his eyes gleaming with caution. Vegito snorted coldly, arms crossed, his face full of disdain. "Whatever it is, we'll just blast through any danger." His words were brimming with confidence and arrogance. The group began to cautiously advance. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, sinking slightly with each step, emitting a musty odor, a mix of decaying leaves and soil that made them frown involuntarily. As they walked, they came upon an ancient forest. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches intertwining to create a gloomy scene. Those branches swayed like black pythons in the wind, creaking and groaning. "This forest gives off an evil aura." Wu Fan frowned, his voice trembling slightly as he glanced around uneasily. Suddenly a low roar echoed from the forest, as if from the depths of hell, shaking leaves down from the trees. A massive beast charged out from the shadows. It resembled a lion, but its body was covered in sharp spikes, each gleaming with cold light, and its eyes glowed blood-red like burning flames. "Looks like another fierce battle." Tianjin Fan assumed a combat stance, his aura surging instantly, his eyes fixed resolutely on the beast. The beast opened its gaping maw, a foul wind rushing toward them as it lunged. Sun Wukong instantly teleported in front of the beast, his fist clenched as golden aura blazed, and punched it in the head. With a thunderous bang, the beast was knocked back several steps but quickly lunged again. Everyone unleashed their signature moves, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. The beast's attacks were ferocious and sharp, its claws slicing through the air with a gust of wind that felt like a blade cutting across their faces. "This guy is tough," Kulin shouted, his forehead covered in sweat as he continuously hurled energy spheres. Under the combined assault, the beast gradually grew exhausted, its movements slowing. Vegeta seized the moment and unleashed a powerful energy wave, like a purple lightning bolt, striking the beast instantly. With a booming boom, the beast was utterly defeated, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Finally settled it." Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, panting slightly. However, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding trees suddenly began to move, encircling them. The sound of twisting branches was spine-chilling. "What's going on?" Bu Ma said in terror, her voice filled with fear as she clutched tightly to Wu Fan beside her. The branches reached out like tentacles, trying to seize them. The surface of the branches was rough and carried a damp, clammy feel. Sun Wukong shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's charge out together." His voice rang like a bell, instilling courage in the group. The group fought off the branches' attacks while struggling to break out. The air was filled with the sound of snapping branches and their shouts. Each lash of the branches brought a whoosh of wind, and their footsteps on the damp ground made a patter sound. After a strenuous effort, they finally broke out of the forest. "This place is too eerie," Wu Fan said with lingering fear. His heart was still racing, and his breathing was rapid. Just then an ancient castle appeared before them. The castle's gate was tightly shut, covered in strange runes, and surrounded by a mysterious force. The force felt like an invisible pressure weighing heavily. "Perhaps the answers we seek are inside," Sun Wukong said. His gaze was fixed on the castle with determination, as if he could see through its secrets. Vegito kicked the castle gate open, which let out a dull thud. A sinister laugh echoed from within the gate, reverberating through the empty castle, sending chills down their spines. "Welcome, brave warriors," a mysterious voice said. It seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint. The group entered the castle, and in the center of the hall stood a figure. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its face indistinguishable, only a pair of glowing eyes visible. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked. His voice echoed in the hall, carrying a hint of authority. "I am the guardian of this place. If you wish to pass, you must undergo my trials," the mysterious figure said. His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with mysterious power. "What trials?" Vegito said impatiently. He took a step forward, his aura turning even sharper. The mysterious figure waved his hand, and 3 massive magic circles appeared in the hall. "These 3 magic circles represent power, wisdom, and courage. You must each enter one and pass the trials to proceed." Sun Wukong was the first to step into the power circle. Inside, a phantom of equal strength to Sun Wukong appeared, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Every clash produced deafening sounds, and the energy fluctuations made the air around them scorching hot. Vegito entered the wisdom circle, which was filled with puzzles and traps. The walls flickered with strange lights, and the runes on the ground constantly changed shape, requiring him to use his intellect to solve them. Wu Fan entered the courage circle, facing all kinds of terrifying scenes, giant beasts, eerie ghosts. He needed to overcome his inner fears. Those terrifying figures let out piercing screams, making their skin crawl. Inside the magic circles, everyone underwent arduous trials. Sun Wukong and the Phantom fought fiercely, each punch using all his strength, sweat pouring like rain, yet his aura grew stronger. Vegito racked his brains in the wisdom trial, constantly thinking of solutions, his eyes focused and determined. Wu Fan in the courage trial kept encouraging himself to face fear bravely, his voice trembling but full of resolve. Finally, they all successfully passed the trials. The mysterious figure appeared before them. "Congratulations, you have passed. But ahead, even more difficult challenges await you." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination, and continued walking deeper into the castle. The group continued their advance into the depths of the castle, where the atmosphere grew ever more sinister and eerie. The torches on the walls flickered with a faint yellowish light that wavered as if it might extinguish at any moment. A stale, decaying odor permeated the air, stinging their nostrils. "This place really gives me the creeps," muttered Krillin, who stayed close behind the others, a tremor in his voice. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the silent corridor, each step deliberate and cautious. "Stop your blabbering and stay alert," Vegeta said impatiently, his brow furrowed and his eyes sharp with vigilance. They entered a narrow passage lined with bizarre statues, their faces twisted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. The statues' skin textures were remarkably detailed, exuding an icy solidity. Goku halted to examine them closely. "I feel like these statues hide some kind of secret," he said, his gaze focused, searching for clues in their minutiae. Just then the statues suddenly moved, raising their weapons to attack. The weapons sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. "Look out!" Gohan shouted, his voice echoing in the narrow passage filled with tension and urgency. The group quickly engaged in battle, the corridor soon filled with the fierce sounds of combat. The statues moved stiffly but with immense force, each attack accompanied by a gust of wind that stung their faces. "What the hell are these things?" Tien Shihan asked while parrying a blow. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and dripping to the floor. Goku focused his strength and shattered one statue with a single punch. "Whatever they are, we'll deal with them first." With his fist swinging, a powerful force erupted, and the statue instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. After a grueling fight, they finally defeated all the statues. The broken remnants lay strewn across the floor, clattering with a sharp sound. "What a nuisance!" Vegeta panted, his breath ragged and his clothes soaked with sweat. At the end of the passage stood a closed door, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. The patterns were fluid and colorful yet exuded an air of mystery. Bulma stepped forward to examine the carvings on the door. "This looks like some kind of combination lock," she said, her fingers lightly tracing the patterns, feeling their texture. The group began pondering how to unlock it. "Could it be related to our previous experiences?" Gohan suggested, his eyes focused as he tried to recall earlier details. After several attempts, they finally succeeded in opening the door. Inside was a vast chamber, at the center of which lay a massive crystal ball radiating a mysterious glow. The light was alternately soft and intense, dazzling the eyes. "Could this be what we're looking for?" Goku said as he approached the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, images began to form within it. They showed Earth facing a catastrophic disaster with countless monsters wreaking havoc. Cities were reduced to ruins, people fled in panic, and cries of terror and despair intermingled. Flames consumed buildings and thick black smoke blotted out the sky. "What's happening?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Suddenly a voice echoed through the room. "This is Earth's future. If you cannot prevent what is to come, the planet will be doomed to destruction." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, ethereal and distant. "Who's speaking?" Goku demanded loudly, his voice reverberating in the chamber. "I am the master of this castle, also known as the Prophet. Everything you have experienced is a test to determine whether you are worthy of saving Earth," the voice replied. "Then what must we do?" Gohan asked anxiously, his voice laced with urgency. "Deep in the castle's lowest level there is a sealed artifact containing dark power. Only by destroying it can the catastrophe be averted." The voice spoke. Without a moment's hesitation, the group set off toward the castle's bottom floor. The path was fraught with traps and mechanisms. Spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, glinting coldly as they pierced the air with a whoosh. Flames burst from the walls, waves of heat rolling out as if they were in a furnace. "Everyone be careful," Goku warned as he led the way. He nimbly dodged the various traps, his aura undiminished. Vegeta scoffed. "Such petty tricks won't stop me." He darted swiftly through a dangerous section. At last they reached the lowest level. A dense, choking dark aura pervaded the air. The aura felt almost tangible, pressing down on them. At the center of the darkness lay an artifact radiating a sinister black light. The artifact's glow flickered unsteadily like the eyes of a demon. "That's it," Tien Shinhan said, his voice tinged with nervousness. As they prepared to approach the artifact, a swarm of dark creatures burst forth, blocking their path. These creatures varied in form. Some had sharp claws that sliced the air with a sizzling sound. Others had massive wings that beat, sending gusts of wind. "Come on, let's finish this quickly," Goku yelled, charging forward. A powerful aura erupted from him, his golden energy flaring. The others followed suit, engaging the dark creatures in a fierce battle. The dark creatures attacked ferociously, their roars reverberating through the lower level, rattling eardrums. They emitted a nauseating stench. Goku unleashed his full power, each punch carrying immense force to repel the creatures before him. His fist collided with them with a dull thud. Vegeta was not to be outdone, his energy blasts blazed in the darkness, obliterating one enemy after another, leaving streaks of light in their wake. Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin also gave their all, fighting desperately against the dark creatures. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, their breathing grew rapid, but their eyes remained resolute. Bulma watched the situation nervously from the sidelines, cheering them on. "Go everyone!" Her voice was barely audible above the din of battle. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished all the dark creatures and stood before the artifact. Goku took a deep breath, gathering all his strength to destroy it. His muscles tensed, and his aura soared. Just as he was about to strike, the artifact suddenly released a powerful force that repelled him. Goku slammed heavily into the wall with a loud bang. "How can this be?" he said, getting up with a look of astonishment. His eyes were filled with confusion and reluctance. "It seems it won't be that easy," Vegeta said, frowning as he stared intently at the artifact, contemplating a strategy. Just then Gohan noticed a weak point on the artifact. "Dad, attack there," he said, pointing at a glimmering spot, excitement in his voice. Goku charged again, concentrating his power on that weak point. His fist with an unstoppable momentum broke through the dark barrier. With a loud crash, the artifact shattered and the dark aura instantly dissipated like smoke, vanishing, leaving a sense of relief. "We did it!" The group cheered, their voices filled with joy and exhaustion. The castle began to tremble, emitting a rumbling sound. Stones fell from the ceiling and cracks appeared in the floor. "Oh no, the castle is collapsing! Run!" Tian Xinhan shouted urgently. They quickly dashed toward the exit. Their footsteps, chaotic and hurried, echoed in the shaking castle. Just as they made it out, the castle collapsed with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust hit them, forcing them to close their eyes. "It's finally over," Goku sighed, looking at the ruined castle. His body relaxed as he felt the breeze. "But Earth's crisis isn't fully resolved yet. We can't let our guard down," Vegeta said, his gaze still firm, looking into the distance. The others nodded, and they set off on their journey back to Earth. After successfully destroying the magical artifact, everyone embarked on the journey back to Earth, weighed down by exhaustion. Aboard the spaceship, they all appeared physically and mentally drained. Krillin slumped into his seat, gasping for breath. That was truly harrowing. His voice was thick with exhaustion, and sweat drenched his clothes, carrying a salty tang. Bulma remained fully absorbed in monitoring the spaceship's systems, her fingers darting across the control panel. "Fortunately, we're all safe. That means we've accomplished a formidable task." Her gaze was focused and earnest, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and tracing paths along her cheeks before falling onto the console. Son Goku gazed out at the star-studded void beyond the viewport, lost in thought as the brilliant constellation seemed to dance within his eyes, though his mind had already returned to Earth. "I wonder how Earth is faring now," he murmured, his heart caught between hope and worry. Gohan offered a reassuring smile. "Father, we've averted the catastrophe. Earth will be all right." His voice rang clear and hopeful, his eyes gleaming with resolve. After what felt like an eternity in flight, the spaceship finally touched down on Earth. As they stepped out, warmth enveloped them from the sunlight, while a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of flowers and grass. Before them lay a scene of tranquility, the joyful laughter of children and the songs of birds interwoven together. "Wonderful, Earth remains exactly as it was," Tenshinhan said with delight, opening his arms to breathe deeply of the fresh air, feeling the very essence of the planet. People gathered around, cheering enthusiastically for the hero's return. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and every face shone as brightly as the sun itself. But this peace proved fleeting. One day an extraordinary surge of energy erupted upon Earth. The energy crashed against each soul like relentless waves. "This energy. Something's wrong," Vegeta muttered, his brow furrowed with gravity. His sharp gaze locked onto the source of the disturbance, every muscle in his body instinctively tensing. Goku could feel it too. "Looks like more trouble is coming." His expression darkened as that familiar tension returned. The group immediately launched an investigation and traced the energy to a mysterious stranger. The stranger radiated an overwhelming presence that sent chills down their spines. Towering and imposing, he seemed to weigh heavily on the very air around him. "Who are you? Why have you come to Earth?" Goku called out, his voice resolute and echoing through the air. The stranger responded with a cold sneer, his laugh piercing like shards of ice against their ears. "I'm here to destroy this planet. You insects couldn't stop me." His voice was low and gravelly, dripping with menace. With those words he struck. A massive energy wave hurtled toward them. The wave seared through the air, distorting everything in its path with scorching heat. Goku and Vegeta moved as one, unleashing their full power to intercept the attack. A thunderous explosion erupted as the energies collided, sending shockwaves that staggered everyone nearby. "Everyone attack together!" Gohan shouted, his voice brimming with courage and determination. They all charged into battle, clashing fiercely against the stranger. In combat, the stranger revealed astonishing power. Each strike carried devastating force, cutting through the air with a fierce whistle. They found themselves overwhelmed. "He's too strong." Krillin panted heavily, his breath coming in short gasps, each dodge taking considerable effort. Goku clenched his teeth. "We can't give up, we have to protect Earth." An unyielding fire blazed in his eyes as his power surged once more. Seizing their exhaustion, the stranger unleashed a devastating technique, sending them flying with overwhelming force. They crashed to the ground like severed kites, kicking up clouds of dust. "Damn it!" Vegeta rose from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, his eyes burning with fury and defiance. Just as despair threatened to consume them, Goku sensed a familiar presence. "It's Whis." He appeared instantly on the battlefield, offering them a glimmer of hope. His form cut through the darkness like dawn's first light. "Lord Whis, please help us," Gohan pleaded desperately, his voice thick with anticipation. Whis smiled gently. "Do not worry, children. His voice carried a soothing warmth that instantly calmed their fears. Whis engaged the stranger in combat, their clash destabilizing the very fabric of space around them. Blinding light erupted from their energy collision, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. Is this what true strength looks like? Tenshinhan marveled, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, awestruck by what he witnessed. Ultimately, Whis triumphed over the stranger. Thank you, Lord Whis, they said in gratitude, their voices filled with admiration and relief. Whis shook his head. This is only a temporary peace. Stronger enemies may arise in the future, so you must continue to grow stronger. His words lingered in their minds, fueling their determination. They nodded, resolve burning within them. From that moment on, they trained even harder than before. Goku and Vegeta pushed themselves to their limits in the gravity chamber, their clothes soaked with sweat, every breath heavy with exhaustion. Gohan honed his skills in the chamber of spirit, and timed each strike more precise and powerful, his sweat falling to the ground with rhythmic taps. Krillin and Tenshinhan refused to slack off, sparring together and pushing each other to improve. The sounds of impact echoed across the training ground. Bulma worked tirelessly in her laboratory, developing new equipment and weapons, the hum of machinery blending with her focused thoughts, ensuring everyone had the support they needed. Just as they were training, a new crisis struck Earth. Evil aliens invaded, burning and looting without mercy. The air reeked of smoke and blood, nauseating to breathe. These bastards are despicable. Goku growled, his eyes blazing with rage, fists clenched tight. They immediately engaged in battle, clashing fiercely with the invaders. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke, the sound of combat deafening. Goku's fists rained down on his enemies like a tempest, each strike thundering with immense power. Vegeta's energy waves swept across the battlefield, striking fear into their foes as they cut through the air with a crackling sound. Gohan's energy blast struck with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing massive explosions that rattled their eardrums. Krillin and Tenshinhan also played to their strengths, supporting the assault. Through their combined efforts, the alien army began to crumble. Victory! They cheered, their voices swelling with joy and pride. But they knew the road ahead was long, and their duty to protect Earth would never truly end. After successfully repelling the alien invasion, Earth enjoyed a brief period of peace. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, dark currents surged ominously. Sun Wukong and his companions did not lower their guard despite their victory. They continued their rigorous training, relentlessly pushing to strengthen themselves. Bulma worked tirelessly day and night in her laboratory, the roar of machinery interwoven with the clatter of parts. Sweat beaded upon her forehead, tracing paths down her cheeks before dripping onto the cold metal workbench. She sought to develop more advanced equipment and weapons to confront potentially greater threats. One day, while training, Gohan suddenly sensed an extraordinarily evil power drawing near Earth. That power surged like a monstrous tsunami, radiating endless oppressive force. He immediately alerted everyone. This power is unprecedented in strength. We must prepare thoroughly. Gohan spoke with a great expression. His voice trembled slightly, veins bulging upon his forehead as sweat drenched his training GI. Everyone gathered to discuss strategy. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, making it difficult to breathe. Whoever comes, we will not retreat. Vegeta's eyes burned with determination, his fighting spirit radiating fiercely. His hands clenched tight, his knuckles cracking with tension. At that moment, a massive black vortex appeared in Earth's sky. Like a gigantic maw of darkness, it seemed poised to swallow the entire planet whole. A mysterious figure emerged slowly from the vortex. Cloaked in shadow, his face remained unseen, yet the evil aura emanating from him plunged all of Earth into terror. That presence was ice-cold and bone-chilling, as if capable of freezing the very soul. Ha ha! Pathetic Earthlings, prepare to face your destruction. The mysterious one's voice rolled like thunder, shaking every heart. It echoed in their ears, splitting their heads with pain. Sun Wukong stepped forward boldly. You shall not destroy Earth. His voice was resolute and powerful, golden energy blazing fiercely around him. The mysterious figure sneered and waved a hand casually, sending a devastating energy wave surging towards Sun Wukong. The energy wave carried the power to annihilate everything, searing the air into a sizzling roar wherever it passed. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, channeling all his strength to withstand the attack. Yet the power proved overwhelmingly immense, forcing Sun Wukong backward dozens of meters. His feet carved two deep furrows into the ground, raising clouds of dust. Wukong! Chi-Chi cried out fearfully from a distance, her voice laced with tears as she pressed both hands over her mouth. Witnessing this, Vegeta charged at the mysterious figure in fury. Damn you, take this! Purple energy rose around him, flames of rage burning in his eyes. The mysterious figure effortlessly dodged Vegeta's assault, and struck him back down with a casual counterattack. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous impact, the earth trembling beneath the force. You truly believe you can stop me? The mysterious figure mocked them, his laughter echoing through the air like a chilling horror. Everyone unleashed their strongest techniques, yet none could inflict any real damage upon him. The clash of energies produced dazzling light and deafening explosions. Growing bored, the mysterious figure pressed his palms together, preparing to unleash a devastating energy sphere capable of obliterating Earth. The sphere shimmered with eerie radiance, warping the surrounding space itself. No! He's going to destroy Earth! Tien Shinhan exclaimed in alarm. His voice cracked with terror. But in that critical moment Whis appeared. His figure arrived like a savior, radiating sacred and divine light. Stop! Whis commanded loudly. His voice rang like a great bell, instantly suppressing the mysterious figure's aura. The mysterious figure paused slightly upon seeing Whis. An angel! Humph, even an angel cannot stop me! Whis instantly materialized before the mysterious figure, engaging him in fierce combat. The shockwaves from their battle split the surrounding space itself. Through the cracks poured the dark void, as though devouring all existence. Sun Wukong and the others watched anxiously from the sidelines. They could sense that this battle between Whis and the mysterious figure had transcended their comprehension. Every collision of energy stung their skin and forced their eyes shut. Is this what a true battle between warriors looks like? Krillin said in astonishment. His eyes wide and round with shock and awe. Meanwhile, Bulma nervously operated her instruments, attempting to analyze the mysterious figure's weakness. The indicator lights flashed continuously, emitting constant beeping sounds. After intense exchange, Whis gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the tide turning against him, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. Run! Not so easy! Sun Wukong and Vegeta pursued simultaneously. Their figures flashed like lightning, stirring fierce gales in their wake. Under the combined assault of all present, the mysterious figure was finally subdued. His body collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Do you truly believe this is over? My master will not forgive you! The mysterious figure spoke viciously, even as he was defeated, his voice overflowing with hatred and resentment. Their hearts sank. They knew a far greater crisis lay ahead. Whis looked upon them all. You must strengthen yourselves without delay, or Earth shall face total destruction. His tone was solemn and grave, weighing heavily upon every heart. Sun Wukong nodded firmly. We understand, Lord Whis. His gaze was resolute, filled with unwavering determination. Upon returning to Earth, everyone trained even harder. Sun Wukong and Vegeta relentlessly pushed beyond their limits within the room of spirit and time. Sweat fell like rain upon them, each breath heavy with exhaustion. Gohan sought combat guidance from Whis. Every word of instruction from Whis shone like a beacon, illuminating his path forward. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also honed their fundamentals with tireless diligence. Though their bodies bore tremendous strain, their eyes remained resolute. Bulma intensified her development of new weapons and equipment, vowing to provide the strongest support for everyone. The laboratory grew thick with the acrid smell of chemical sparks flying everywhere, parts scattered across the floor. During his training, Sun Wukong suddenly experienced a new realization. I seem to have touched upon an entirely new power, he said excitedly. His voice brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Don't celebrate too soon. Speak only after you have truly mastered it. Jealousy and defiance flickered in his eyes. However, before Sun Wukong could fully grasp this new power, Earth faced enemies once again. This time a group of formidable robots arrived, their metallic bodies gleaming with cold brilliance. Equipped with advanced weaponry and diverse attack methods, they proved a dangerous foe. These robots won't be easy to handle. Gohan muttered, brows furrowed. His gaze remained fixed upon the machines as he strategized. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong charged forward. Who cares? Let's fight first and figure it out later. His figure shot forth like a bolt, stirring fierce winds. Everyone engaged the robots in fierce battle. The robots' laser cannons fired ceaselessly, their beams flashing like lightning and carving massive craters into the ground, sending soil and stone flying in all directions. Relying on his agile movements, Sun Wukong evaded one attack after another, striking back with tremendous force. Each punch landing upon a robot erupted with a thunderous boom. Vegeta annihilated several robots instantly with devastating energy waves. The waves tearing through the air generated scorching heat. Krillin and Tien Shinhan refused to be outdone. Working in perfect coordination, they defeated the robots one by one. Their battle cries and the robots' explosions intertwined into a chaotic maelstrom. Gohan played a crucial role on the battlefield, employing newly acquired combat techniques. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike landing with perfect timing. From the rear, Bulma directed operations with Tenshin providing tactical support for everyone. Her voice came clearly through the communicator, steady and assured. After a grueling battle, everyone finally destroyed all the robots. The battlefield lay in ruins filled with smoke and the acrid scent of molten metal. Yet they knew this was merely the beginning. Future battles would prove even more arduous, and they must prepare thoroughly. After the battle concluded, Sun Wukong continued to probe this new power. He immersed himself in cultivation, losing all sense of time. All around him grew silent save for the rhythm of his breathing and heartbeat. Observing Sun Wukong's relentless effort, Vegeta felt a fierce competitive fire ignite within his heart. Secretly, he resolved to surpass Sun Wukong. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated within Sun Wukong's mind. "Do you desire true power? Come find me." The voice seemed to emanate from the distant heavens, ethereal and elusive. Sun Wukong was startled. From where did this voice originate? He resolved to follow the clue and uncover the answer. Along the way, Sun Wukong encountered numerous obstacles. He crossed dense forests shrouded in damp mist where water droplets from the leaves fell upon him, bringing a chill to his skin. The soft, slippery mud beneath his feet demanded tremendous effort with every step. Branches and thorns occasionally scraped his skin, delivering sharp stings. He crossed raging rivers whose icy waters nearly toppled him as he struggled to maintain his footing. Fish occasionally leapt from the surface, splashing water into the air. Yet Sun Wukong never yielded. With unwavering conviction, he pressed onward. Finally, he reached an ancient temple. The temple radiated an enigmatic glow as though concealing profound secrets. Ancient runes covered its walls, pulsing with mysterious energy. Sun Wukong cautiously entered the temple. Deep within, he discovered a colossal crystal sphere. It shimmered with strange light as though beckoning him forward. As Sun Wukong prepared to approach the crystal sphere, a figure appeared before him. "You have finally arrived," the figure said. The voice seemed to transcend millennia. Sun Wukong eyed the figure warily. "Who are you?" "I am the Guardian of Power. Only by passing my trial shall you obtain true strength." Sun Wukong hesitated not. "Then come. I fear no trial." A new challenge was about to unfold. Sun Wukong faced the mysterious figure claiming to be the Guardian of Power, his heart unyielding, his eyes brimming with resolve and yearning. "Begin. I am ready to accept your trial," Sun Wukong declared, his voice resounding through the temple filled with determination. The Guardian smiled faintly. "Very well, the first trial is speed." As his words faded, the Guardian's form flickered, vanishing in an instant. Only a gust of wind remained, causing Sun Wukong's garments to rustle. Sun Wukong immediately focused his mind, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. His ears twitched, capturing the faintest trace of movement. He too began to move with astonishing speed. Their silhouettes darted through the temple like bolts of lightning, stirring up a fierce wind that howled and sent dust swirling, provoking coughs. Sun Wukong was utterly concentrated, the only sound in his ears the whistling wind, sharp and piercing as if to tear through his eardrums. His eyes remained fixed on the Guardian's figure, never relaxing. With each step the ground trembled slightly, producing a dull thud as if the earth itself shuddered at the extreme speed of the contest. The Guardian suddenly accelerated. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and gave chase with all his might. Sweat trickled from his brow, salty and bitter, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground, leaving only faint traces. "Is that all the speed you have?" The Guardian's voice came from afar, tinged with provocation. It echoed in the empty temple, grating on Sun Wukong's nerves. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within Sun Wukong. "I won't lose to you." He increased his speed once more, gradually closing the distance to the Guardian. His breathing grew rapid and heavy, each breath carrying a searing heat. After a fierce chase, Sun Wukong finally matched the Guardian's pace. "Not bad, you have passed the first trial. Next is the trial of strength." The Guardian stopped, pointing to a massive rock in the center of the temple. "Use your utmost power to shatter this rock." Sun Wukong approached the rock, took a deep breath, and his aura surged instantly, the golden flames blazing more fiercely. He let out a mighty roar and threw a full-force punch at the rock. A thunderous boom echoed, but the rock remained unmoved and Sun Wukong was sent staggering back several steps. His fist went numb, pain radiating up his arm. This. Sun Wukong was surprised but quickly composed himself, and launched another attack. Attempt after attempt, Sun Wukong's arm began to ache, each strike on the rock delivering a sharp pain that felt as if the bones might break. Yet the rock showed no sign of cracking. Strength is not mere brute force, you must learn to channel your chi and technique, the Guardian reminded from the side. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, recalling his past combat experiences, adjusting the way he exerted his power. He could smell the pungent, sharp odor of his own sweat in the air. When he opened his eyes again, a glint of determination flashed, and he struck once more. This time a crack finally appeared in the rock. The crack spread like a spiderweb, emitting faint, crisp sounds. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's confidence soared, and he struck the rock repeatedly. Finally, with a deafening crash, the rock shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments. The fragments clattered against the ground. Good. Next is the trial of technique. The Guardian waved his hand and several phantoms appeared in the temple, each wielding a weapon, charging at Sun Wukong. The wind stirred by the phantoms' movements, the swish of their weapons cutting through the air, all merged into a cacophony that set nerves on edge. Sun Wukong immediately entered a combat state, engaging the phantoms in battle. The phantoms' attacks were cunning and swift. Sun Wukong was flustered at first, each dodge clumsy. But he soon calmed down, observing the phantoms' attack patterns, searching for weaknesses. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong gradually found the rhythm, skillfully evading and countering. His movements became increasingly fluid, each strike perfectly timed. Every collision with the phantoms produced a dull thud, the ache in his muscles intensifying, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a grueling struggle, Sun Wukong successfully defeated all the phantoms. His body was exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Impressive. You have passed the 3 trials. But the final trial is that of will. The Guardian's voice grew solemn. Sun Wukong straightened his back. Whatever it is, I can bear it. His voice was firm and resolute, his eyes showing no hint of retreat. The Guardian formed hand seals, and a powerful spiritual pressure instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The pressure was immense, causing his bones to creak. Painful memories, fear, despair, these negative emotions flooded his mind, attempting to break his will. Those memories surged like a tide, stabbing his heart like a knife. But Sun Wukong clenched his jaw, repeating in his mind, I cannot lose for earth, for my comrades. His lips were bitten, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. In extreme agony, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble, sweat pouring like rain, yet his eyes remained steadfast. His breathing became rapid and erratic, each breath accompanied by a painful groan. Finally, the Guardian withdrew the spiritual pressure, smiling as he said, Congratulations, you have passed all trials. You have attained true power. Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, gasping for air, but a joyful smile spread across his face. He could feel his heart pounding like a drum, each beat brimming with elation. Just then the temple began to shake violently, and a beam of light shot from the crystal orb enveloping Sun Wukong. The light was warm and gentle like a mother's embrace. Sun Wukong felt a tremendous surge of power flowing into his body, his aura rising to an unprecedented height. Every cell rejoiced, every meridian expanded. As the light faded, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam flashing within them. I can feel it, this new power! Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with confidence and joy. However, just as he was about to leave the temple, the Guardian stopped him. Wait! Though you have gained power, an important mission awaits you. The Guardian's expression was grave and serious. Sun Wukong looked at him quizzically. What mission? The Guardian's face was solemn. In the distant depths of the cosmos, a dark force is rising, its goal to destroy all life. You must use this power to stop them. Sun Wukong answered without hesitation. I will. His voice was resolute, without a trace of doubt or retreat. With that, Sun Wukong left the temple, embarking on a new journey. His steps were firm and powerful, each one carrying determination and courage. When Sun Wukong returned to Earth, he found his comrades locked in battle with a group of powerful enemies. These foes exuded an evil aura, their strength formidable. The air reeked of gunpowder and blood, nauseating. Wukong, you're back! Vegito called out, his voice tinged with surprise and anticipation. Sun Wukong joined the fray without a word. His formidable aura shocked the enemies. Under his leadership the morale of his comrades soared, turning the tide of battle. Each of Sun Wukong's attacks carried immense power, wind howling and light flashing. Unleashing his newly acquired strength, his strikes were devastating, driving the enemies back. The explosions from clashing energies were deafening, making ears ring. Is this Wukong's new power? So incredible! Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and admiration. After a fierce battle, all enemies were finally eliminated. The battlefield was a chaotic mess, bodies strewn about. The group gathered around Sun Wukong, curious about his experiences in the temple. Sun Wukong smiled and recounted his tale, bringing joy to everyone. But we cannot let our guard down. More challenges await us, he said, his gaze fixed on the distance, filled with vigilance and determination. Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes resolute. Earth regained peace once more, but Sun Wukong and his comrades knew their battle was far from over. After obtaining his new power, Sun Wukong continued to protect Earth alongside his companions. However, unbeknownst to them, in the distant depths of the cosmos, that dark faction was beginning to stir. This dark faction was commanded by a formidable being named Mo Sha. He wielded an evil power capable of annihilating all things. His towering, majestic frame was draped in a black cloak that billowed behind him like storm clouds in the night sky. His subordinates were merciless ruffians, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. Their aim was nothing less than the conquest of the entire universe, with Earth designated as their next target. Within the dark faction's stronghold, Mo Sha sat upon a colossal throne, the atmosphere around him thick with dread. A palpable aura of darkness permeated every corner, while eerie glows flickered across the walls, emanating a pungent sulphurous stench. Earth shall soon be ours for the taking, Mo Sha murmured, his voice low and raspy, brimming with sinister desire. His words echoed through the cavernous space, sounding like a beckoning from the underworld itself. His subordinates chorused in agreement. My lord's wisdom is unmatched. We shall crush Earth beneath our feet. Their voices were a raucous, chaotic blend of fanaticism and eager anticipation. Meanwhile on Earth, Sun Wukong and his allies were engaged in their daily training. Warm sunlight bathed their figures while a gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a refreshing coolness. Sun Wukong sensed the immense power surging within him, continuously exploring its deeper applications. Wukong, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Vegito halted his training, furrowing his brow. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. His forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat that caught the sunlight. Sun Wukong glanced at him. Perhaps a new danger approaches, but we are ready. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute, his aura steady and formidable. Inside the laboratory, Bulma was busy at work when her instruments suddenly blared a frantic alarm. The alarm pierced the air, sharp and shrill, as though threatening to rupture eardrums. This is bad. Sensors are detecting a massive energy signature approaching Earth. Bulma's expression darkened. Her eyes locked onto the monitor as her fingers flew across the keyboard. The news quickly reached Sun Wukong and the others, and they immediately convened. A tense, suffocating atmosphere hung heavy in the air. Looks like our instincts were right, Tenshinhan said solemnly, his hands instinctively curling into fists. Gohan clenched his fists. Whatever it is, we will not let them succeed. His voice was firm and resolute, brimming with determination. Just then a colossal black spaceship descended into the sky, blotting out the sun. Its hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, while the deafening roar of its engines shook the ground. The vessel landed with a slow, deliberate grace, radiating an oppressive pressure that caused the earth to tremble faintly. Mo Sha emerged from the ship, flanked by his subordinates, his towering and fearsome figure casting long shadows. Evil brilliance flickered in his eyes, resembling burning black flames. Humans of Earth, surrender meekly, and perhaps I shall spare your lives, Mo Sha boomed. His voice crackled through the air like thunder. Sun Wukong stepped forward. Don't count on it. We will fight to the end. A golden aura erupted around him, blazing with brilliant light. Battle erupted instantly as Mo Sha's forces surged forward. Their attacks were uncanny and ferocious, accompanied by howling winds and piercing whistles, throwing Sun Wukong and his allies into initial disarray. Everyone watch out! Krillin shouted, a hint of tension in his voice. Sun Wukong unleashed his newfound power, fending off several foes with a single devastating punch. When his fist connected, a heavy thud echoed, sending his enemies flying like cannonballs. Yet more foes poured in endlessly, as if there were no limit to their numbers. Vegeta refused to be outdone. His energy wave detonated within the enemy ranks, illuminating the sky with spectacular radiance. Through roaring explosions and the wails of the fallen, the battle raged on. Gohan and Tenshinhan fought in tandem, forming a steadfast defense against the onslaught. Gohan's energy blasts streaked across the battlefield like meteors, while Tenshinhan's solar flare proved overwhelmingly potent. Meanwhile, Emo Shah observed from the sidelines, patiently seeking any weakness in their formation. His gaze was cold and merciless, a faint sneer curling his lips. Suddenly he struck. A beam of dark energy shot towards Sun Wukong, reeking of death and cutting through the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Sun Wukong failed to dodge in time and was struck down. "Wukong!" The group cried out in unison, their voices thick with worry and fury. Vegito charged at Emo Shah in a rage. "You bastard! I'll finish you!" A purple aura swirled around him, his eyes burning with uncontrollable wrath. Yet Emo Shah merely waved a hand, sending Vegeta flying. The Saiyan crashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Pathetic! You stand no chance against me!" Emo Shah sneered. His laughter echoed through the air, sending shivers down their spines. Just as despair began to take hold, Sun Wukong rose from the ground. Though covered in dust, his eyes remained unwavering. "I let you succeed!" Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, radiating a golden brilliance as bright as the sun. He launched himself at Emo Shah, engaging him in a fierce duel. The collision of their energies warped the surrounding space. Crackling electricity filled the air, and the dazzling light made it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Somewhat amusing," Emo Shah muttered, intensifying his assault. Waves of dark energy surged towards Sun Wukong, pressing down with immense force. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might. He could feel his stamina draining rapidly, yet his will remained unbroken. Sweat fell like rain from his brow, each breath labored and heavy. "Wukong, we're coming to help!" Gohan and the others joined the fray. Their figures intertwined amidst the blazing light, the surging energy making the very environment unstable. With their combined efforts, the tide of battle gradually began to turn. The enemy's attacks grew chaotic, their footing unsteady. Recognizing the shifting momentum, Emo Shah prepared to flee. "Trying to run? Not so fast!" Sun Wukong poured everything into a devastating strike. A massive wave of golden energy soared toward Emo Shah like a roaring dragon. Emo Shah was struck hard, sustaining grievous wounds. Black blood spilled from his lips as his body teetered on the brink of collapse. "This is only the beginning, humans. I will return." With those final threats, Emo Shah retreated aboard his vessel, leading the remnants of his army. The ship ascended rapidly, vanishing into the horizon, and leaving a long glowing trail in its wake. Exhausted, the group collapsed to the ground, yet victory smiled upon their faces. Though their breasts were ragged and their bodies ached, their hearts overflowed with joy. "We held them off," Krillin panted, his face streaked with dust and sweat. "But this is only temporary. They will definitely return, and we must grow stronger." Sun Wukong said, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, ever vigilant. Bulma inspected the damaged equipment. "I will repair these as quickly as possible and provide everyone with better support." Her eyes shone with unyielding determination. In the days that followed, they all trained with even greater intensity. Sun Wukong relentlessly honed his new power, striving to push it to its absolute limit. With every exertion of force, the surrounding air trembled violently, producing a low howling resonance. Meanwhile, Vegeta continuously shattered his own limits in training, desperate to surpass Sun Wukong. His battle cries echoed through the valleys, fueled by relentless fighting spirit. Gohan, Tenshinhan, and Krillin also pushed themselves to elevate their strength. Gohan's energy blasts grew increasingly powerful, Tenshinhan's techniques became ever more refined, and Krillin's speed saw remarkable improvement. Meanwhile, Bulma worked day and night in her lab, crafting even more potent weapons and equipment. The roar of machinery and the clash of metal parts wove together into a symphony of relentless struggle. Yet unbeknownst to them, Emo Shah had not surrendered after his defeat. In the shadows, he was meticulously plotting a far more terrifying scheme, preparing to launch an even more ferocious assault upon Earth. After the retreat of Emo Shah's dark forces, Earth entered a brief period of tranquility. However, Sun Wukong and his companions knew well that this was merely the calm before the storm. They had to seize every precious moment to strengthen themselves, preparing for the greater crisis that loomed ahead. During this time, Sun Wukong immersed himself day and night in cultivation. He sat in a secluded valley surrounded by emerald mountains and shade-providing lush trees. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle softly, a melody as delicate as a soothing symphony, bringing with it a whisper of coolness. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of grass and foliage, invigorating the spirit. Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, his sweat glistening under the sunlight like crystalline gems, each droplet shining as brilliantly as a precious jewel. With every breath, thunder seemed to roll within his chest, producing a deep, resonant rumble. With each surge of power, the earth beneath his feet trembled faintly, raising clouds of dust. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, gathering all his strength into his fist before striking forward with devastating force. A golden energy wave exploded, instantaneously charging forward like a ferocious dragon. Where it passed, the air was torn apart with a piercing whistle that stung the eardrums. Meanwhile, Vegito chose a desolate desert for his intensive training. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth, the sand so hot it nearly scorched his feet. Each step left a deep footprint, instantly filled by the shifting sand. Vegito's gaze was filled with determination, his purple aura standing out vividly against the barren landscape like a burning violet flame. "I will never lose to you, Kakarot!" Vegito roared, continuously firing energy waves from both hands that blasted the sand dunes before him into the sky, filling the air with dust. The choking dust made breathing nearly impossible, yet it could not deter his resolve. Meanwhile, Gohan trained diligently within the hyperbolic time chamber, his eyes tightly shut as he concentrated his spirit, attempting to break through his limits. Time flowed differently within the chamber compared to the outside world, making each minute and second feel extraordinarily long. The stifling humid air felt suffocating, with sweat streaming from his forehead like a river. But Gohan's will remained unshaken, every moment of perseverance accompanied by heavy breathing. Tien and Krillin showed no signs of slackening, either sparring atop a towering mountain peak as their techniques interlocked and the wind howled around them. The fierce wind at the mountaintop whipped their clothes violently, the icy gusts cutting across their skin like blades. In the laboratory, Bulma busied herself endlessly, instrument lights flickering continuously while various parts and tools lay scattered about. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to upgrading the weapons and equipment, her forehead beaded with sweat that she had no time to wipe away. The sounds of clashing metal and whirring instruments wove together into a unique melody. Just as everyone prepared for battle with all their might, Amos Shah's next assault arrived silently. One day, Earth's sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, as countless black ships swarmed forward like locusts. People in the city fell into panic, screams and shouts rising one after another. That sound was filled with terror and despair, piercing each person's heart. Sun Wukong sensed the crisis immediately, and launched himself into the air, flying toward the enemy. "Everyone prepare for battle!" His voice rang through the communications device, filled with determination and courage. That voice seemed like a beam of light piercing through the gloom of darkness. Vegeta, Gohan, and the others responded promptly, assembling quickly. Amos Shah stood on the deck of the flagship overlooking Earth below, with a cruel smile playing on his lips. The dark aura emanating from him was like icy frost, sending shivers down one's spine. "This time I will make Earth completely perish." Amos Shah waved his hand and issued the command. Countless dark warriors poured out from the ships, launching a frenzied assault on Earth. Sun Wukong charged into the enemy ranks, his golden radiance blazing. Every punch carried world-shattering power, and enemies fell one after another under his onslaught. The dull thud of fists colliding with enemies' bodies and the crisp sound of breaking bones interwove across the battlefield. Vegeta refused to be outdone. His energy waves swept through the area, purple light blooming in the darkness like brilliant fireworks. Each release of energy wave brought an intense heat wave, making one feel as though standing inside a furnace. Gohan, Tien, and Krillin coordinated with each other, forming a solid defensive line to withstand wave after wave of enemy attacks. Enemy attacks rained down like hail, crashing against their defensive barriers with thunderous bangs. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and their strength had grown even greater than before. Gradually, Sun Wukong and the others began to face difficulties. "This won't work if we keep going like this." Gohan panted heavily. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion and anxiety, sweat soaking through his clothes. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and held firm. "We cannot give up." His gaze was resolute as iron blood seeping continuously from wounds on his body, staining his clothes red. Just then Bulma's voice came through. "Hold on everyone, the new weapons are arriving soon." A small spacecraft flew out from Earth toward the battlefield. The spacecraft was loaded with Bulma's latest powerful weapons. The cold metallic sheen of the weapon casings conveyed their formidable power. "Fire!" Bulma commanded, and countless energy beams shot from the spacecraft, eliminating masses of enemies instantly. Those energy beams left brilliant streaks across the sky as they traveled, accompanied by powerful explosions. Sun Wukong and the others took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and the situation began to gradually turn around. Witnessing this, Mo Sha was filled with fury and personally attacked, lunging towards Sun Wukong. Kakarot die! A terrifying dark aura emanated from him, creating an overwhelming pressure that made breathing nearly impossible. That aura was like a foul swamp, evoking feelings of nausea and oppression. Sun Wukong showed no fear and met Mo Sha head-on. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their energy collisions producing massive explosions that illuminated the entire sky. Each collision unleashed powerful shockwaves with fierce winds howling and stones flying. Vegito and the others were also fighting desperately against other enemies, each drawing upon their utmost strength. Their battle cries and roars echoed across the battlefield, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. The battle reached its most intense phase. Both Sun Wukong and Mo Sha suffered severe injuries, yet their fighting spirit remained unbroken. "I won't let you succeed, Mo Sha!" Sun Wukong roared, gathering all his remaining strength for one final strike. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, carrying the determination of someone who had burned all bridges. Mo Sha exerted his full power to defend. At this critical juncture, Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Mo Sha and delivered a fatal blow. Mo Sha let out a scream as his body dissolved into a cloud of smoke and dispersed in the air. With Mo Sha's defeat, the enemy's morale collapsed instantly, and they fled in all directions. Sun Wukong and the others finally succeeded in repelling the dark forces, and Earth regained its peace. "We won!" Everyone cheered, their weary faces radiant with joy and pride. Their hoarse voices filled with strength echoed through the sky. Sun Wukong gazed at the azure sky, his heart overflowing with emotion. "But we cannot lower our guard. There may be more challenges waiting for us in the future." His voice was calm yet firm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for what lay ahead. His companions nodded in agreement, knowing that their mission to protect Earth would never truly end. After a grueling battle, Earth finally welcomed a long-awaited peace. Amidst the ruins of the city, people began to rebuild their homes, and the light of hope once again shone upon this battered land. Though exhausted, Sun Wukong and his companions were filled with relief and pride. "That was truly a fierce fight," said Krillin. Krillin sat on a rock, wiping the dust and blood from his face. His fingers touched the scratches, sending a sharp pain through him, and sweat seeping into the wounds made him hiss involuntarily. "But we won, that's what matters most," Tian Shihan said, gazing at the city gradually returning to life, a faint smile crossing his face. A gentle breeze carried the scent of freshly turned soil mingled with the smell of construction materials. Bulma was busy coordinating resources to aid the rebuilding efforts. "Everyone, let's work harder to restore Earth's prosperity as soon as possible." Her voice brimmed with determination, sweat glistening on her forehead under the sunlight, while her communicator buzzed with a constant stream of information alerts. Gohan returned to school to continue his studies. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patches of light on the desks. His pen scratched across the paper, but his heart was always mindful of the mission to protect Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, did not slacken their training, knowing full well that countless unknown threats lurked in the universe. One day, while training alone, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a mysterious yet gentle energy fluctuation. The fluctuation rippled like soft water waves, stirring the depths of his soul. "What is this?" Curious, he followed the direction of the energy. His steps were light, each landing kicking up a small puff of dust. He arrived at a secluded valley filled with a riot of blooming flowers, red, purple, yellow, all vivid and colorful. The fragrance of the flowers was sweet and rich, refreshing the mind and spirit. Colorful butterflies danced among the blossoms, their wings brushing a gentle breeze across Sun Wukong's cheeks. Deep in the valley stood an ancient temple. Its mottled walls exuded the vicissitudes of time. Entering the temple, Sun Wukong saw a white-haired elder smiling at him. The elder's gaze was deep and warm, as if it could see through everything. "Child, you have come," he said, his voice kind and profound, echoing through the temple like a resonant bell. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled, his eyes curiously examining the elder, filled with questions. "I am the guardian of this universe, and I have been waiting for your arrival." The elder spoke slowly, his voice carrying an invisible force that commanded Sun Wukong's reverence. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. "Guardian?" The elder nodded. "Earth has endured many trials, and you have always stood firm for justice. But a greater crisis is approaching, and you will need even more power." The elder's words resonated in the silent temple, laced with gravity. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. "Please guide me." The elder extended his hand, and a beam of light flowed into Sun Wukong's body. The light was warm and gentle like the sun in spring. This is the primordial force of the universe. May you grasp its mysteries. Sun Wukong felt a surge of immense power within him. He quickly sat down to meditate and comprehend. The air around seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of his breathing and heartbeat. Meanwhile, Vegeta encountered a mysterious visitor. "Vegeta, your potential is far from exhausted," the visitor said. The mysterious visitor's voice was low and magnetic, as if coming from a distant void. Vegeta frowned. "Who are you?" His eyes were filled with caution and his aura unconsciously emanated. "I am here to help you break through your limits." With a wave of his hand, the mysterious visitor transported Vegeta into a special space. In this space the light was dim and mysterious mist enveloped everything. Time seemed to stand still in this space, and Vegeta began a grueling training session. Each exertion caused his muscles to ache and sweat poured down like rain. Back on Earth, Bulma made a new discovery in her lab. "This might be a technology beyond our understanding," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. The instruments in her hands emitted a steady beeping sound. Everyone gathered around to study the new find. The metallic casing of the instrument gleamed coldly with buttons and indicator lights that dazzled the eyes. At that moment, deep in the universe, a dark power was quietly awakening. The power was like a dark vortex devouring everything around it. "Earth will be our primary target," said a voice steeped in evil like a curse from the abyss. Sun Wukong and Vegeta broke through their limits in their respective training, greatly enhancing their strength. When they returned to Earth, they found the atmosphere unusually tense. "What happened?" Sun Wukong asked, his keen nose catching the uneasy air. Bulma's expression was grave. "We've detected an unprecedented dark force approaching Earth." Her voice trembled slightly, her fingers clutching the data tightly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. "Prepare for battle." Their voices were firm and powerful, as if they could pierce through any obstacle. Everyone gathered again, ready and waiting. Each face was solemn and tense, their heartbeats clearly audible in the silent space. However, the dark force did not directly attack Earth, instead it created chaos on the surrounding planets. "They're testing us," Tien Shihan said, a hint of worry in his eyes. Sun Wukong decided to lead the team to strike first. They boarded the newly developed spaceship by Bulma and headed toward the region where the dark force resided. The spaceship raced through the starry sky with stars outside receding rapidly, forming streaks of light. The journey was filled with brilliant stars, but their hearts were heavy. Finally, they found the source of the dark force. "No matter who you are, you will not destroy the peace," Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice echoed through the silent cosmos, carrying boundless courage. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Sun Wukong and the others found the source of the dark power, a massive black planet surrounded by eerie energy fluctuations. This planet seemed shrouded in a thick haze, emitting an unsettling aura. "Looks like this is their stronghold." Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyes filled with alertness. His brows were tightly furrowed, a purple aura flickering around him as if ready to erupt at any moment. The group approached cautiously, only to discover the planet's surface littered with strange devices and structures. Those mechanisms glowed with an uncanny light, some periodically spewing acrid smoke that made them cough. The buildings twisted into grotesque shapes as if monsters emerged from nightmares. "What exactly is this place?" Kuririn asked nervously. His voice trembled slightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his palms slick and clammy with perspiration. Just then a horde of dark creatures burst from the buildings and attacked them. These dark creatures took various forms, some bearing sharp fangs, others covered in hard scales, and still others with eyes flashing an eerie glow. They emitted low growls, a sound as if from hell itself, vibrating painfully against their eardrums. Sun Wukong and the others immediately engaged, a clash of energy lights erupting as the battle raged fiercely. Every strike from Sun Wukong carried a howling whistle of wind, his fists colliding with the dark creatures with a heavy, muffled impact. Vegeta's energy waves sliced through the air with scorching heat, forcing the dark creatures to dodge and scatter in their wake. During the fight, Sun Wukong noticed the dark creatures seemed controlled, moving in eerie unison. "There must be a conspiracy behind this," Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the fierce battle, his eyes blazing with determination and resolve. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the dark creatures. Everyone bore wounds of varying degrees, their clothes torn, pain throbbing from their injuries. The group entered a colossal palace where a mysterious figure sat waiting. The walls were embedded with various exotic gems shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. Yet the air was thick with a putrid stench that made them feel nauseous. "You've finally arrived," the mysterious figure said. His voice was deep and hoarse as if emanating from the abyss carrying an invisible pressure. "Who are you? Why are you causing all this chaos?" Vegeta demanded, his eyes burning with anger, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The mysterious figure laughed, the sound echoing through the vast palace, sending shivers down their spines. "I am the Master of Darkness. Earth is merely a part of my plan." "Damn it, your plans will never succeed!" Gohan exclaimed angrily, flames of rage burning in his eyes as his energy continued to surge upward. With a mere wave of his hand, the mysterious figure unleashed a powerful force that sent everyone flying backward. That power surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming them. Their bodies crashed heavily against the palace walls with a dull thud. "You think you can stop me?" the mysterious figure scoffed. His laughter was laced with contempt and disdain. Sun Wukong and the others rose to their feet once more, preparing to fight again. Sun Wukong's breathing became rapid, each inhale carrying a scorching warmth. His muscles were taut, and his wounds reopened from the exertion, blood seeping forth. However, just then the mysterious figure activated a massive device and a powerful energy began to gather. The device blazed with an intense light that made it difficult to keep their eyes open. Simultaneously, a tremendous suction force drew near, as if ready to swallow them whole. "This isn't good, what is he doing?" Tenshinhan cried out in fear. His voice trembled with tension. The group found themselves in grave danger. "Everyone be careful!" Sun Wukong shouted loudly. He struggled against the suction force, but his body was dragged involuntarily toward the device. Vegeta grit his teeth, fighting desperately against the pull. "Damn it, what does this guy want?" Gohan struggled to steady himself. "No matter what, we can't let him succeed." Kuririn's face showed despair, yet his hands remained clenched tightly. Bulma observed anxiously from the side. "There must be a way to stop him." Sun Wukong focused his spirit, sensing the flow of that energy. "Let me see if I can destroy this device." Pouring every ounce of his strength into it, he charged toward the device. But the mysterious figure struck again, a beam of dark energy striking Sun Wukong and sending him flying. "Wukong!" everyone cried out in alarm. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, a trace of blood welling at the corner of his mouth. "I won't give up." Just as despair enveloped them, Vegeta suddenly spotted a weakness in the device. "Look there!" Vegeta pointed and shouted. Sun Wukong instantly understood and charged forward again. Seeing this, the mysterious figure increased the energy output. The device's light grew even more, dazzling, its powerful energy waves causing the entire palace to tremble. "We have to succeed," Gohan silently prayed in his heart. Sun Wukong finally reached the device's weak point and struck with all his might. With a deafening explosion, the device shattered. The tremendous force also sent the mysterious figure staggering backward several steps. "No!" Vegeta shouted. Everyone surged forward, launching their final assault against the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure gradually faltered under their combined attack. "You!" the mysterious figure roared defiantly. Finally, the mysterious figure was defeated. "It's finally over!" Kuririn collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong looked at the ruined palace. "But our battle is not over yet." The group, exhausted yet resolute, left the dark planet, preparing to face even greater challenges ahead. After successfully vanquishing the Dark Lord and thwarting the sinister scheme of the Dark Forces, Sun Wukong and his comrades returned to Earth for a brief respite. Yet they knew the threats in the cosmos were far from extinguished. They must remain ever vigilant and continue to hone their strength. Earth slowly recovered from the scars of war, with people rebuilding their homes and life gradually returning to normal. However, Sun Wukong and the others had no time to savor this tranquility, plunging themselves into even more arduous training. Sun Wukong sat alone atop a desolate peak, meditating with closed eyes. The wind howled over the summit like a piercing whistle, slicing past his ears, tossing his hair into a wild dance. Yet his figure remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, the rough and frigid rock beneath his feet sending a slight numbness through his soles. His heart was like a tranquil lake, yet brimming with boundless power. Each breath seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth. In the gravity room, Vegeta's sweat fell like rain. The perspiration soaked his clothes, each drop heavy and scalding, hitting the floor with a drip-drop sound. He continuously challenged higher gravity multipliers, each breath laden with crushing pressure, his chest feeling as if a boulder were pressing down, making it hard to breathe. But his eyes blazed with indomitable fighting spirit, sharp as a blade that could cut through any obstacle. Wu Fan meanwhile honed his skills over and over again in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The temperature inside the chamber was suffocating, as if the very air were on fire. His body was utterly exhausted, muscles aching with every movement, feeling like dragging a heavy burden. Yet his mind remained focused, his gaze fixed firmly on his techniques. Kulin and Tianjin Fan sparred with each other on a vast plain. The gale whipped up sand and dust, stinging their eyes. Each blink brought a sharp pain. Their moves grew more refined and their coordination became increasingly seamless. The dull thuds of fists and feet colliding echoed across the empty plain. Bu Ma, on the other hand, was in the lab endlessly developing new technology and equipment. The whirring of instruments and the clatter of parts intermingled. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes fixed on the data on the screen. The pungent odor of various chemicals filled the air, causing her nose to itch with discomfort. One day Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes from meditation, sensing a faint but unusual energy fluctuation. The fluctuation was like a gentle ripple, yet it stirred 1,000 waves in his heart. This energy. Could there be a new crisis? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease rising within him. His brows knitted tightly as if they could crush a fly. He immediately summoned his comrades. I sense a strange energy. We cannot sit idly by, Sun Wukong said, his voice stern and resolute, echoing in the air. Humph, whatever it is, we can handle it, Vegito said with confidence, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his eyes brimming with pride. The group decided to investigate the source of the energy together. They boarded Bu Ma's newly improved spaceship and traversed countless galaxies. During the journey they witnessed breathtakingly colorful nebulae like dreamlike paintings woven with pink, purple, and blue hues. They felt the vastness and mystery of the universe. This cosmos is so immense, who knows how many unknown dangers await us, Kulin remarked, his eyes wide with awe. Fear not. We are here, Tianjin Fan declared firmly, his voice sonorous and resolute, instilling boundless courage. Finally they arrived at an unfamiliar planet. The environment was extremely harsh, with raging winds and swirling sand that filled the sky. The sand-laden gale pelted the spaceship's portholes with a crackling sound. What kind of hellhole is this? Vegito complained, his voice full of discontent, his brow furrowing deeper. Just then a group of bizarrely shaped creatures emerged. These creatures had hard shells with rough, rugged textures as if etched by time. Their sharp claws glinted coldly, and their eyes blazed with hostility. Who are you? Why have you come here? One of the creatures demanded in a hoarse, low voice thick with wariness. Sun Wukong stepped forward. We sensed an unusual energy, and came to investigate, he said, his tone gentle and sincere. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. The creatures brandished their claws, ready to attack. The claws cut through the air, stirring up a gust of wind. Having no choice, Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in battle. During the fight, Sun Wukong noticed that although these creatures were ferocious, they seemed to be protecting something. Wait, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice cutting through the clamor of battle. But the creatures paid no heed, attacking with even greater fury. Wu Fan was struck by one of the creatures and fell to the ground. Wu Fan! Sun Wukong cried out in concern, his voice filled with anxiety. The group grew enraged and began to fight back with full force. The glow of energy blazed through the sandstorm, each attack sending a fierce gust of air. After a fierce battle, the creatures gradually weakened. Stop! We were only protecting our home, one creature said, its voice laden with helplessness and exhaustion. Sun Wukong halted. What is going on? The creatures explained that there was a mysterious relic on the planet, and recently it had been emitting an abnormal energy. They feared that outsiders would destroy the relic. Sun Wukong and the others decided to explore the relic together with them to find the source of the energy. As they entered the relic, they were stunned by what they saw. The relic was filled with ancient inscriptions and mysterious symbols, and the walls shimmered with strange light, sometimes soft, sometimes intense, dazzling the eyes. What is this? Bu Ma studied it curiously, her fingers gently brushing the characters on the wall, feeling the mysterious power within. Just then a massive mechanism suddenly emerged from the relic, attacking them. The machine groaned with a creaking sound, sending chills down their spines. They quickly dodged and began to face this new crisis. Sun Wukong and the others came under attack by enormous mechanisms within the ruins, and in an instant tension and peril pervaded the ancient structure. The mechanism spewed scorching flames that resembled ferocious fire dragons lunging toward the group with claws and fangs bared. Rolling waves of heat surged toward them as though they stood within a furnace. The air became scalding and bone-dry, each breath feeling as though it might sear their lungs. "Stay alert, everyone!" Sun Wukong called out in a loud voice. He deftly dodged the onslaught of flames, his garments growing scorching hot against his skin. Vegito let out a scornful humph. "Tricks like this won't faze me." Purple aura erupted around him as he charged straight toward the mechanisms. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, each one leaving deep imprints upon the ground. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien also unleashed their signature techniques, engaging the mechanisms in fierce combat. Energy surged around Gohan as his Kamehameha shot forth like a meteor, crashing into the mechanisms with a thunderous boom that reverberated throughout the ruins. Krillin danced nimbly between the flames, hurling energy spheres from his hands. "Take this!" he shouted. Tien pressed his palms together and released a devastating energy wave. Ha! The brilliance illuminated the darkened corners. Bulma watched anxiously from the sidelines, searching for any weakness. "Everyone watch out! There must be a control panel somewhere!" Her voice rang out sharp and urgent above the clamor of battle. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead and evaporated instantly upon hitting the ground. Yet the mechanism's assaults only intensified, with laser beams lancing toward them from multiple directions. Like razor-sharp swords, they whistled through the air with a menacing hiss. "Ah!" Krillin grimaced in pain as a laser grazed him. Smoke curled from his wound and the acrid scent of scorched flesh filled the air. "Krillin, are you all right?" Sun Wukong asked with evident worry in his voice. "I'm fine, Goku. Don't let me slow you down. Keep fighting." Krillin gritted his teeth, pain contorting his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. Just as the group found themselves pressed to the brink, Vegeta spotted a flaw in the mechanisms. "Look there!" Concentrating his full power, he launched a tremendous energy blast toward the vulnerability. Violet light streaked through the darkness like lightning. With a final earth-shaking explosion, the mechanisms ground to a halt. The group exhaled in relief as sweat poured from their bodies like rain, their clothes clinging damply and uncomfortably to their skin. "Finally, that nuisance is dealt with." Vegeta panted heavily, his chest heaving with each labored breath. They pressed deeper into the ruins, where the air grew thick with the scent of age. The atmosphere carried the weight of centuries, rich with decay and mystery. Ancient script upon the walls seemed to whisper tales of days long past. "What do these characters mean?" Gohan leaned in curiously, his eyes fixed intently upon the inscriptions as he sought to decipher their meaning. Bulma produced a scanning device and began analyzing the script. "Let me see if I can make sense of this." The instrument's glow flickered through the dim ruins, emitting a steady humming sound. After considerable effort, Bulma finally uncovered something significant. "According to my analysis, this ruin conceals a tremendous power, but one accompanied by grave danger." Her voice trembled with a mixture of tension and exhilaration. A terrible aura of fury and majesty seemed to emanate from the depths. "What's that sound?" Tien asked, warily scanning their surroundings. His heart raced and his breathing quickened. From the darkness, a monstrous beast emerged slowly. Its colossal frame was armored in hardened scales, each one glinting with a chilling radiance. Fierce brilliance burned within its eyes like twin pillars of flame. "Looks like another tough fight awaits," Vegeta said, rising to meet the challenge. His fists clenched tightly, joints cracking with tension. The beast opened its massive maw and spewed forth a thick cloud of black smoke. The noxious fumes spread outward, carrying a suffocating stench that made their heads swim. It smelled of rotting flesh, inducing nausea in all who breathed it. Sun Wukong and the others covered their noses and mouths and swiftly launched their assault upon the beast. The creature reacted with alarming speed, its tail lashing out with tremendous force and sending them reeling. Wherever the tail swept, a violent wind rose, stinging their faces. "This thing isn't easy to handle," Gohan called out, his voice tinged with alarm. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. "Let's fight together, we can defeat it." His voice rang out like war drums, stirring courage in every heart. Led by Sun Wukong, the group fought with everything they had against the beast. His fists descended upon the creature like a rainstorm, each impact crackling with force. Every blow carried tremendous power, sending scales flying from the beast's body. Vegeta's energy waves hammered relentlessly, leaving trails of violet scarification in their wake. Gohan's energy blast struck true, explosions echoing through the ruins in rapid succession. The beast gradually grew weary, its movements slowing considerably. "This is our chance." Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong delivered his most powerful strike yet. Golden radiance exploded around him like a blazing sun. The beast let out an agonizing shriek and collapsed to the ground, the earth trembling beneath its fall and raising clouds of dust. The group sank to their knees, gasping for breath. Their breathing was heavy and ragged, each exhale laden with profound exhaustion. "I wonder what awaits us ahead," Krillin said somberly. His voice carried undertones of fear and trepidation. "Regardless, we must keep moving forward." Sun Wukong rose to his feet and continued onward. His steady, purposeful strides instilled courage and confidence in the group. They arrived at a vast chamber where a mysterious stone pedestal stood at its center, upon which rested a glowing sphere. Its radiance was gentle yet enigmatic, drawing them irresistibly closer. "Could this be the power hidden within the ruins?" Tien asked in astonishment. His eyes widened with sheer wonder and curiosity. As the group drew nearer to the pedestal, the sphere suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, engulfing them entirely. The energy crashed over them like an irresistible tide. "No good." Sun Wukong struggled against the overwhelming force, but they found themselves completely immobilized. His body was bound tightly by the energy, every muscle straining against the invisible restraints. Under the energy's influence, strange visions began to surface within their minds. In the visions, an ancient race waged desperate battle against an encroaching dark force. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the roar of combat. Both sides suffered catastrophic losses as countless lives were extinguished in the carnage. "What is the meaning of this?" Gohan asked in bewilderment. As the visions faded and the energy dissipated, Bulma spoke thoughtfully. "It seems this ruin conceals a history unknown to the world." Wisdom gleamed in her eyes. "Regardless, let's take the sphere with us. Perhaps it holds further clues." "Agreed," Sun Wukong said. The group departed the ruins with the sphere in their possession, unaware that a new crisis was quietly closing in upon them. The group departed the ruins with the sphere in their possession, unaware that a new crisis was quietly closing in upon them. After leaving the ruins with the mysterious sphere, Sun Wukong and his companions rushed back to Earth without a moment's delay. However, during their journey home, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. Inside the spaceship, Bulma was meticulously studying the mysterious sphere. It emitted a soft, enigmatic glow, as if countless secrets were concealed within. "The energy contained in this thing is incredibly powerful. I need to analyze it thoroughly." Her eyes were fixed on the sphere, and the instrument in her hand kept beeping. "I hope we can find something useful from it," Gohan said, his gaze also drawn to the sphere, his eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly the spaceship shook violently. "What's happening?" Krillin exclaimed, his body losing balance as the ship lurched, nearly causing him to fall. Sun Wukong quickly checked the dashboard. The indicator lights were flashing wildly, and the alarm blared shrilly. "Not good. We've been locked on by a powerful force." His brows furrowed, his expression stern. Vegito looked out the porthole and saw several oddly shaped spaceships rapidly approaching. Their hulls gleamed with a cold metallic luster shaped like sharp blades. "Looks like trouble's here." He gritted his teeth, his hands unconsciously clenching. "Prepare for battle." Sun Wukong shouted, his voice firm and resolute, echoing through the ship. Everyone readied themselves for combat, their eyes filled with vigilance. The enemy ships fired beams of energy which sliced through the dark void of space like blades. Sun Wukong maneuvered the ship deftly to dodge. "Hold on, everyone." His hands moved rapidly across the control panel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "We can't keep dodging like this. We need to strike back," Vegeta said, his eyes burning with the desire to fight. Gohan concentrated his energy and fired a ki blast from the ship. The blast shot forth with immense power. "Great, I hit them!" he exclaimed excitedly. However, the enemy's attacks intensified. The ship's alarms kept blaring shrill and urgent, quickening everyone's heartbeat. "The ship is damaged!" Bulma shouted anxiously, her voice tinged with panic as she stared at the flashing fault indicators. "Everyone prepare to bail out," Sun Wukong decided swiftly. They all parachuted down onto an unfamiliar planet. On this planet, jagged rocks were everywhere. The wind howled, whipping up blinding dust that stung their faces with a dry, abrasive force. "What kind of hellish place is this?" Krillin complained, his voice swallowed by the gale. "Never mind that. Watch out for the enemy." Tien Shihan scrutinized their surroundings warily, his eyes squinting against the dust, ears straining to catch any sound. Sure enough, before long the enemies appeared before them. "Hand over the sphere and we'll spare your lives," the enemy leader barked, his voice hoarse and menacing, carrying an unmistakable threat. "Over my dead body," Sun Wukong glared back, his eyes blazing with fury and determination. His aura surged instantly and the two sides clashed in fierce combat. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, charging at the enemy. Each punch carried immense power, the wind from his fists howling. Vegito was not to be outdone. Purple energy waves exploded among the enemy ranks, blindingly bright with booming thunder. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan coordinated to engage the foes. Gohan's ki blasts streaked like meteors, Krillin's energy orbs flew in succession, and Tien Shinhan's tri-beam was devastating. Bulma hid behind a large boulder, watching the battle nervously. Her heart was in her throat, her breath rapid, the thumping of her own heartbeat loud in her ears. During the fight, Sun Wukong realized the enemies were no pushovers. They seemed to possess a special ability to absorb energy attacks. "Everyone be careful. They can absorb energy," Sun Wukong warned, his voice cutting through the chaos. Just as they were cornered, he felt a mysterious power surging within him. The power was warm and immense, as if trying to burst out of his body. This is... Without time to think, he channeled it, and unleashed an unprecedented powerful technique. A golden radiance instantly enveloped the enemies, dazzling and blinding. The enemies screamed in agony, their voices shrill and desperate. "Now's our chance! Attack!" Vegeta shouted. Together they rallied and drove the enemies back. Finally drove them off. Krillin collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His throat was parched, his breaths ragged. "But we still don't know who they were or why they wanted the sphere," Gohan said, his voice filled with doubt. "Let's find a place to rest first, then figure things out," Sun Wukong replied. They searched the strange planet for shelter. After walking a while, they discovered a cave. The cave entrance exuded an eerie, chilling atmosphere. "Let's go in and have a look," Sun Wukong said, leading the way. Inside the cave was damp, carrying the scent of earth and moss. Strange lights flickered on the walls, some green like fireflies, others blue like ghostly flames. "This place feels weird," Bulma said, her voice trembling as she clung close to the group. "Don't worry, we're here," Tien Shinhan reassured her, his voice calm and steady. Just then a low growl echoed from deep within the cave. The sound seemed to come from an ancient beast filled with boundless fury and authority, reverberating through the cave and making their eardrums ring. Everyone tensed up. "What is that?" A massive monster burst out of the darkness, lunging at them with claws bared. When the colossal monster surged from the darkness, everyone instantly entered battle mode. Sun Wukong shouted, "Be careful, everyone!" His voice echoed through the cave, filled with tension and vigilance. The sound reverberated like a great bell, causing fragments of rock to fall from the cavern walls. The monster was enormous, its body covered in a hard carapace etched with patterns resembling ancient totems, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Its eyes gleamed with a blood-red light like burning flames, and from its mouth spewed a pungent hot breath that carried a putrid stench, churning the stomach. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, "This guy looks tough." His purple aura instantly flared as he prepared to meet the monster's assault. His eyes were filled with resolve, the veins on his forehead bulging. Wu Fan clenched his fist, his gaze steady. "No matter what, we can't back down." His voice trembled slightly, yet carried immense courage. The monster attacked first, swinging its massive claws with a sharp, piercing wind. The sound was so shrill it seemed to tear at the eardrums. Sun Wukong dodged to the side, and the claws slammed into the ground, sending up a spray of debris. The debris struck the group, causing a stinging pain. Krillin stumbled back in terror, crying, "This is too horrifying!" His voice was filled with fear, and his heartbeat echoed loudly in the quiet cave. Tian Fan shouted, "Don't be afraid, Krillin. Let's attack together." His voice was steady and powerful, instilling a spark of courage in Krillin. Everyone unleashed their signature techniques, and colorful energy radiance blazed in the cave. The light illuminated the dark corners, revealing the monster's ferocious visage. Yet the monster agilely evaded the attacks and countered relentlessly. Each of its strikes carried a tremendous force, making the cave floor tremble continuously. "This won't work. We have to find its weakness," Sun Wukong exclaimed. His voice carried a hint of urgency as sweat dripped from his brow onto the ground. Bu Ma observed anxiously from the side. "I think its abdomen seems less armored." Her eyes were fixed on the monster, and she clutched a small device tightly. Hearing Bu Ma, Sun Wukong immediately charged toward the monster's abdomen. The monster sensed his intent and tried to stop him, but Vegito, Wu Fan, and the others held it firmly at bay. Sun Wukong finally reached the monster's abdomen and struck with all his might. The moment his fist connected, a dull thud sounded like hitting thick leather. The monster let out a pained roar and collapsed. The roar echoed through the cave, making everyone's ears ring. "Great, we did it!" Kulin cheered excitedly. His voice was filled with joy, and relief spread across his face. But before they could relax, a low growl came from deep within the cave. The sound seemed to rise from the depths of hell, brimming with endless fury and resentment. "There's more!" Tianjin Fan's expression changed. His voice was full of surprise and worry. Sure enough, several smaller monsters burst forth surrounding the group. These monsters exuded the same terrifying aura, emitting low growls from their mouths. "This is trouble," Vegito said, his brow furrowed deep. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes and his hands clenched unconsciously. Sun Wukong encouraged everyone. "Don't be afraid. We can defeat them." His voice was firm and powerful, bringing courage and confidence to the group. The battle resumed, the cave filled with the clash of energy and the shouts of the fighters. Each collision of energy produced a burst of intense light and shockwaves, making the air in the cave hot and thick. The cries of the group intertwined, full of fighting spirit and determination. While they fought fiercely, the enemy they had repelled earlier tracked them to the cave. "Haha, where do you think you're going this time?" The enemy leader laughed triumphantly. His laughter was grating in the cave, stirring disgust. Sun Wukong glared at the enemy. "You guys just won't give up, will you?" His eyes blazed with fury as his aura surged. The enemy seized the opportunity to attack, catching Sun Wukong and his team in a pincer, plunging them into a desperate situation. "Is this really where we die?" Kulin's voice carried a note of despair. His breathing grew rapid and his eyes were filled with terror. Wu Fan shouted, "No! We can't give up!" His voice was resolute, and his aura grew even stronger. At that critical moment, the mysterious power within Sun Wukong surged once more. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire cave. The light was warm and powerful, as if it could dispel all darkness and fear. The monsters and enemies were stunned by the radiance, temporarily halting their attacks. Their eyes under the glare revealed a trace of fear and confusion. Sun Wukong seized the chance to say to Vegeta and the others, "Everyone focus your power together." His voice in the light was solemn and sacred. The group understood his intent and channeled their energy into Sun Wukong. Their auras merged, forming a mighty torrent of power. Sun Wukong felt the immense energy gathering within him. He let out a mighty roar and unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful energy wave. The energy wave swept through the cave like a flood, destroying everything in its path with a tremendous roar. In an instant, the monsters and enemies were obliterated to ashes. The cave was filled with dust, and the stench of blood nauseating all. "Finally done!" Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. His body was drenched in sweat, and each breath came with great effort. The others were also gasping for breath, but smiles of victory spread across their faces. Their bodies ached terribly, their clothes torn, yet they were filled with the joy of survival. They emerged from the cave to find the world outside bathed in twilight. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the earth, casting everything in a golden hue. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a hint of coolness. The distant mountains stood out clearly against the sunset. Bu Ma sighed. "What a thrilling day it's been!" Her voice was full of exhaustion and emotion. Tianjin Fan gazed into the distance. "But as long as we stand together, nothing can defeat us." His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. "Right, let's head back," Wu Fan said. His voice carried a hint of urgency, eager to return to Earth. The group set out on their journey back, weary but filled with hope and courage. Upon returning to Earth, they discovered it was facing a new crisis. A mysterious dark force enshrouded the entire city, plunging people into panic. The dark energy was like thick viscous fog, pervading every corner and emitting a suffocating pressure. "What's going on?" Kulin asked in astonishment, his voice full of confusion and unease. Vegeta snorted. "Looks like another tough battle awaits." His eyes gleamed with the thrill of combat. Sun Wukong stared at the city shrouded in darkness, his gaze unwavering. "No matter what it is, we must protect Earth." His voice was resolute and full of determination. They immediately set out to investigate the source of the dark force. The city streets were deserted, with only the wind and the occasional sound of collapsing buildings. During their investigation, they encountered a mysterious figure. This person exuded a powerful aura, oppressive to the senses. His silhouette flickered in the darkness, his face obscured. So you're Sun Wukong and his team, the mysterious figure said coldly. His voice seemed to come from an ice cellar chilling to the bone. Sun Wukong warily regarded him. Who are you? Why are you here? His eyes were filled with questions. The mysterious figure laughed. I'm here to warn you, this dark force is beyond your ability to oppose. His laughter was laced with mockery. Enough talk. We're not afraid. Vegito charged forward, his purple aura blazing with fury. The mysterious figure flicked his sleeve and Vegito was sent flying. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. So strong! Wu Fan's eyes widened in shock and fear. Sun Wukong held Vegeta back. Don't act rashly. Let's hear what he has to say. His voice was steady and calm. The mysterious figure continued. This dark force comes from an ancient evil organization that has been seeking immense power to rule the universe. And Earth is their next target. His voice echoed in the darkness, filling their hearts with dread. We won't let them succeed, Sun Wukong declared firmly. His eyes blazed with an unyielding flame. The mysterious figure shook his head. You're too naive. This power far exceeds your imagination. With that, the figure vanished. Damn it, what does he mean? Kulin fumed, his fists clenched and teeth grinding. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. Regardless, we must prepare. His eyes showed unwavering resolve. They began to devise a plan and simultaneously enhance their own strength. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong and his team trained day and night, readying themselves for the impending fierce battle. After a series of battles and crises, Sun Wukong and his companions remained vigilant, fully aware that they must prepare thoroughly against the mysterious and formidable dark force. On a tranquil night, the sky above the earth was suddenly shrouded by a strange, ominous cloud. It churned like a colossal black vortex, seemingly alive with purple lightning flickering intermittently. The lightning darted like serpent tongues, crackling with each flash, illuminating the terrified city below. What is this? Kuririn gazed at the sky, his heart filled with unease. His voice trembled slightly, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure, making it hard to breathe. This can't be a good sign. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow. His eyes were solemn as he stared at the dark clouds, listening intently to the abnormal rustling of the wind. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in intense training within the gravity chamber. Sweat dripped from their bodies like rain, each droplet striking the floor heavily under the gravity, producing a rhythmic patter. Their clothes were drenched and clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Yet their eyes burned with unwavering determination like blazing flames. Bulma was in the lab, frantically upgrading weapons and equipment. The room was filled with the pungent metallic scent of chemicals and machinery. Instrument lights flickered and hummed. Gohan was at home, spending time with his family. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the aroma of food filled the room, but his mind was consumed by the impending battle. His chopsticks paused mid-air, lost in thought. Suddenly, a colossal black beam of light shot down from the ominous clouds, striking the city center. The immense impact instantly destroyed surrounding buildings, sending flames and smoke billowing into the sky. The blaze painted half the sky red, thick smoke rising with scorching heat and acrid fumes. Not good. Sensing the overwhelming power, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately ceased training and flew toward the site. Their figures streaked across the night sky like lightning stirring a fierce wind. When they arrived, a massive dark figure slowly emerged from the light pillar. It exuded a suffocating evil aura, a chilling presence that seemed to freeze the very soul. The surrounding air seemed to crystallize, crackling audibly. Who are you? Sun Wukong demanded, his voice sharp with anger and vigilance. The dark figure chuckled coldly. I am the emissary of darkness sent to destroy Earth. His voice was low and raspy, as if from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Vegeta glared furiously. You! His body radiated purple energy, eyes filled with disdain. Without another word, the dark figure launched an attack. A black energy wave hurtled towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, carrying destructive power that scorched the air with a sizzling sound. They dodged swiftly, and the energy wave struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. Debris and dust flew, stinging their faces. Everyone be careful, this guy is strong, Sun Wukong warned urgently. Kuririn and Tien Shinhan arrived and joined the battle. The dark figure fought against multiple opponents without yielding ground. His attacks were fierce and erratic, leaving Sun Wukong and the others struggling to keep up. Each strike whistled through the air, terrifying to behold. Bulma observed the battle from a flying vehicle providing support. The engine roared in the night sky. Her voice came through the communicator. "Hang in there, everyone, I've got your back. We can't go on like this." Gohan arrived studying the dark figure, his mind racing for a strategy. His eyes were focused and calm, his thoughts sharp. Suddenly the dark figure clasped his hands, unleashing a powerful dark force that sent everyone flying. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground like broken kites. The impact reverberated with a dull thud, causing sharp pain. Sun Wukong rose, wiping blood from his lips. "Looks like we have to go all out." His voice was resolute and fierce, his eyes burning with renewed determination. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Together. His voice was filled with anger and defiance. They charged at the dark figure again, engaging in an even more intense battle. Sun Wukong unleashed his Super Saiyan power, his body enveloped in golden aura, each punch carrying earth-shattering force. His fists whistled through the air, forcing the dark figure to take each attack seriously. Vegeta also unleashed his full power, radiating purple energy. His energy waves streaked like purple lightning, illuminating the dark sky. Kuririn and Tien Shinhan coordinated, using their signature techniques. Kuririn hurled energy spheres while Tien Shinhan's tri-beam struck with devastating force. Gohan focused his energy, preparing for a decisive blow. His breath was steady and powerful, causing the air around him to tremble. Under the combined assault, the dark figure began to show signs of weakness. Now! Gohan seized the moment, unleashing a powerful energy wave. It shot toward the dark figure like a meteor, carrying all his strength. The energy wave struck the dark figure, making him stagger. Sun Wukong and the others intensified their attacks until the dark figure finally collapsed. His body hit the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth. But just as victory seemed at hand, the dark figure dissolved into a black mist and vanished into the air. The mist carried a malevolent aura, sending a chill through everyone. "What happened?" Kuririn asked in astonishment. His voice was filled with confusion and unease. "He's not defeated, just escaped for now," Sun Wukong said gravely. His eyes betrayed a hint of worry, his brow furrowed. "What do we do?" Tien Shinhan asked. "Keep training and prepare for his return." Sun Wukong's voice was firm and resolute, instilling confidence and courage in the others. They nodded, their hearts filled with resolve. Back home, Gohan watched his sleeping family, vowing silently to protect them. He gently stroked his child's face, feeling the warmth and softness. In the lab, Bulma worked tirelessly on new equipment. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet she remained focused, immersed in her work. Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to the gravity chamber, pushing their limits. The intense pressure made every movement agonizing, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. In a dark corner, the black mist reformed into the dark figure, his eyes blazing with rage and hatred. "Next time I will annihilate you all." His voice echoed through the darkness, carrying an endless threat. Earth was plunged into tension and unease, but Sun Wukong and his companions were not cowed by fear. They stood resolute, guarding the land, awaiting the next battle. The disappearance of the shadow allowed Earth to temporarily regain its peace, but Sun Wukong and the others knew this was merely the calm before the storm. They dared not slacken in the slightest, throwing themselves wholeheartedly into battle preparations. Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued their arduous training in the gravity room. Inside, the deafening roar of the machines echoed like unceasing war drums. Each exertion was accompanied by heavy breathing that howled like a fierce gale, reverberating through the cramped space. Sweat drenched their clothes, dripping onto the ground to form small puddles. The salty tang of sweat filled the air, mingling with the metallic scent of rust and stinging their nostrils. "Vegeta, this time we must become stronger." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth as he spoke. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, every word forced through clenched teeth. Vegeta retorted, "Don't think you're the only one pushing yourself, Kakarot." His gaze burned with combat spirit, purple energy swirling around him like blazing violet flames. Each punch he threw carved through the air with a sharp whistle like wind. Gohan trained tirelessly within the room of spirit and time. The intense heat and pressure made his suffering acute. The stifling atmosphere felt as though it could cook him alive, each breath like swallowing fire that scorched his throat. Sweat streamed from his body like a river, wetting the ground and forming puddles. "I must protect everyone." Gohan swore silently. His voice rang crystal clear in the quiet chamber, laden with boundless resolve. Krillin and Tien were also refining their techniques and skills. On the vast training ground they sparred against each other, their fists and feet colliding with heavy thuds. Each impact left their muscles aching and bones feeling as though they might shatter. Tien, take this! Krillin shouted loudly, the energy sphere in his hand glowing brightly and illuminating his determined face. Tien responded. Bring it on, Krillin! His eyes were focused and his posture agile like a fierce tiger in the mountains. Meanwhile, Bulma was swamped in the laboratory with various parts and tools cluttering the tables. The instrument's lights flickered continuously, casting light on her tired yet concentrated face. Her fingers deftly manipulated the tools, the collision of metal parts producing crisp sounds. I must complete the development of these new weapons before the enemy attacks again, Bulma muttered to herself while working frantically. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat that rolled down her cheeks, dropping to the ground and disappearing instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, people were also preparing for the battle that might come. Everyone worked together with one heart to build defensive fortifications. The sound of hammers striking nails and electric saws cutting wood wove together into a stirring symphony. People's shouts rose and fell, full of strength and determination. In the warehouse storing supplies, the air was filled with the scent of food and medicine. Chest after chest of supplies were neatly stacked as people busily moved them about, their footsteps echoing through the warehouse. One day Sun Wukong emerged from the gravity room, his presence radiating immense power. Each step carried tremendous pressure, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Wukong, how do you feel? Krillin asked, his voice filled with concern and anticipation. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, sensing the surrounding air. Not enough yet. I can still become stronger. His gaze was fixed firmly on the distance, as if he could pierce through all obstacles. Just then Bulma ran over excitedly. Her footsteps were hurried and agitated, and she held a model of a new weapon in her hand. I did it! The new weapon has been developed! Bulma exclaimed loudly. Her voice brimmed with joy and pride, her face beaming with an excited smile. The others gathered around, looking at the new weapon Bulma displayed with eyes full of anticipation. The weapon's metallic casing gleamed with a cold light under the sunshine, conveying its formidable power. With these weapons our combat effectiveness will surely increase greatly, Tien said. His voice carried a touch of excitement as he reached out to gently touch the weapon's surface, feeling its icy texture. However, just as everyone was full of confidence, an evil aura once again enveloped Earth. That aura was like a cold wind in midwinter, instantly penetrating people's bones and making them shudder with dread. Oh no, they're here! Sun Wukong's expression changed. His eyes instantly became sharp and the aura around him surged again. Everyone immediately entered a combat stance, nervously gazing at the sky. Dark clouds gathered overhead with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. There appeared in the air the shadow figure, accompanied by a group of powerful subordinates, each radiating a terrifying aura. That aura spread like black smoke, making it difficult to breathe. Sun Wukong, this is your end! The shadow figure roared loudly. His voice was like distant thunder echoing between heaven and earth. Sun Wukong showed no fear. Come on, we're not afraid of you. His voice was firm and powerful like a battle song. Gohan clenched his fists, his aura surging. We will definitely protect Earth. Krillin and Tien shouted in unison. Battle! Vegeta sneered. Let me show you my power! An intense battle was about to unfold. Sun Wukong instantly charged toward the shadow figure, his figure moving as fast as lightning. The wind from his punches roared as it collided with the shadow figure's attacks, creating massive explosions that made eardrums ache. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced off against the shadow figure's subordinates, his energy waves sweeping across the area as purple light illuminated the sky. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien coordinated with each other, engaging in a desperate battle against the enemies. On the battlefield, beams of energy crossed and explosions shook the heavens. Each attack delivered powerful impacts that made it difficult to stay on one's feet. Krillin was struck by an enemy and fell to the ground. Krillin! Sun Wukong shouted, a surge of anger rising within him. He attacked the shadow figure more fiercely, the golden aura burning even more intensely. Vegeta also roared in anger, defeating the enemies before him one by one. Gohan tapped into his potential, firing energy blasts that continuously struck the enemies. Tien's Kikuho released astonishing power, exploding within the enemy ranks. The battle reached its climax as both sides gave their all. On the ground, Bulma nervously monitored the situation, gripping her communicator tightly, ready to provide support at any moment. Go for it, everyone! Her voice carried anxiety and hope. In the sky, Sun Wukong and the others moved through the light, each of their attacks fueled by unwavering conviction and determination to protect Earth. Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the shadow and his minions. The entire sky was illuminated by the radiance of their energy, the thunderous roars deafening. The light blazed brilliantly, hues of gold, violet, and azure interweaving into a magnificent tapestry. Each collision of energy unleashed a massive shockwave, causing the air to hum with a resonant vibration. Sun Wukong confronted the shadow in a direct clash. Every punch he threw carried boundless power, golden flames blazing fiercely around his body. His fists sliced through the air, drawing sharp whistling sounds that seemed to tear the very fabric of space. "Shadow, today is your end!" Sun Wukong roared, his fists raining down upon the shadow like a relentless storm. His voice brimmed with fury and determination, echoing across the battlefield. The shadow sneered coldly, effortlessly evading Sun Wukong's attacks. "Sun Wukong, how naive! Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" His voice was low and sinister, like a curse from the abyss. As he spoke, he swung his hand back, unleashing a wave of black energy towards Sun Wukong. The energy wave exuded a dense aura of darkness, freezing the very air in its path. Sun Wukong sidestepped to evade the energy wave, grazing past him, leaving a black scorch mark in the air behind him, reeking of acrid smoke. On Vegito's side, he was surrounded by several powerful adversaries, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Violet energy flickered around his body. His eyes burned with battle frenzy, each breath heavy with strain. "You fools think you can stop me!" Vegito bellowed, unleashing energy waves from his hands, forcing the enemies back. The energy bolts streaked across the sky, crackling like popping beans. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan also fought fiercely, their bodies bearing various wounds. Sweat soaked their clothes, mingling with blood that trickled down their forms. Yet their eyes remained resolute, burning with unyielding spirit. Gohan concentrated, unleashing a powerful ki blast. The blast howled forth with a piercing shriek, and with a thunderous boom it repelled the enemy before him. The moment the enemy was struck, a pained howl echoed through the air. Krillin weaved agilely among the foes, seizing the moment to deliver a lethal blow. His movements were swift and precise, each strike decisive and resolute. Tien Shinhan's tri-beam was devastating, each blast inflicting considerable damage on the enemy. The light of the tri-beam illuminated his determined face, his mouth unleashing continuous roars. On the ground, Bulma operated her instruments, tensely providing support for everyone. The indicator lights on the instruments flickered, emitting beeping sounds. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, her forehead beaded with fine sweat. "Everyone keep going. Hold on." Her voice reached each of them through the communicator, laced with concern and urgency. The battle grew more intense. Sun Wukong gradually felt his stamina waning, yet his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His breathing turned rapid and labored, each inhale feeling like fire scorching his lungs. "Super Saiyan!" Sun Wukong roared, his aura surging once more, his hair turning golden, his combat power skyrocketing. His body radiated dazzling light like a golden sun. The shadow was slightly taken aback. "I didn't expect you to have that trick, but it's still not enough." The shadow also elevated his power, clashing fiercely with Sun Wukong once more. Each collision generated immense energy fluctuations, warping the surrounding space. During the battle, Vegeta suddenly spotted a flaw in the enemy's defense. Now, he seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack, defeating the enemies encircling him in one fell swoop. The enemies were struck and flew backward like kites with broken strings. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan gradually gained the upper hand, and the foes began to retreat step by step. Their assaults grew more ferocious, overwhelming the enemies. However, at that moment the shadow unleashed a lethal technique. Dark Destruction Wave. A colossal wave of black energy shot from his hand, hurtling towards Sun Wukong and the others. The energy wave resembled a black dragon, bearing its claws and fangs, exuding an aura of utter annihilation. "Everyone watch out!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and concern. The group quickly gathered their strength to jointly resist the formidable attack. Their energies merged, forming a powerful defensive barrier. The energy wave collided with their combined force, resulting in a massive explosion. The explosion's brilliance was blinding, impossible to gaze upon. The thunderous roars shook their eardrums painfully, as if trying to rip their souls from their bodies. After the explosion, Sun Wukong and the others lay on the ground, their breaths weak. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood staining their clothes. Their breathing was shallow and rapid, each inhale accompanied by pained groans. "Ha ha, you have failed after all!" The shadow laughed triumphantly. His laughter was especially piercing in the silent battlefield, igniting fury in everyone's hearts. Just as the shadow prepared to deliver the final blow, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up. His body trembled slightly, but his eyes blazed with an indomitable will. I won't let you win! Sun Wukong's gaze was filled with determination and resolve. His voice, though hoarse, pulsed with strength. He erupted with immense power, once more charging at the shadow. His figure was like lightning instantly before the shadow. The shadow, caught off guard by Sun Wukong's remaining strength, was momentarily stunned. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, forcing the shadow to retreat step by step. His fists rained down on the shadow like hailstones, each blow carrying his fury and resolve. Inspired by Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others also rose to their feet, rejoining the battle. Together, let's eliminate him! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed across the battlefield, galvanizing everyone. The group united, pooling all their strength into a final assault on the shadow. Their energies merged into an overwhelming force like a torrent surging toward the shadow. Faced with this immense power, the shadow finally could not withstand it. With a cry of, "Ah!" he dissolved into a cloud of smoke that vanished into the air. The smoke carried away his final bitterness and despair, gradually dissipating. His minions, seeing the tide turn, fled in panic. Their footsteps were chaotic and hurried, filled with fear and panic. We have won! Sun Wukong and the others cheered. Their voices brimmed with joy and exhaustion, echoing across the sky. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, but their faces beamed with triumphant smiles. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness and immense comfort. Bulma ran over. Everyone is safe, what a relief! Her voice was filled with joy and excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Just as the group celebrated their victory, a mysterious light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was brilliant and soft, impossible to gaze at directly. What is that? Krillin asked in surprise, his voice tinged with confusion and caution. A voice came from within the light. Heroes of Earth, your feats are admirable, but greater challenges lie ahead. The voice was deep and distant, as if an ancient call. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what this portended. After the mysterious light vanished, Sun Wukong and his companions fell into deep contemplation. They knew instinctively that the voice they had just heard heralded far more arduous trials awaiting them in the future. Whatever it is, we will never back down! Sun Wukong declared, his fists clenched and his gaze resolute. His voice echoed with unyielding strength, as if it could pierce through every obstacle. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn and determined. After a brief respite, they began discussing the strange event that had just occurred. What exactly was that light and that voice? Kuririn asked, frowning with bewilderment. His eyes were filled with confusion, his voice trembling slightly, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead under the sunlight. Vegeta snorted coldly. Who cares? Bring it on one by one. He crossed his arms, his chin lifted slightly, while a faint purple aura flickered around him, exuding intense confidence and pride. Bulma, deep in thought, said, I think there must be a major secret behind all this. She tapped her chin lightly with her fingers, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. The wind blew through her hair, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. After a moment of reflection, Gohan said, Perhaps this is some kind of test from the universe. His gaze was profound and unwavering, and his aura was steady and powerful. Just as they were in the midst of heated discussion, strange energy fluctuations suddenly emerged in every corner of the earth. The ripples spread rapidly like invisible waves, stirring a sense of unease in everyone's hearts. What's happening now? Tenshinhan exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened as he strained to listen to the faint hum of the energy fluctuations, a low buzzing sound that made his ears tingle. Sun Wukong immediately sensed the energy fluctuations. Everyone follow me, he said, his voice decisive and urgent. In an instant he transformed into a golden streak of light and shot into the distance. The group dispersed to investigate different locations. Sun Wukong arrived at a forest where the trees seemed twisted and grotesque, affected by some form of energy. The leaves displayed eerie colors and the branches intertwined as if writhing in agony. He moved cautiously through the woods, the dry twigs and leaves crunching under his feet. The air was thick with a putrid smell. Suddenly he heard a low growl. Who's there? Sun Wukong said, looking around warily. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, his muscles tense, ready to respond to any sudden threat. A massive figure emerged from the depths of the forest, a monstrous creature never seen before, radiating a powerful and evil aura. That aura was like icy frost, sending a chill through Sun Wukong. The beast's hide was coarse and hard, its eyes glowing with blood-red light, and a scorching breath spewed from its mouth. I'll deal with you! Sun Wukong charged forward fearlessly. His figure moved like lightning, stirring up a gale that howled through the trees. Meanwhile, Vegito arrived at a city where strange cracks marred the buildings and an eerie fog filled the streets. The fog was as thick as milk, blurring vision, and carrying a pungent chemical odor. What the hell is this? Vegito was filled with doubt. His brows furrowed as purple energy flickered in his hand. Just then a group of mysterious figures emerged from the mist and launched an attack at him. Those figures moved swiftly, emitting low growls that echoed through the fog, sending chills down the spine. In a desert, Gohan noticed that the sand was constantly shifting, forming massive whirlpools. The whirlpools howled with a roaring sound. This is too abnormal, Gohan observed warily. His heartbeat was loud and clear in the silent desert, each thump tinged with tension and unease. Suddenly enormous insect-like creatures crawled out from the whirlpools, lunging at him with claws bared. Their wings buzzed loudly and their hard shells reflected dazzling light under the sun. Kuririn and Tenshinhan also encountered bizarre phenomena and enemies in their respective locations. Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with the monster, whose immense strength put enormous pressure on him with every strike. The monster's claws sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound like a whistle. Yet relying on his indomitable will and superb combat skills, Sun Wukong gradually gained the upper hand. Go down! Sun Wukong roared, unleashing a powerful attack that struck the monster to the ground. His fist collided with the beast with a dull thud like a drumbeat. Vegeta showed no mercy against the mysterious figures, firing energy blasts that sizzled through the fog, repelling the enemies one by one. Gohan, using ki blasts, successfully drove back the insect-like creatures. The shockwaves from the explosions sent sand flying into the air, blinding the eyes. After arduous battles, Kuririn and Tenshinhan also overcame the crises. The group reconvened, sharing their findings with each other. These strange phenomena and enemies seem to be organized, Bulma analyzed. Her voice was clear and calm, holding a device whose data flickered continuously. Could this be another conspiracy? Tenshinhan said, his voice tinged with fatigue and worry. Just then a mysterious figure appeared before them. The figure radiated a soft glow, obscuring his features. Greetings, warriors of Earth, the figure said. His voice was deep and resonant, as if coming from a distant place. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes full of vigilance, his aura subtly stirring. The mysterious figure smiled. I am an envoy from another dimension. These anomalies are caused by the disruption of the cosmic balance. The cosmic balance? The group stared at him in astonishment. The figure continued. Yes, the rise of dark forces has already affected the entire universe's equilibrium. You bear the mission to restore balance. Us? Vegeta sneered. Why us? The figure replied. Because you possess great power and a righteous heart. Only you can fulfill this mission. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, then said, All right, if that's the case, we are willing to take on this mission. The figure nodded and handed Sun Wukong a mysterious crystal. This is the heart of the universe. It will aid you in your mission, but the path will be fraught with peril. The crystal emitted a soft, warm light that brought a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Sun Wukong took it, feeling its gentle radiance. Set forth, brave warriors, the figure said, then vanished. Sun Wukong and his companions, carrying the heart of the universe, embarked on a new journey. Sun Wukong and his companions, carrying the cosmic heart, embarked on the arduous journey to restore the balance of the universe. Their figures streaked across the starry sky, with surrounding stars shimmering faintly as if guiding their path. They first arrived at a planet shrouded in dark energy. The sky above was thick with ominous clouds, not a single ray of sunlight piercing through. Darkness like a heavy curtain tightly enveloped the entire planet. The air reeked of decay and despair, a pungent sourness that churned the stomach. This place feels really ominous. Krillin couldn't help but say, his voice trembling slightly. His body quivered faintly, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his palms were clammy with perspiration. Who cares, let's go in and see, Vegeta declared, charging ahead. His figure, like a bolt of purple lightning, vanished instantly into the darkness. The others followed closely behind. Upon entering the planet, they found the environment extremely harsh. The ground was cracked and barren, with deep fissures crisscrossing the surface as if split by a giant's axe. From afar, eerie howls echoed across the desolate wilderness, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong warned. His voice was steady and forceful, offering a sense of reassurance. They moved forward cautiously, the soft earth beneath their feet kicking up clouds of dust with every step. Suddenly a swarm of dark creatures burst forth from the ground, launching an attack. These creatures had twisted forms, some with sharp fangs dripping green slime that reeked of decay, others covered in razor-sharp spines that glinted menacingly in the darkness. Gohan immediately unleashed a ki blast which erupted with dazzling light, and sent a wave of enemies reeling with a thunderous boom. "Don't let your guard down!" he shouted, his voice filled with tension and focus. Sun Wukong, relying on his agile movements, weaved through the enemies. Each motion generated a gust of wind, and every punch carried immense power, landing with a dull thud against the creatures. Vegito was not to be outdone. A purple energy aura flared around him, illuminating his furious face as he repelled the approaching foes, who let out agonized howls upon being struck. In the heat of battle, Tien Shinhan noticed that these dark creatures seemed endless, as if they could never be fully vanquished. "This won't work, we need to find their source," he exclaimed, his voice cutting through the clamor of combat. Bulma observed from the sidelines, seeking clues. Her eyes scanned the environment intently while the instrument in her hand emitted a steady beeping sound. Just as the group began to feel overwhelmed, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful surge of dark energy in the distance. The force like surging waves pounded against his mind. "Follow me," he said, charging toward the source of that energy. His figure like a golden meteor streaked across the darkness. The others followed closely, arriving before a massive cave. The cave exuded a bone-chilling aura, a cold that seemed to pierce the marrow. "This must be their lair," Vegeta remarked, his voice tinged with both excitement and tension. They entered without hesitation, the cave thick with dense damp and cold dark mist that blurred their vision. "Watch your step," Krillin warned, nearly tripping over a jagged rock. The rocky floor was uneven, some stones sharp as blades, others smooth as spheres. Suddenly a colossal dark monster burst from the mist, its gaping maw spewing scorching breath laced with the scent of blood as it lunged at them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed forward to engage the beast in a desperate battle. The monster's strength was immense, each attack made the ground tremble, its claws scraping across the floor with a screeching sound, leaving deep gouges. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were knocked back a few steps, their backs slamming against the cave walls, sending chunks of stone raining down. "This guy is tough," Gohan said, his voice laced with concern. "Let's all attack together," Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice filled with determination. Everyone unleashed their strongest techniques, and a kaleidoscope of energy lights interwove within the cave, illuminating the darkness and reflecting their resolute faces. After a fierce struggle, they finally defeated the monster. It crashed to the ground with a dull thud, shaking the earth. But before they could catch their breath, an even more violent energy fluctuation emanated from deep within the cave, a series of invisible waves assailing their spirits. "There's an even stronger enemy," Bulma said, her voice trembling with fear. Just then a dark figure appeared before them, towering and imposing, exuding a terrifying presence. "You reckless fools, how dare you intrude here?" The dark figure sneered, his voice as cold as ice, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked, his voice firm and strong, his eyes filled with vigilance. "I am the Guardian of Darkness. You shall not disrupt the balance here," the figure declared, his voice echoing through the cave with boundless authority. Sun Wukong and his companions did not retreat, they launched another assault. The battle was fierce, the dark figure's attacks eerie and overwhelming. Each of his strikes carried the power of darkness, nearly impossible to withstand. The group gradually fell into a predicament. "What do we do? We can't seem to beat him," Krillin said, his voice filled with despair. "Don't give up. There must be a way." Sun Wukong encouraged them, his voice brimming with strength, reigniting their fighting spirit. Just then the cosmic heart in Sun Wukong's hand began to glow. The light was warm and gentle like a beacon in the darkness. "Maybe this is our turning point," Gohan said, his voice tinged with hope. Sun Wukong felt the power of the cosmic heart, and seemed to find a breakthrough. He charged at the dark figure again, harnessing the heart's power to unleash an unprecedented mighty attack. Golden light encircled his body like a sword, piercing the darkness. Under this overwhelming force, the dark figure began to falter, his body trembling slightly, his aura growing erratic. The group seized the opportunity to rush forward, raining down a barrage of energy attacks upon the dark figure, finally defeating him. With a despairing shriek, the figure dissolved into a puff of smoke and vanished. As the figure fell, the dark energy on the planet began to dissipate. The clouds gradually parted, revealing the sun's rays. The sunlight was warm and gentle, bathing the group in a soothing glow. "We did it!" Krillin shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with joy and exhilaration. Yet they knew this was only the beginning of their journey. Countless more challenges awaited them. Sun Wukong and his companions successfully vanquished the Dark Guardian and departed from that planet shrouded in darkness, continuing to traverse the cosmos in search of a way to restore the balance of the universe. Their spacecraft hurtled through the boundless starry sky, with the stars outside the window shimmering like radiant gems emitting a mysterious glow. They arrived at a planet brimming with vitality, where lush mountains and clear waters along with the songs of birds and fragrance of flowers formed a stark contrast to the previous darkness. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying the scent of blossoms and the freshness of grass. Birds chirped merrily on the branches, their voices crisp and melodious, as if performing an enchanting symphony. "This place looks pretty good," Krillin said with a smile, taking a deep breath of the fresh air which was filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass. That fragrance seemed like a herald of spring, refreshing the mind and heart. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze on his cheeks, a blissful smile spreading across his face. "Don't let your guard down, there might be danger too." Vegito remained vigilant, his brows furrowed and his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, his purple aura flickering faintly as if ready to confront any potential threat. Just as they were about to explore the planet further, a group of figures appeared before them. These beings radiated a powerful presence but bore no hostility. Their silhouettes cast long shadows under the sunlight, exuding an air of majesty. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked. His voice was resounding and clear, echoing through the air. One of the figures stepped forward and said with a smile, "We are the guardians of this planet. We sense the righteous power within you." His voice was gentle and mellow like aged wine, bringing a sense of peace. Wu Fan looked at them curiously. "Can you help us restore the balance of the universe?" His eyes sparkled with hope and his voice carried a hint of urgency. The guardians exchanged glances and nodded. "Perhaps we can cooperate, but first you must pass our trials." Their voices were unified and firm, as if spoken by a single person. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. "Bring it on. No matter what trials, we fear nothing." His smile was radiant and fearless, his golden aura blazing even brighter. The trials began, and they were led to a massive arena. The arena floor was made of hard crystal, gleaming with strange light as colorful as a rainbow. "The first trial, a clash of strength," one of the guardians shouted, his voice echoing across the arena, full of authority. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "I'll go first." His voice brimmed with confidence and courage. A giant guardian strode onto the field, his heavy footsteps making the ground tremble slightly. His muscles bulged like small hills, radiating immense power. Sun Wukong stood opposite him, their gazes colliding as if sparks flew in the air. "Begin!" With the command, the two charged at each other. Their fists clashed, producing a deafening sound. Bang! The sound was like a thunderclap exploding beside the ears, sending chills down the spine. The ground quaked violently and fine cracks appeared on the crystal floor. "Ha!" Sun Wukong roared, launching a full-force attack. His golden aura blazed even fiercer, each punch carrying the power to shatter heaven and earth. At last he repelled his opponent. "Well done, Sun Wukong!" Vegito shouted, his voice filled with excitement and pride. Next came the test of speed. Tianjin Fan displayed his astonishing agility, his figure moving like a phantom across the arena, leaving only blurred afterimages. The wind howled past his ears. Whoosh whoosh! In the trial of wisdom, Bu Ma, with her brilliant mind, successfully solved the puzzle. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, her fingers swiftly operating and pondering over various instruments and riddles. When all trials were over, the guardians nodded in satisfaction. "You have passed the trials. From now on we shall be allies," said the leader of the guardians, his voice filled with admiration and anticipation. "Fantastic!" Krillin leaped with joy, pushing off the ground with his feet soaring high into the air, his face beaming with boundless delight. At that moment the guardian leader produced an ancient tome. "This records some secrets about the Dark Force. It may be of help to you." The book's cover was aged and mysterious, exuding a faint aura of magic. Sun Wukong and the others gathered around, carefully studying the contents. Fingers gently touched the yellowed pages, the paper rough yet textured. Suddenly Wu Fan discovered a crucial clue. "Look! It mentions a mysterious gem that can enhance the power of the cosmic heart." His voice was filled with surprise and excitement. "Then we must find it," Vegeta said, his eyes gleaming with determination. The guardians told them that the gem was located in a dangerous place guarded by a powerful monster. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong declared, "Then let's set off." His voice was decisive and resolute. Guided by the guardians, the group advanced toward the gem's location. Along the way they encountered various strange creatures and treacherous terrain. A babbling brook flowed beside them, the water crystal clear with fish swimming joyfully. "This place is really hard to navigate," Kulin complained, his steps heavy and his forehead beaded with sweat. "Stop your whining, move faster," Vegito urged, his voice tinged with impatience. Finally they arrived before a massive cave from which came low rumbling roars. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. "This should be the place," Sun Wukong said, his voice low and solemn. They cautiously entered the cave, which was filled with a pungent stench like rotting corpses, making them nauseous. Suddenly a colossal three-headed monster appeared before them, its eyes blazing with ferocious light like burning flames impossible to look directly at. "Prepare for battle," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice echoing through the cave, brimming with combat fervor. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging the monster in a breathtaking battle. Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the colossal three-headed monster. Within the cave, light and shadow intertwined, and the thunderous roar was deafening. The monster's three heads spewed flames, frost, and lightning respectively. The flames were scorching hot, as if they could incinerate everything in their path, and the rolling waves of heat seared the skin with a piercing pain. The frost was bitingly cold, crystallizing the air into fine ice crystals that crackled with a crisp sound. The lightning flashed with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a thunderous crackling as if it would tear the entire cave apart. "Everyone be careful!" Sun Wukong shouted a warning to his comrades, moving like lightning as he agilely dodged the raging flames spewed by the monster. His voice was remarkably clear amidst the clamor of battle, resolute and unwavering. Vegito snorted disdainfully, a purple aura rising around him like a burning violet flame as he charged at the monster. "Watch this!" His eyes gleamed with contempt and confidence. With each step immense power radiated from him, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. Gohan was not to be outdone, gathering energy and unleashing a powerful ki blast. Ha! The blast shot forth with a blinding radiance accompanied by a resonant hum that vibrated through the air. Krillin and Tien Shinhan waited on the sidelines, searching for an opening in the monster's defenses. Krillin's heart pounded rapidly, his breath quick as he watched the monster's every move with intense focus. Tien Shinhan's gaze was sharp as a blade, his muscles taut and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Bulma crouched nervously behind a large boulder, observing the battle's progress. Her heartbeat echoed clearly in the quiet corner. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, afraid that any sound she made might distract the others. The monster's attacks grew fiercer. It swung its claws, summoning a gale that howled and lashed against their faces like countless tiny blades. "This thing is too tough!" Krillin yelled, his voice laced with anxiety and exhaustion. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Sun Wukong's eyes were resolute. "Don't back down, we can defeat it!" His gaze burned like a torch, and the golden aura around him blazed even brighter, each movement brimming with strength and determination. Just then the monster suddenly opened its massive maw, unleashing an immense suction force that tried to pull everyone into its mouth. The pull was like an invisible vortex, powerful and irresistible. "Not good!" Tien Shinhan struggled against the suction, his feet planted firmly on the ground, yet his body involuntarily leaned forward. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to leap onto the monster's head, delivering a full-powered strike. His fist shot forth like a meteor, carrying boundless force as it crashed into the monster. The moment his fist connected with the monster, a deep, muffled boom echoed. Boom! The monster recoiled in pain, releasing its suction and roaring in fury. Its roar reverberated through the cave, making their eardrums throb and causing debris to rain down from the ceiling. Vegeta seized the timing, firing a powerful energy blast that struck one of the monster's eyes. The energy blast sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. Sizzle! Roar! The monster shrieked in agony, its body lurching as black blood oozed from its eye, emitting a foul stench. Gohan seized the moment, unleashing another ki blast that struck the monster's abdomen. The blast exploded in a brilliant burst of light, a resounding bang, echoing through the cave. After a grueling battle, the monster finally collapsed, barely alive. Its body twitched as white foam dribbled from its mouth. Finally done! Krillin sighed in relief, plopping onto the ground and gasping for air. Sweat soaked through his clothes. The group ventured deeper into the cave, searching for the mysterious gem. The cavern was filled with an eerie damp and cold atmosphere carrying a hint of antiquity. Strange lights flickered on the walls, some green like fireflies, others blue like ghostly flames, making the place feel like a dreamlike realm. "Everyone be careful. There might be other dangers," Sun Wukong warned, his voice echoing in the empty cave with a tone of gravity. Suddenly the ground began to tremble and traps emerged all around. Sharp spikes shot up from the traps, gleaming with a cold light. "Damn!" Tian Xinhan nearly fell into a deep pit, jerking backward and breaking out in a cold sweat. Bulma cried out, "Watch out for those spikes!" Her voice was filled with fear and concern. The group carefully navigated around the traps, pressing forward. Each step was taken with extreme caution, their heartbeats audible in the silent cave. At last, deep within the cave, they discovered a stone altar upon which lay the mysterious gem. The gem radiated a brilliant light like the brightest star in the night sky. The light illuminated their faces, revealing expressions of surprise and delight. The gem seemed to harbor boundless power, surging like a tide, imposing an invisible pressure on them. "This is it!" Gohan exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with joy and anticipation. Just as they were about to take the gem, a group of dark figures emerged, blocking their path. "This belongs to us. You shall not take it," the dark figures said, their voices low and raspy as if from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong frowned. "Who are you?" His eyes were wary and his aura instantly surged. "We are followers of the dark forces. This gem belongs to our master." The dark figures spoke in unison, their silhouettes appearing especially sinister in the gem's glow. "No matter who you are, you won't stop us." Vegito roared, his body once again engulfed in a purple energy that flickered with light. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Sun Wukong engaged in close quarters combat with several dark figures, his fists whistling through the air with each strike. His fists collided with the figures' bodies, producing a dull thud. Thud! Thud! Vegeta launched energy blasts in rapid succession, trying to drive back the enemies. The energy blasts streaked through the air with dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations, crackling with a sizzling sound. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan fought with all their might. Gohan's ki spheres shot toward the dark figures like meteors, Krillin's energy discs whirled out, and Tien Shinhan's tri-beam was devastating. Bulma shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Everyone be careful!" Her voice was filled with concern and tension. The battle reached a fever pitch with neither side yielding. The dark figures' attacks grew more frenzied, their forms weaving in the light, dazzling the eyes. Just then Sun Wukong discovered the dark figures' weakness. "Attack their backs!" he shouted, his voice like a battle horn, inspiring the others. Following Sun Wukong's instructions, they concentrated their attacks on the weak point. The dark figures began to falter and retreat. "Don't let them escape," Vegeta urged, wanting to press the advantage. But Sun Wukong stopped him. "Don't chase a cornered foe. The gem is what matters." They successfully obtained the gem and left the cave. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis awaited. Sun Wukong and the others emerged from the cave bearing the mysterious gem. The sunlight bathed them, yet it could not dispel the unease lingering in their hearts. The warm sunlight caressed their skin, promising comfort and peace, but their brows remained furrowed. "I don't know why, but I feel like something isn't right." Wu Fan frowned, his voice laced with concern. His gaze fixed on the gem in his hand, which emanated a mysterious and alluring glow. "What's there to fear? We're here." Vegeta scoffed, arms crossed. A faint purple aura flickered around him, betraying his confidence and pride. Bu-Er-Ma examined the gem. "The energy fluctuations of this gem are strange. It might indeed bring trouble." She held various instruments, their indicators blinking and emitting beeping sounds. They decided to return to the spaceship first and plan their next move. Along the way, everyone remained highly alert. A gentle breeze carried a slight chill, and insects chirped in the grass. Suddenly a massive shadow blanketed the sky as a colossal black warship descended slowly. The metallic hull reflected a cold glint under the sun, and the roar of engines made eardrums throb. "What is that?" Krillin exclaimed, his voice sharp with fear, his eyes wide open. The warship's hatch opened and a group of mysterious figures in black battle armor rushed out, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura. That aura pressed down like an invisible force, making breathing difficult. "Hand over the gem!" shouted the leader, his voice low and hoarse as if from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "Over my dead body!" His voice was firm and resolute, and a golden aura instantly surged around him. Battle erupted instantly. The mysterious beings were immensely powerful, their techniques bizarre. Their attacks were laced with dark energy overwhelming to resist. The dark energy like black smoke corroded the air with a sizzling sound, emitting a pungent odor wherever it passed. Sun Wukong unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan, engaging in fierce combat. Each of his punches carried a golden radiance piercing the darkness. The wind howled with each swing, and collisions with the enemy produced dull thuds. Vegito, not to be outdone, fired purple energy blasts, driving the enemies back. Energy waves streaked across the air, leaving purple trails accompanied by crackling bursts of energy. Wu Fan, Kulin, and Tianjin Fan each unleashed their signature moves. In an instant, light radiated in all directions, and the clash of energies was deafening. Beams of energy in various colors intertwined, illuminating the entire sky. The ground trembled slightly under the immense impact. Bu Ma in the distant spaceship nervously operated various instruments, providing support. Her fingers danced across the control panel, eyes fixed on the data on the screen. "Everyone keep it up." Her voice came through the communicator, tinged with anxiety and encouragement. The mysterious being's attacks grew fiercer, and Sun Wukong and the others began to feel the strain. Sweat dripped from their brows, instantly vaporized by the intense energy. "This can't go on." Wu Fan said, his breathing rapid and voice weary. Just then Sun Wukong suddenly spotted a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Here goes." He concentrated his power and unleashed a mighty energy wave. The wave, like a golden torrent, roared toward the enemy. The air vibrated with a buzzing hum, causing eardrums to ache. The energy wave struck the enemy ranks, throwing them into chaos. Cries of pain echoed as bodies were flung into the air, landing with heavy thuds. Vegito seized the moment and launched into a more ferocious assault. His figure moved like a purple lightning bolt, weaving through the enemy, each strike deadly. Through united effort, the mysterious beings began to retreat. "Don't let them escape!" Kulin shouted, his voice filled with anger and defiance, hurling energy spheres continuously. However, just as they prepared to pursue, a black beam shot from the warship, engulfing them all. The light, like a vast dark net, carried an icy chill and immense binding force. Sun Wukong and the others felt a powerful force restraining them, rendering them immobile. Their bodies felt as if weighed down by heavy lead, every movement impossibly difficult. "What kind of power is this?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear and confusion as he tried in vain to break free. The leader of the mysterious beings sneered. "This is the power of darkness. You cannot resist it." His laughter echoed eerily within the dark radiance. Bu Ma was frantic in the spaceship. "What do I do? I have to think of something." Her heart raced, sweat streaming down her forehead, fingers hammering the keyboard. She desperately searched for a way to break the force, her hair plastered to her face with perspiration. Just as they were on the brink of despair, Sun Wukong's inner power erupted. His body blazed with a blinding golden light, like a sword cutting through the dark bonds. He broke free and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid." His voice, full of strength and courage, inspired them like a war drum. Encouraged by Sun Wukong, the others also unleashed their power, shattering the dark restraints. Seeing the tide turn, the mysterious beings retreated into the warship and fled swiftly. The warship's engines roared, kicking up a fierce wind that sent dust swirling. "Damn, they got away!" Vegeta growled, fists clenched, purple aura blazing. Sun Wukong watched the departing warship. "They'll be back. We must prepare." His gaze was resolute and profound, fixed on the distance, filled with vigilance. The group returned to the spaceship to discuss countermeasures. Tension filled the spaceship, with instrument indicators blinking faintly. "We need to figure out the secret of this gem as soon as possible. Maybe we can find a way to counter them." Wu Fan said, his voice urgent, eyes on the gem in Bu Ma's hand. Bu Ma nodded. "I'll do my best to study it." Her gaze was focused and determined as she ran various tests on the gem with her tools. After some effort, Bu Ma made a discovery. "This gem seems to be connected to an ancient legend," she said, her voice clearly audible in the quiet spaceship. The others gathered around, listening intently. "Legend has it that a powerful dark force was sealed within a gem. Could this be it?" Kulin exclaimed, his voice rising several octaves in surprise. "Very likely," Bu Ma said. "If that's the case, we're in big trouble." Her brow furrowed, worry etched on her face. "No matter what, we can't let this dark force run rampant," Sun Wukong declared, his eyes filled with determination and courage. Just then the spaceship's alarm blared. The shrill alarm echoed through the ship, making hearts race. Not good, more enemies are coming, Buerma said. Everyone once again entered a combat stance, ready to face new challenges. The alarm in the spaceship blared urgently, its piercing shrillness threatening to pierce through one's heart. Sun Wukong and the others immediately entered a battle-ready state, their expressions solemn and focused. This enemy seems to have ill intentions. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner tension. Outside the spaceship, a group of bizarrely shaped creatures gradually approached, emitting an eerie glow, some like ghostly green flames, others like dark red bloodlight. The light flickered unsteadily, casting a sinister and terrifying illumination over the surrounding dark space. The twisted forms of the enemies, some with sharp fangs, others with massive claws, sent chills down one's spine. Prepare for battle, Sun Wukong commanded, charging out first. His figure was like a golden lightning bolt, instantly cutting through the darkness. Vegito followed closely, violet energy radiating from his body. Let me teach these guys a lesson. His roar echoed through the sky, filled with boundless fury and confidence. Wu Fan showed no fear, his energy surging as a soft glow emanated around him. I won't back down. Kellen took a deep breath, encouraging himself. Come on, Kellen. His voice quivered slightly, but his eyes were filled with courage. The group engaged the enemy in fierce combat. The enemy's attacks were peculiar. Some could emit corrosive rays that carried a pungent odor, causing the air to hiss with a sizzling sound wherever they passed. Others possessed immense strength, each strike carrying a heavy pressure like a giant hammer, making the ground tremble. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong shouted to his comrades. His voice was especially clear amid the fierce battle, laced with anxiety and concern. Buerma operated the instruments tensely inside the spaceship, closely monitoring the battlefield. Sun Wukong, an enemy ambush from the left. Her voice was urgent, and strained sweat beading on her forehead and sliding down her cheeks onto the console. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, dodging the ambush. Thank you, Buerma. Vegito roared furiously, unleashing powerful energy waves. You bastards, you won't defeat me. His voice thundered like a storm, and the violet energy trails cut dazzling arcs through the darkness. However, the enemies seemed endless, surging like a tide. Sun Wukong and the others gradually fell into a predicament. This won't work, we need a plan. Wu Fan said, sweat streaming down his face, his breathing rapid and heavy. Just then the enemy launched a massive attack, a powerful energy wave hurtling toward them. That energy wave carried an aura of annihilation like a surging black torrent. Oh no! Kellen exclaimed. His voice was filled with fear, his heart racing instantly. Sun Wukong made a swift decision. Everyone block it together. The group concentrated their power, raising a joint energy shield. The energy shield shimmered with multicolored light, colliding with the black energy wave, producing a blinding glare and a deafening roar that numbed their ears as if countless needles pierced their eardrums. Hold on! Sun Wukong yelled, his face contorted in pain, but his eyes remained unwavering. His muscles tensed, pouring all his strength into the shield. Finally the energy wave subsided, and the group breathed a sigh of relief. But by then they had expended immense stamina and energy, each panting heavily, sweat pouring like rain. We can't give up, we can defeat them. Vegito gritted his teeth. His teeth ground audibly, his eyes blazing with unyielding fighting spirit. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a mysterious power surging within him. It was warm and mighty, like a sleeping giant slowly awakening. This is... Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. He could feel this power flowing through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He shouted to his comrades. Everyone follow my lead, let's launch the final attack together. His voice was filled with power and hope, lifting the weary spirits of the group. The group responded in unison. All right. Sun Wukong guided the mysterious power, merging it with the energy of his companions. Their combined forces formed a colossal torrent of energy, dazzlingly bright, impossible to gaze upon. Attack! With Sun Wukong's command, an immensely powerful energy wave surged toward the enemy. Where the wave passed, space itself seemed to warp, emitting a humming sound. The enemies, caught off guard by the sudden powerful assault, crumbled in disarray. Their screams echoed in the darkness as their bodies dissipated into clouds of black smoke. Great, we did it! Kellen shouted excitedly. His voice became hoarse from emotion, his face beaming with joy. But before they could celebrate for long, an even more formidable enemy appeared before them. This enemy was enormous, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down on them like a tangible force, making it hard to breathe. Did you think it was over? How naive! This enemy radiated a dreadful aura instilling despair. His voice was low and hoarse as if from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Even if we die, we won't let you win, Wu Fan declared. His voice was steady and strong, carrying a resolve to face death. The two sides once again engaged in fierce combat. This battle was even more brutal, with Sun Wukong and the others covered in wounds. Blood dripped from their injuries onto the ground, and the air reeked of blood. Burma was frantic inside the spaceship. Everyone hang in there. Her voice choked with tears, her hands clenched tightly together. Sun Wukong's stamina gradually waned, but he fought on tenaciously. Each attack consumed the last shred of his strength. His gasps were especially clear in the silent void. Vegito was also gravely wounded, but his fighting spirit remained undimmed. I won't fall. His eyes still held firm, and though the violet energy had dimmed, it continued to flicker. Just as they were trapped in a desperate situation, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the mysterious gem from before. Maybe the gem can help us, Sun Wukong said, his voice weak but carrying a glimmer of hope. Burma immediately sent out the gem. It shone with a mysterious light in her hand, as if calling to them. Sun Wukong grasped the gem, feeling a surge of immense power flow into his body. Like a clear spring nourishing his parched meridians, it instantly restored his vitality. Comrades, together! Sun Wukong channeled the gem's power to everyone. The group instantly regained their strength and launched an attack on the enemy once more. Their onslaught carried unprecedented force, the light illuminating the entire dark space. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished this formidable foe. The enemy's body dissipated in the light, turning into countless specks of light vanishing into the cosmos. We did it! Tianjin Fan lay exhausted on the ground, yet a victorious smile spread across his face. His laughter echoed through the empty space, brimming with endless joy and relief. The group cheered, their voices reverberating across the universe. That sound was filled with the joy of victory and hope for the future. Yet they knew that the road ahead was long and more challenges awaited them. After defeating the formidable enemy, Sun Wukong and his companions returned to the spaceship utterly exhausted. Inside the spaceship, a tense and weary atmosphere lingered after the battle, the air thick with the mingled scents of sweat and blood, creating a stifling feeling. That was really a close call, Colin said, collapsing into a chair, gasping for breath. His voice carried a hint of relief at having survived, his clothes soaked through with sweat clinging uncomfortably to his skin. But we still won, Vegito said, though his wounds made him wince despite his tough words. Sharp pain shot through his injuries with every breath. Wu Fan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest briefly. But there are probably even tougher battles ahead. His voice was weak, his face pale, and exhaustion left him feeling powerless. Burma was busy tending to everyone's wounds, her movements swift and skilled. The pungent smell of medicine filled the air, and the sizzling sound of alcohol swabs against wounds was unsettling. Don't let your guard down, we need to recover quickly, Sun Wukong reminded them. His gaze was resolute, and despite his own injuries he remained alert. Everyone nodded and began to regulate their breathing. The spaceship fell silent, filled only with the heavy sounds of breathing and occasional groans of pain. After some time their strength and energy began to recover. The dim lighting inside the spaceship created a sense of oppression. Where should we go next? Tianjin Fan asked. His voice broke the silence, ringing out clearly in the quiet spaceship. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. Based on the clues we have, we should search for that legendary mysterious relic. Perhaps it holds the key to combating the dark forces. His eyes looked into the distance, as if he could see through the spaceship to the unknown destination. Everyone agreed, and the spaceship set off again, heading toward the unknown. The roar of the spaceship's engines echoed in their ears, carrying their hopes and determination. During the journey the ship passed through a magnificent nebula. The nebula was a riot of colors, shimmering with light, breathtakingly beautiful. Its radiance resembled a dreamlike rainbow, intertwining and making one feel as if they were in a fairy tale world. Wow, so beautiful! Colin exclaimed in awe. His eyes wide and drawn by the breathtaking scene, a look of enchantment on his face. Don't get distracted, this could be dangerous, Vegeta said. His voice was low and serious, though he too was captivated by the nebula's beauty. He remained vigilant. Sure enough, a powerful electromagnetic storm suddenly erupted from the nebula, causing the spaceship to shake violently. The metal hull scraped against the storm, sending sparks flying with a crackling sound, chilling everyone's heart. Steady the ship, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice full of tension and strength, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. Burma frantically worked the control panel. I'm trying. Her fingers flew across the controls, sweat dripping from her forehead. After a difficult struggle, the ship finally broke free from the electromagnetic storm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere inside eased into a post-crisis calm. Phew, that was close, Tianjin Fan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. His hand left a wet streak, and his heart still hadn't fully settled. The spaceship continued onward, finally reaching the planet where the mysterious relic lay. The planet looked ancient and enigmatic, shrouded in a faint mist. The mist was damp and cold, sending a chill across the skin. Everyone be careful, this place feels very unusual, Sun Wukong said cautiously. His voice was low and serious as he scanned the surroundings warily. The group carefully disembarked and stepped onto this mysterious land. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp like a marsh, with each step sinking slightly, producing a squelching sound. The air was thick with a musty scent, carrying the vicissitudes of time and an unknown mystery. Look, there's an ancient structure ahead, Wu Fan said, pointing. His voice held a mix of excitement and tension, his eyes fixed on the building hidden in the mist. The group approached the structure. The building's massive door was closed, engraved with strange symbols. Those symbols were like ancient codes, baffling to the mind. What does this mean? Kalin asked in confusion. His voice was curious and puzzled as he reached out to touch the symbols. Burma examined them closely. I'm not sure either, but it might be related to opening this door. She squinted, focusing intently on studying the symbols. Just as they were investigating, a group of mysterious creatures suddenly appeared around them. These beings were formless, exuding an eerie aura. The aura was cold and malevolent, sending chills down their spines. Who are you? Vegito asked warily, his voice threatening, energy surging from his body. The mysterious creatures did not respond and launched an attack directly. Their attacks were silent but carried deadly intent. Sun Wukong and the others immediately engaged in combat. The creatures' attacks were peculiar. Some could release a mist that obstructed vision. The mist had a pungent odor, stinging the eyes and causing tears to flow involuntarily. Others could teleport, making them elusive with only a whistling sound of wind by the ears. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed through the mist, bringing a sense of reassurance. Amid the fierce battle, Sun Wukong gradually discovered the creature's weakness. Strike at their core, Sun Wukong declared firmly. His voice was resolute and decisive, the golden aura around him burning even brighter. Following Sun Wukong's instructions, the group concentrated their attacks on the creature's cores and finally drove them back. Strange liquid remained on the ground, emitting a foul odor. Meanwhile, Burma had deciphered the symbols on the door, and the massive gates slowly opened. The heavy stone door groaned as it moved, as if recounting ancient tales. Inside was a vast hall with a glowing stone platform at its center. The light from the platform was soft and mystical, drawing one irresistibly closer. There seems to be something on it, Wu Fan said. His voice was filled with curiosity and anticipation as he cautiously approached the platform. As they drew near, they saw an ancient scroll lying on the platform. The paper was yellowed, exuding an old musty scent as if it held countless secrets. This might be what we're looking for, Sun Wukong said, picking up the scroll and beginning to browse through it. His fingers gently touched the pages, feeling the marks of time. But then a powerful force surged from the scroll, enveloping everyone. The force was immense and mysterious, impossible to resist. The immense power surging from the book instantly enveloped Sun Wukong and the others, its radiance as dazzling as countless suns erupting simultaneously, rendering them unable to open their eyes. The intense light stimulated their retinas, leaving nothing but a blinding white expanse in their vision. What's happening? Krillin shouted in terror. His voice turned shrill with fear, his heart pounding frantically as if it might burst from his throat. Everyone be careful! Sun Wukong called out loudly, straining to discern their surroundings. His voice carried a muffled quality through the radiance, yet it was underscored by unwavering resolve and strength. As the light gradually dissipated, the group discovered themselves in an otherworldly space shrouded in ethereal luminescence, as though standing within a dreamlike realm. Here the radiance shimmered in every hue imaginable, like a prism of color one might witness only in reverie, imbued with an enigmatic aura that defied comprehension. It appears we've entered some uncharted realm. Gohan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, squinting against the brilliance, as he searched for any trace of direction or meaning within the kaleidoscope of light. Vegito let out a derisive snort. Whatever this is, don't for a moment think you can stop us. His voice dripped with scorn and arrogance while the faint purple aura flickering around him betrayed his combative spirit. Suddenly a colossal figure materialized before them, its form indistinct yet radiating an oppressive presence so overwhelming it felt as though an invisible mountain rested upon their chests, stealing their breath. If you seek the power contained within this book, you must first endure my trials. The enigmatic figure's voice resonated throughout the chamber. His voice boomed with ancient authority, deep and resonant like a call from forgotten ages, carrying an inevitability that brooked no defiance. Sun Wukong met it without hesitation. Very well, we fear nothing. His declaration rang firm and resolute, his golden aura flaring to life with renewed intensity, as though challenging the presence before him. The trial commenced as countless spheres of energy materialized around them, hurtling forward with lethal speed. Each orb pulsed with distinct energy, some blazing with searing heat like living flame, others radiating bone-chilling cold akin to frozen depths, while still others crackled with violent electrical discharges that split the air with sharp reports. Scatter! Tian's command rang out as the group split apart, weaving through the barrage with practiced agility. They moved like ghosts between the projectiles, a whirlwind of motion kicking up fierce gusts that whipped past their ears. The concussive detonations were deafening, the shockwaves sending them staggering and reeling. Each explosion cracked like thunder directly overhead, driving a ringing in their ears and clouding their minds with dizziness. We won't just sit here and wait to die, strike back! Vegito roared, unleashing a devastating energy wave that surged forward like a violet dragon roaring through the air toward the incoming spheres. Sun Wukong tapped into his Super Saiyan transformation, his golden aura blazing as he shattered each incoming sphere with precise, devastating strikes. Each impact echoed with a thunderous boom accompanied by bursts of brilliant light and scudding fragments of energy. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien all unleashed their signature techniques, joining the relentless assault against the storm of energy spheres. They moved like shadows, dancing through the radiant sweat pouring from their bodies in rivulets, while the air grew thick with the sharp tang of exertion. As the battle war on the barrage intensified relentlessly, and exhaustion began to weigh heavily upon each fighter. Their breath came in ragged, desperate gasps, each inhalation searing their lungs as though breathing fire. We can't keep this up indefinitely. We need to find the pattern behind these attacks. Sun Wukong called out, his voice carrying urgency beneath his unwavering composure. Bulma scanned the battlefield with focused intensity from the sidelines, her anxiety evident in every gesture. Suddenly she cried out, her voice trembling with tension yet sharpened by revelation. I've found it! The energy spheres follow a pattern! Despite the tremor in her voice, her eyes burned with the clarity of insight. Guided by her discovery, the team recalibrated their tactics, finding their footing as the chaos began to stabilize. Their movements grew synchronized, each fighter anticipating the others with uncanny precision. But barely had they weathered the initial onslaught when the enigmatic presence struck again without warning. This time illusions materialized from the very air, designed to cloud their minds. Within these phantoms lay their deepest fears and most fervent desires, blurring the line between reality and deception. Stay focused, these are merely illusions. Sun Wukong's voice cut through the chaos like a warning bell, ringing clear in every ear. Yet Krillin fell prey to the illusion, his eyes wild with panic as he lashed out at his companions. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, he screamed, consumed by delusion. Krillin, snap out of it. Gohan grasped his friend's shoulders firmly, his voice trembling with desperation and fear. Sun Wukong intervened, swiftly pinning Krillin down while shouting through gritted teeth. Krillin, pull yourself together. His grip was commanding yet laced with encouragement, as he shook his friend's shoulders hard. Through their combined efforts, Krillin finally broke free from the illusion's grip. He gasped for air, drenched in sweat, his eyes hollow with terror and exhaustion. Before they could recover, the enigmatic figure launched a more devastating assault, ribbons of black energy interweaving into a suffocating net that descended upon them. The tendrils flowed like dark silk, deceptively soft yet lethally precise, slicing through reality itself with an ominous hissing sound. Stand together and resist! Sun Wukong commanded, his voice ringing out with uncommon clarity and bolstering their spirits. United in their resistance, they projected a powerful energy barrier that shuddered violently under the onslaught, emitting a low, agonized hum as the black tendrils battered against it. Hold the line! Vegeta gritted his teeth, forcing forth every ounce of energy. Veins bulged on his forehead as sweat traced paths down his face, sizzling into steam upon contact with the scorched ground below. Slowly the black tendrils lost their intensity, and the barrier held. Exhaustion claimed them all, bodies trembling from depletion, each breath heavy with the weight of their struggle. An intrigued murmur escaped the enigmatic figure. Impressive. You have passed my trial. Its tone carried both approval and genuine surprise as the surrounding reality began to warp, drawing them back toward the grand hall. The hall carried an aged warmth that somehow brought comfort, its familiar atmosphere a stark contrast to what they had endured. This trial was truly grueling, Tien panted, sinking to the ground with every breath heavy and labored. Sun Wukong contemplated the ancient text in his hands, his expression thoughtful. Yet we've gained invaluable experience. He mused, his gaze fixed on the pages with quiet determination. Before he could finish his thought, the book erupted in brilliant light, ancient characters manifesting in the air before their eyes. As the ancient words on the scroll emerged, Sun Wukong and the others immediately focused their full attention. Those characters shimmered like twinkling stars, mysterious and captivating, casting a faint radiance, as if recounting tales from a bygone era. What on earth does this say? Clint scratched his head, bewildered. His eyes were fixed on the script, his brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered continuously under his breath. Burma swiftly retrieved her device to scan and translate. Everyone hold on. Let me take a look. Her fingers danced rapidly across the instrument's buttons, producing a series of beeps as the screen's light flickered erratically. After a tense operation, Burma's expression grew grave. This record's a colossal secret about the origin of the universe. Her voice trembled slightly and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The others gathered around, their gazes urgent. It is said that deep within the cosmos exists a dark force capable of destroying everything sealed away in a mysterious location. And the gem in our possession is the key to unlocking that seal, Burma explained. Her voice echoed through the quiet space, tinged with tension and worry. Vegito frowned. Isn't that extremely dangerous? A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes and his hands unconsciously clenched. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. But if we can control this power, we can save the universe. His voice was firm and powerful, the golden aura around him pulsing faintly as if echoing his determination. Wufan nodded. We cannot let the dark force run rampant. His eyes radiated righteousness and courage, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment the script abruptly changed, revealing a map. The lines on the map shimmered with an eerie light, as if alive. This must be the map guiding us to the sealed location of the dark force, Tianjin Fan said. His gaze was fixed intently on the map, his fingers lightly tracing the glowing lines. They decided to proceed according to the map's guidance. Boarding the spaceship, they traversed countless galaxies. The ship sped through the starry void, the scenery outside constantly shifting. At times they witnessed gigantic stars blazing like fireballs, emitting searing heat and immense gravity threatening to pull them in. The starlight flooded the ship's interior, bringing waves of scorching heat that stung their skin, while the air reeked of a burned odor. The power of this star is terrifying, Clint exclaimed in awe. His eyes widened, utterly stunned by the sight. Sometimes they passed by magnificent nebulae, their colorful gases like ethereal paintings exuding a mesmerizing glow and mysterious aura. Those gases drifted like gossamer veils, carrying a faint sweetness, making one feel as if in a fairyland. Wow, so beautiful! Wufan couldn't help but exclaim. A look of rapture spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally they arrived at a mysterious star system. In this system the planets were arranged in a peculiar manner, surrounded by a layer of enigmatic energy fields. The fields flickered with eerie light, emitting a buzzing electric current that caused discomfort to the ears. Everyone be careful. This place feels very unusual, Sun Wukong warned. His voice was stern and vigilant, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The spaceship landed on a planet with a harsh environment, howling winds and flying sand and stones. The wind lashed against their faces like knives and the gravel pelted them with a crackling sound. This place is terrible, Vegito complained. He shielded his eyes with his hand to avoid the sand. They began searching for the entrance to the dark force's seal. In a desolate valley they discovered a massive stone gate. The gate towered into the sky, covered in strange symbols and patterns. Those symbols glowed with a dim light, pulsating as if alive, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Burma studied them carefully. This might be the password to open the stone gate. Her eyes were fixed on the symbols, her device scanning continuously. Everyone tried to decipher the code. After some effort the stone gate slowly opened and a powerful dark aura surged forth. The aura was bitterly cold, carrying a putrid stench that made one want to vomit. Watch out! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out sharply amidst the dark energy. They entered the gate, revealing a massive cavern filled with dark energy, sending chills down their spines. The dark energy flowed through the air, producing a mournful wail as if countless spirits were weeping. Is this the sealed place of the Dark Force? Klin's voice trembled. His body shuddered involuntarily, and his heartbeat quickened. At that moment a low growl echoed from the depths of the cavern. The low growl echoed through the cave, rattling their ears with a deafening hum as if countless bees were buzzing inside their heads. What is that sound? Gohan peered warily into the depths of the cave, his voice trembling, and his heart racing, each beat like a heavy drum pounding against his chest. Son Goku clenched his fists, his golden aura flaring to life, illuminating the surrounding darkness. No matter what it is, we have to face it. His voice was firm and powerful like a resonant bell, instilling a glimmer of courage in the others. They cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound, the dark energy growing thicker like viscous glue, slowing their movements. The air was thick with a putrid stench, nauseating. This force is suppressing us. Vegito growled through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the invisible pressure. Suddenly a colossal dark beast burst from the shadows, its massive body like a small mountain, exuding an aura of pure evil. The aura was icy and piercing, as if it could freeze the blood in their veins. Watch out! Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice filled with alarm. Son Goku met the beast, instantly engaging in a fierce battle. Each of his punches carried immense power, striking the creature with a dull thud like a giant hammer pounding a drum. Boom boom! The beast retaliated, swinging its razor-sharp claws, whipping up gusts of wind that howled with a sharp whistle, stinging their faces. Everyone attack together! Vegeta roared as he joined the fray, his purple energy flickering in the darkness. Krillin and Gohan unleashed their techniques, and for a moment light and darkness intertwined within the cave. The light was dazzling, but the darkness was as thick as ink, colliding with crackling bursts and sparks flying in all directions. Bulma watched anxiously from the side, searching for the beast's weakness. Her eyes were fixed on its every movement, sweat beading on her forehead and trickling down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground. I found it! Attack its belly! Bulma shouted, her voice shrill with tension. They concentrated their assault on the beast's abdomen, and it roared in agony, the sound so deafening it threatened to burst their eardrums. It began to fight back, wildly spewing black flames from its maw. The flames rolled with searing heat, melting rocks instantly into pools of molten lava, emitting a pungent sulfur scent. Get down! Son Goku shoved Krillin aside, but the flames grazed him, leaving a minor wound. The injury burned fiercely, as if scalded by hot oil. Goku! Gohan called out in concern, his voice filled with worry and urgency. I'm fine, keep attacking. Son Goku, indifferent to the wound, charged at the beast again. His figure streaked through the darkness like a bolt of golden lightning. After a grueling fight, the beast finally collapsed, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. The smoke hung in the air, carrying a pungent burnt odor. Finally done! Krillin sighed in relief, plopping onto the ground, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. But before they could catch their breath, more dark figures emerged from the cave. There's more! Vegeta frowned, his eyes blazing with anger and exhaustion. The dark figures gradually materialized into a group of dark warriors radiating a powerful, sinister aura. The aura washed over them like icy tides, wave after wave, chilling their spirits. It seems this is the real challenge, Son Goku said, his gaze growing more resolute, his golden aura blazing even brighter. The dark warriors, without a word, launched a direct assault. Their attacks were swift and fierce, whistling through the air, and their coordinated strikes made them hard to defend against. Son Goku and the others fought back with all their might, but gradually found themselves in a predicament. Each attack left them feeling drained, muscles aching, and their breathing grew heavy. We can't keep this up. We have to find a way to break through, Tien Shinhan said, a hint of despair creeping into his voice. Just then a surge of power erupted from within Son Goku, his energy skyrocketing. Super Saiyan 3. His hair lengthened and his golden aura blazed like a burning sun. The light illuminated the entire cave, blinding to behold. His attacks became even more ferocious, each punch carrying earth-shattering force, the wind howling with a whoosh. Instantly the tide turned. Led by Son Goku, the others rallied and engaged the dark warriors in a desperate battle. The battle was intensely fierce, the entire cave trembling, rocks falling incessantly. The falling rocks crashed to the ground with loud boom sounds, kicking up clouds of dust. Come on, everyone! We can defeat them! Gohan shouted encouragement, his voice ringing out clearly above the clamor of battle. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, the Dark Warriors fell one by one. Their bodies dissolved into black mist dissipating into the air. Exhausted but filled with the joy of victory, they pressed on. "We must continue forward and find the source of the dark power," Son Goku said, his voice weary but resolute. They ventured deeper into the cave, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. After defeating the Dark Warriors, Sun Wukong and his companions continued deeper into the cave. The air was thick with an increasingly oppressive dark aura like viscous ink that tightly enveloped them, making it hard to breathe. With each breath it felt as if countless icy hands were reaching into his lungs through the windpipe, bringing a chill. "This place is getting more and more eerie," Krillin couldn't help but say, his voice tinged with fear. His voice trembled slightly, appearing especially insignificant in the darkness. "Don't be afraid, we will definitely find a solution," Gohan comforted Krillin, but his own palms were also covered in sweat. The sweat made his hands so slippery that he could barely clench his fists. Vegeta snorted coldly. "Humph, no matter what, nothing will stop me." His eyes were determined, purple aura flickering faintly around his body as if challenging the darkness. The group advanced along the rugged passage, the ground underfoot slippery as if coated with grease. A foul stench emanated like rotting animal carcasses mixed with moldy soil, nauseating. "Watch your step," Tien Shinhan warned, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. The sound bounced off the walls and reverberated back, creating a buzzing echo. Suddenly countless red eyes appeared on the walls around them, flickering with eerie light in the darkness, sending chills down their spines. "What is that?" Bulma screamed in terror. Her voice was shrill and piercing, standing out starkly in the silent passage. Sun Wukong immediately went on alert. "Everyone be careful, it might be a new enemy." His voice was steady and powerful, bringing a sense of reassurance to the group. The eyes blinked, and then countless dark creatures emerged from the walls, pouncing on them with ferocious claws and menacing gestures. These creatures varied in form. Some had sharp fangs, others were covered in hard scales that rustled with a sha-sha sound as they moved. Everyone unleashed their signature moves, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark creatures. Sun Wukong's fists glowed with golden light, each blow repelling the dark creatures. When his fist struck the creatures, there was a dull, bang-bang sound accompanied by the creatures' screams. Vegeta's energy wave sliced through the darkness, illuminating an area. Where the energy wave passed, the air sizzled with a zzz sound, emitting a burnt smell. Gohan's ki blasts shot toward the enemies like meteors. The ki blasts carried a whistling, whoosh sound, drawing bright trails in the darkness. Krillin and Tien Shinhan did not retreat, fighting back against the enemy's attacks with all their might. Krillin's energy spheres were thrown continuously, exploding with bang-bang sounds, while Tien Shinhan's Kikaho was devastating, causing the ground to tremble with each launch. Bulma observed the situation nervously from the side, providing support for everyone. Her heart raced rapidly, pounding, pung-pung-pung, as if it would jump out of her throat. After a hard struggle, they finally eliminated the dark creatures. The ground was littered with their corpses, emitting a strong smell of blood. "What a troublesome bunch," Vegeta said, panting heavily. His breath was rapid and sweat fell like rain dripping onto the ground. They continued forward and finally arrived at a huge cavern hall. In the center of the hall was a massive black sphere emitting terrifying dark energy. The energy fluctuated like black flames, distorting the surrounding air. "Could this be the core of the dark power?" Sun Wukong frowned and said. His eyes were fixed on the black sphere, his heart filled with vigilance. Just then a deep voice came from the black sphere. "You reckless fools dare to intrude here!" The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying boundless chills, sending a shiver down their spines. Sun Wukong responded loudly. "We are here to stop the rampage of the dark power." His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the hall. "Ha, you!" The voice was filled with mockery, as if ridiculing their audacity. Vegeta shouted angrily. "Let's talk, come out and fight if you dare." His voice was full of provocation, and the purple aura around his body burned even more fiercely. The black sphere began to tremble violently, and a powerful force burst forth, knocking everyone to the ground. The force was like a raging wave crashing against their bodies, causing their bones to emit a GG sound. Sun Wukong struggled to get up. "Everyone be careful." His voice carried a hint of pain, but his eyes remained steadfast. From the black sphere a huge dark figure stepped out, its body shrouded in darkness, features unclear. Only a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed with terrifying light in the darkness. "Let me show you the true power of darkness," the dark figure said, extending a hand, and a dark energy wave shot toward the group. The energy wave carried a whistling wind and a strong sense of oppression, making it impossible to breathe. Sun Wukong and the others quickly scattered to dodge. "We can't let him keep releasing energy," Gohan shouted. His voice was filled with urgency, veins bulging on his forehead. Everyone charged at the dark figure together, launching a thrilling final battle. The dark figure's attacks were powerful and bizarre. Each wave of his hand summoned a dark whirlwind laced with sharp screeches that hurt the ears. His footsteps were heavy, each step shaking the ground and kicking up dust, plunging them into a predicament. "This won't work, we must find his weakness," Tien Shinhan said. His voice bore thought and urgency, his eyes constantly observing the dark figure's movements. Sun Wukong concentrated, watching the dark figure's actions. His eyes were fixed on every subtle movement of the dark figure, sweat streaming down his cheeks and into his eyes, causing a sharp sting, yet he dared not blink. Suddenly he spotted a flaw in the dark figure's attack. "No!" Sun Wukong shouted, charging at the dark figure. His figure streaked through the darkness like a golden lightning bolt. The others followed closely, launching their strongest attacks together. Energy beams of various colors interwove to form a brilliant curtain of light rushing toward the dark figure. With everyone's concerted effort, the dark figure was finally defeated and the black sphere ceased releasing energy. The dark figure let out a resentful roar and dissolved into a cloud of smoke, vanishing into the air. "We did it!" Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice was filled with joy and excitement, a victorious smile on his face. However, just as they thought they had won, the black sphere began to change again. The black sphere underwent a drastic transformation under the astonished gazes of the group. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, from which intense dark light burst forth. That light, like countless sharp blades, stabbed straight into their eyes, making it impossible to look directly. "What's happening? Is it not over yet?" Wu Fan said nervously, his voice trembling. Sweat beads continuously rolled down his forehead, dripping out to the ground and instantly being devoured by the surrounding dark aura. Sun Wukong stared at the black sphere with unwavering determination. "No matter what happens, we must be ready to fight." His eyes blazed with indomitable fighting spirit, and the golden aura around him surged even more fiercely, as if declaring his resolve to the darkness. As the light intensified, an even more colossal and sinister figure slowly emerged from the sphere. This figure exuded an immensely powerful dark aura, cold, damp, like the thick fog of a bitter winter that made one's bones shiver involuntarily. The dark energy around the figure flickered like black flames, emitting a crackling sound that plunged the entire cave into extreme oppression. "Do you think this is enough to defeat the darkness? How naive!" The evil figure spoke in a deep, terrifying voice. That voice seemed to come from the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, carrying endless chill and mockery, echoing through the cave and causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Vegito roared. "No matter how strong you become, we will never back down." His voice boomed like thunder. Violet energy light flickered wildly around him, illuminating his furious face. The battle erupted instantly. The evil figure waved its hand and a dark energy wave swept toward the group. The wave carried a strong putrid stench, like the smell of a rotting swamp churning their stomachs. Sun Wukong swiftly met it, using all his strength to block the attack. "Everyone attack together!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out in the darkness, carrying an unquestionable authority. Wu Fan, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan each unleashed their most powerful techniques, striking the evil figure. For a moment, light and darkness clashed violently in the cave, producing a deafening roar. The flashing light was dazzling. Each collision brought a powerful shockwave. The ground trembled and debris fell, hitting the ground with thuds. Bu-Er-Ma operated the instruments nearby, nervously trying to find the evil figure's weakness. Her fingers flew over the buttons, and the instrument emitted a rapid beeping sound. "Wukong, his left side seems weaker in defense," Bu-Er-Ma shouted. Her voice became shrill with tension, cutting through the chaotic battle noise. Hearing this, Sun Wukong flashed his body toward the evil figure's left side. However, the evil figure reacted instantly, shifting its defensive stance and delivering a heavy blow to Sun Wukong instead. Sun Wukong was knocked back dozens of meters with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The metallic scent of blood spread in the air. "Wukong!" Wu Fan shouted anxiously, his voice filled with worry, his heart leaping into his throat. "I'm fine, keep attacking." Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward again. His gaze remained firm, his steps steady, as if the injury had no effect on him. The battle reached a fever pitch. Everyone was exhausted but still gritted their teeth and persisted. Each attack consumed immense physical strength and energy. Their breathing became heavy and rapid sweat pouring down like rain forming puddles on the ground. The evil figure's attacks grew fiercer, and the group gradually struggled to withstand them. Every blow carried tremendous force like a heavy hammer striking their bodies, making their bones feel as if they might snap. This won't work. We need a new strategy. Tianjin Fan said, his voice tinged with anxiety as he kept observing the evil figure's movements. Vegito snorted coldly. Why don't we concentrate our power for a full-force combined attack? A hint of resolve flashed in his eyes and his energy fluctuations intensified. Everyone agreed. They began to gather their energy, their bodies glowing brighter and brighter. The light illuminated the entire cave, dispelling the darkness. The accumulation of energy created immense pressure, making it hard to breathe. No! Sun Wukong shouted. Simultaneously they released their energy, forming a massive beam of light that shot toward the evil figure. The beam carried an aura of utter destruction. Wherever it passed, the air sizzled and emitted a burnt smell. The evil figure sensed this tremendous power, and tried to defend but was ultimately struck by the energy beam. Did we succeed? Kulin asked nervously, his voice full of hope and unease, his eyes fixed on the evil figure. However, as the smoke cleared, the figure was severely wounded but still standing. Damn it, this guy is too strong, Vegito said angrily, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. Just as despair was setting in, Sun Wukong's body suddenly erupted with an unprecedented surge of power. That power, like a raging tide, instantly filled the entire cave. This power! Sun Wukong himself was astonished. He could feel it surging through his meridians, making his body tremble slightly. His body was completely enveloped in golden light so intense that the cave became as bright as day. The light was warm and blazing, as if it could dispel all darkness and cold. Watch this! Sun Wukong charged at the evil figure, each punch carrying earth-shattering force. His fist cut through the air with a whistling sound. Every attack was accompanied by a brilliant flash and immense energy fluctuations, making it impossible for the evil figure to withstand. Under Sun Wukong's relentless assault, the figure finally began to falter. Cracks appeared on its body and the dark energy gradually dissipated. Disappear! Sun Wukong delivered the final blow, and the evil figure vanished completely in a blinding flash. That light was as brilliant as fireworks, then everything returned to calm. With the evil figure's disappearance, the black sphere also became still and the dark aura gradually faded. The air was filled with a fresh scent, as if new life had emerged after the darkness was banished. We made it! The group cheered. Their voices echoed through the cave, filled with joy and excitement. They collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, but their faces beamed with the thrill of victory. Their bodies ached unbearably, every muscle trembling, but the joy in their hearts made them forget all pain. That was really close, Kulin remarked, his voice filled with the relief of surviving a narrow escape, breathing heavily. Wu Fan smiled and said, but in the end we defeated the darkness. His smile was bright and resolute, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Although Vegito said nothing, a hint of relief also showed in his eyes. He looked up at the cave ceiling, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. Bu Erma walked over. Everyone is safe. That's really wonderful. Her voice choked slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Sun Wukong looked at everyone. It's thanks to everyone's effort and unity that we achieved victory. His voice was filled with gratitude and pride. Just then the cave began to shake violently, with rocks falling from the ceiling. The sound of falling rocks rumbled ominously, sending chills down their spines. Not good, this place is collapsing, Tianjin Fan shouted. His voice was filled with panic as he quickly scrambled to his feet. The group immediately got up and ran toward the cave entrance. Their footsteps echoed urgently in the shaking cave, their breathing growing even faster. The moment they rushed out of the cave, the entire cavern collapsed behind them, with a tremendous roar kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew, that was close. Kulin panted heavily, his chest heaving, his heart still pounding. Next we must continue to protect the peace of the universe, Sun Wukong said, and everyone nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Their silhouettes, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, appeared towering like steel warriors guarding justice. They set off on a new journey, ready to face the challenges ahead. Sun Wukong and his companions triumphed over the dark forces, their names echoing across the cosmos as symbols of hope and courage. On a tranquil grassland, Sun Wukong and his friends were resting. A gentle breeze wafted by carrying the fragrance of grass and wildflowers. The scent like a soft silk ribbon drifted into their nostrils, leaving them refreshed and at ease. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds everything was serene and beautiful. The emerald grassland undulated softly underfoot like a plush green carpet. This victory was truly hard-earned, Krillin sighed as he lay on the grass gazing at the sky. His voice carried a hint of weariness yet also a trace of contentment. Sunlight spilled over him warm and comforting, making him squint his eyes. But we did it, we protected the peace of the universe, Gohan said with a gentle smile. His smile was like the spring sun, warm and bright, and his white martial arts uniform fluttered softly in the breeze. Vegito stood apart, still wearing an air of pride, yet his eyes betrayed a newfound recognition of his comrades. His arms crossed, purple battle suit swaying in the wind, he gazed into the distance with profound intensity. Doma approached, handing out food and water. Everyone replenish your energy. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and the food in her hands gave off an enticing aroma. Sun Wukong took the food and ate heartily. Delicious. The flavor of the food burst in his mouth, making him smack his lips. Just then a spaceship flew in from afar and landed before them. The roar of its engines shattered the prairie's tranquility, stirring up a breeze laced with the heat of metal. A mysterious old man stepped out of the spaceship. He looked at them, his eyes filled with admiration. You are the heroes of the universe. On behalf of all lives threatened by darkness, I thank you. His voice was low and benevolent, as if bearing the weight of ages. Sun Wukong scratched his head. It's what we had to do. His face beamed with a simple smile, his golden hair shining under the sun. The old man continued. Though the dark forces are temporarily suppressed, they may still return. We must prepare more thoroughly. His tone was grave and heavy, making everyone's heart sink. They fell into deep thought. The insects on the grass buzzed around their ears as if also worrying about the future. Then what should we do? Tien Shinhan asked, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze resolute. The old man smiled faintly. We must build a stronger defense system, uniting the strength of all planets. His smile brought a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. His eyes were filled with determination, the muscles in his body tensing slightly. Thus they embarked on a new journey. First they arrived at a technologically advanced planet seeking technical support. The planet's buildings towered into the clouds, their metallic luster dazzling under the sunlight. Vehicles zipped through the air with a whooshing sound, carrying powerful currents. It was a scene of futuristic wonder. Wow, this place is so advanced! Krillin exclaimed in amazement. His eyes widened as he looked around, filled with curiosity. The planet's leader warmly received them and expressed willingness to provide assistance. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong and his companions tirelessly traveled between planets, spreading the message of unity against darkness. Their figures darted through the cosmos, leaving trails of light. Some planet dwellers were initially skeptical and fearful, but through their sincerity and efforts gradually accepted and joined their ranks. On a blazing hot planet, the inhabitants were wary of their arrival, their eyes full of suspicion. Can you really protect us? A resident asked. We will do our utmost, Gohan replied firmly. On a planet brimming with mystical energy, Gohan discovered a mysterious crystal that could enhance a warrior's power. The crystal emitted a faint ethereal glow, pulsating as if alive. Maybe this can make us stronger, Gohan said excitedly. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Vegito was skeptical. Is this thing really reliable? His eyes narrowed on the crystal, his brow furrowed. After research and testing, the crystal proved effective. When its power merged into their bodies, they felt a surge of immense energy flowing within, their muscles swelling with strength. As more and more planets joined, their power grew. Warriors from various planets gathered together, their training cries echoing back and forth. However, the journey was not without obstacles. A selfish planetary leader sought to monopolize resources and refused to cooperate. We cannot let him sabotage our plan, Sun Wukong declared firmly. His voice reverberated through the hall, carrying an undeniable authority. After a heated debate and battle, they finally persuaded the leader. Sweat soaked their clothes and tension hung in the air. With the collective efforts of all, the defense system was gradually established. Massive energy shields shimmered between planets, radiating a hopeful light. Now we have a stronger power to safeguard peace, Doma said, looking at the results with satisfaction. Her face beamed with pride and tears glistened in her eyes. Just then, from the edge of the universe, a faint ripple of dark energy began to stir. When that faint ripple of darkness reached them, Sun Wukong and the others immediately became alert. The ripple seemed like a low growl from an endless abyss, sending a tremor through their hearts. This ripple. Could the dark force be awakening again? Kulin said nervously. His voice trembled slightly, and in an instant fine beads of sweat covered his forehead, glistening under the sunlight like crystalline pearls. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. No matter what, we must be prepared. His eyes blazed like torches, and the golden aura around his body flickered faintly, as if responding to the resolve within his heart. The group quickly returned to the command center of the defense system, beginning to analyze the source and intensity of the ripple. The command center was filled with a tense atmosphere, the beeping of instruments interwoven with the heavy breathing of the people. Bu skillfully operated various instruments, the data on the screens jumping continuously. The dancing numbers were like rapid drumbeats, quickening the heartbeat of everyone present. This isn't good. The energy of this ripple is increasing, Bu said. Her voice carried a hint of anxiety, her fingers flying across the keyboard as her eyes remained fixed on the screen. Vegito snorted coldly. No matter how strong, we can handle it. He crossed his arms, a purple aura rising around him, his eyes filled with disdain and confidence. Wu Fan clenched his fists. We cannot let the dark force rampage again. His voice was firm and resolute, the flames of justice burning in his eyes. At that moment, warriors from every planet also entered a state of combat readiness, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Metal armor clashed, producing a clattering sound, and the footsteps of the warriors were uniform and heavy, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Sun Wukong decided to lead a group to investigate the situation. Vegito, Wu Fan, come with me, Sun Wukong said. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. All right. Vegito and Wu Fan responded in unison, their voices brimming with courage and determination. They boarded the spaceship and flew toward the direction of the ripple. The spaceship raced through the starry sky, the scenery outside the window rapidly receding. Brilliant stars like shimmering gems flashed past, leaving trails of dazzling light. Everyone be careful. There might be an ambush, Sun Wukong warned. His voice echoed within the spaceship, laced with vigilance. Suddenly a group of dark creatures appeared ahead, blocking their path. These dark creatures were of various forms. Some had enormous wings whose flapping stirred up a fierce wind that howled and shook the spaceship slightly. Others had bodies as hard as rock, covered in sharp spikes that gleamed with a cold light. These guys just in time, Vegito said, ready to charge out. His eyes burned with the desire for battle, and his energy had already begun to surge. Wait, let's observe first. Wu Fan stopped him. Wu Fan's voice carried a note of calm and caution, his gaze fixed intently on the dark creatures. The dark creatures let out low roars, sounds that seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. They emitted a foul stench like the smell of rotting corpses, nauseating. They don't look easy to deal with, Sun Wukong said. A hint of gravity flashed in his eyes, and his hands had already clenched into fists. Vegito said impatiently. Who cares? Let's just go. With that he charged out first, his powerful energy erupting instantly. The light of the energy illuminated the surrounding starry sky like brilliant fireworks. Sun Wukong and Wu Fan followed closely behind, joining the battle. The dark creatures launched attacks one after another, various beams of energy intertwining, lighting up the starry expanse. The collision of energies produced a massive shockwave, causing the spaceship to tremble violently, its metal hull groaning under the strain. Ya! Wu Fan unleashed a powerful chi blast, repelling a group of dark creatures. The chi blast streaked across the starry sky, leaving a dazzling trail like a wound torn in the heavens. Sun Wukong meanwhile dodged attacks with agility while delivering lethal blows to the enemies. His movements were like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable. Vegito's attacks were the most ferocious, each strike carrying immense destructive power. His fists fell like meteors, crashing into the dark creatures with resounding thuds. After a fierce battle, the dark creatures began to retreat. Their screams echoed through the starry sky, bringing a sense of exhilaration to the hearts of the warriors. Don't let them escape, Vegito shouted. His voice was filled with anger and reluctance, yearning to annihilate these dark creatures completely. Just as they prepared to pursue, a massive dark vortex appeared ahead. The vortex was like a giant black pupil, deep and terrifying, as if it would devour everything. What is this? Wu Fan exclaimed in surprise. His voice was tinged with fear and confusion, his eyes locked on the vortex. From the vortex came a powerful pull attempting to suck their spaceship inside. The pull was like an invisible giant hand gripping the ship tightly, making it impossible to break free. Not good. Shake it off. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice urgent, veins bulging on his forehead. They struggled to control the spaceship, trying to escape the force. The ship's engines roared loudly as if groaning in agony. Yet the vortex's pull grew stronger, and the spaceship gradually lost control. Under the immense pull of the dark vortex, the spaceship drew closer and closer, like a tiny bird about to be devoured by a colossal beast. The metal hull of the spaceship groaned in agony, emitting a piercing screech that clenched the hearts of all aboard. Damn it! We'll all be sucked in at this rate. Vegito roared furiously, unleashing energy to stabilize the vessel. Veins bulged on his forehead as sweat poured down like a torrent. His violet aura flickered violently with each surge of power, accompanied by his enraged bellows. Son Goku's gaze was intense, his mind racing. Everyone channel all our power into the ship's engines. His voice was steady and forceful, carrying an unyielding resolve. Gohan responded instantly, and the three of them poured their formidable energy into the spaceship. The vessel blazed with a radiance as brilliant as the sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The engines roared deafeningly, as if they could tear the very cosmos apart. The intense energy waves heated the air inside the ship, scorching the skin. It's still not enough. Gohan shouted, sweat raining down. His voice was filled with anxiety and despair, each drop hitting the floor echoed with a sharp drip drop. Just then dark rays shot out from the vortex, hurtling toward the ship. They were like venomous serpents bearing deadly threats. Watch out! Goku yelled, swiftly dodging. His voice reverberated through the cramped vessel, tense with urgency. The rays grazed the ship, leaving deep scars. The acrid smell of burnt metal filled the air. The pungent odor made one cough as if the throat were seared by fire. What the hell is this thing? Vegeta bellowed furiously. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing inside the ship and making ears ring. Alarms blared incessantly, red warning lights flashed wildly, and every indicator on the screens glowed a dangerous red. The frantic beeping sounded like a death knell, accelerating everyone's heartbeat. Goku clenched his teeth. We can't give up. There has to be a way. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, like a lighthouse in the dark. Suddenly a risky idea struck him. Gohan, Vegeta, let's unite our power and strike directly at the vortex's center, Goku declared. His voice carried a note of finality, as if he were gambling with life and death. Vegeta hesitated for a moment. It's too risky, but we have no other choice. Let's do it. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists. The three focused their minds, converging all their strength into a colossal beam of energy. The beam was dazzling, imbued with their boundless hope and courage. Charge! With Goku's roar, the energy beam shot straight toward the vortex's core. His voice carried an unyielding momentum, as if it could shatter any obstacle. Instantly light flooded the dark space, colliding violently with the vortex's power. The immense energy impact rocked the ship violently, making it like a leaf in a storm. The clash of metal and explosions of energy merged into a chaotic din, nearly deafening. Hold on! Gohan shouted. His voice grew hoarse from exertion, every muscle taut, as if pouring all his strength into that single strike. At last, through their relentless effort, the vortex's power began to wane. The overwhelming pull gradually faded and the ship finally broke free. We did it! Vegeta exclaimed in exhilaration. His voice brimmed with the joy of survival, and a rare smile spread across his face. Seizing the moment, the spaceship escaped the vortex's grasp and sped away. The wind howled past the hull, bringing a cool relief that felt liberating. But before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Ahead loomed a gigantic dark warship from which countless dark creatures swarmed. The warship towered like a black mountain, oppressive and suffocating. The creatures' roars rose and fell, sending chills down the spine. Looks like a tough battle ahead, Goku said, his eyes devoid of fear. His voice was calm and resolute, as if such challenges were routine. Humph, who's afraid? Let's fight! Vegeta's aura flared again. His eyes blazed with combat lust, and violet energy gathered in his hands. Gohan also prepared for battle. We won't back down! His voice was filled with determination, his energy surging higher. The dark creatures surged forth like a tide, and the battle erupted once more. The air reeked of blood and gunpowder, nauseating. Goku unleashed his Super Saiyan power, a golden radiance illuminating the battlefield. Each of his punches carried devastating force, sending enemies flying. The dull thuds of fists striking bodies mingled with the enemy's screams made blood boil. Vegito's violet energy waves swept across the horde, felling foes. The energy waves crackled as they sliced through the air, leaving devastation in their wake. Gohan's ki blasts hit their marks with precision, showcasing his formidable strength. The explosions of ki blasts lit up dark corners and enemy limbs flew through the air. But the enemies kept coming, seemingly endless. "This isn't working," Gohan panted. His voice was weary, his breaths rapid and heavy. Just then Goku spotted the Dark Warship's weak point. "Attack the energy core!" he shouted. His voice, like a command, gave everyone a clear direction. They concentrated their power and struck the core. The light converged into a massive torrent, crashing into the warship. With a tremendous explosion, the Dark Warship turned into a fireball. The fireball illuminated the entire starfield, and waves of heat rolled over them, scorching their skin. The enemies finally ceased their assault, and Goku and the others collapsed in exhaustion inside the ship. The cabin was filled with a mix of smoke and sweat, leaving everyone feeling drained and spent. "That was a close call," Vegito remarked, his voice tinged with fatigue and relief as he leaned back in his seat, gasping for air. "But we can't let our guard down. We need to get back and regroup," Goku said. His gaze remained resolute, staring into the distance as he pondered the next move. The spaceship flew toward the defense system, knowing that future battles still awaited them. Sun Wukong and the others sped through the starry cosmos in their spaceship, the engine's roar resounding like a rousing battle hymn. Beyond the window, brilliant stars streaked backward like scattered jewels. "That was incredibly close," Gohan said, still trembling with lingering fear. His voice carried a slight quiver, his eyes reflecting the terror of the recent battle. Sun Wukong gave a slight nod. "As long as we're alive, we cannot give up fighting." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, the golden aura around his body flickering faintly, mirroring his indomitable spirit. Vegito's expression turned stern. "Those bastards won't give up easily." He crossed his arms, purple light flashing in his eyes, revealing his pride and determination. The atmosphere inside the spaceship grew heavy as everyone contemplated their next move. The cold metallic walls seemed to absorb the warmth from their spirits, deepening their somber mood. Upon returning to the defense system, they found the area in full swing. Warriors shouted orders in every direction, while weapons and equipment hummed and crackled in a cacophony of activity. The air hung thick with the scent of machine oil and sweat, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and brimming with hope. "What's the situation?" Sun Wukong approached a commander. The man's forehead glistened with perspiration, reflecting the harsh lighting, his voice urgent and strained. "The dark forces are becoming increasingly active. We must prepare thoroughly." Bulma hurried over. "Wukong, I've upgraded the spaceship. It should significantly boost our performance." Though fatigue marked her face, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She held a data tablet in her hands, its lines and numbers constantly shifting. Sun Wukong offered a grateful smile. "Thank you, Bulma." His expression radiated warmth and sincerity, breaking through like sunlight piercing dark clouds. Krillin and Tien Shinhan arrived shortly after. "We must strengthen our own cultivation rather than always relying on external forces," Tien said. His voice rang steady and strong, his gaze fixed resolutely upon them all. They nodded in agreement, and each set about their arduous training. Alone in the training room, Sun Wukong pushed himself to elevate his energy continuously. Sweat soaked through his clothing, each drop striking the ground with a sharp tap. His breathing grew heavy and labored like bellows working at full strength. Every surge of power rippled through the surrounding air in visible waves, radiating intense heat. Meanwhile, Gohan trained within the chamber of time and spirit, sharpening his techniques with unwavering focus. His movements were swift and precise, each punch cutting through the air with a fierce whooshing sound. Vegeta subjected himself to relentless high-intensity training without mercy. His eyes burned with an insatiable thirst for power, each roar echoing his desperate need to unleash the frustration and anger churning within him. Krillin and Tien sparring with each other, constantly identifying their weaknesses. Their strikes collided with heavy thuds, the pain in their muscles and the impact of bones forcing them to grit their teeth. Bulma worked tirelessly in the laboratory, researching new equipment and technology around the clock. Instrument lights flickered as various chemical scents mingled in the air. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet her hands never ceased their work. After sustained effort, everyone showed marked improvement. One day, Sun Wukong gathered the group for a meeting. "We cannot passively wait for the dark forces to attack," I believe we should take the initiative. Sun Wukong's voice was firm and resolute as his eyes swept across each person. But wouldn't that be too risky? Krillin asked, his brow furrowed with concern, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. Vegito let out a derisive snort. Coward, only by taking the initiative can we seize control. His tone dripped with contempt, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Tien Shinhan pondered for a moment. Wukong makes a valid point. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. A thoughtful expression settled over his features. Ultimately, they resolved to take the offensive. Boarding their upgraded spaceship, they set out once more. The ship sliced through the starry expanse with a soft whistling sound. During their journey through space, they encountered scattered groups of dark forces, all easily dispatched. It seems our training has yielded results, Gohan remarked, a confident smile spreading across his face as his presence grew more grounded and assured. However, as they pressed onward, a massive dark planet materialized before them. It loomed like an enormous void, devouring surrounding light, and radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. What is this place? Krillin asked in astonishment. His voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide with shock. Sun Wukong's expression grew grave. Regardless of what it is, we must investigate. His steady, resolute voice offered a spark of courage to the group. As the ship approached the dark planet, a powerful pressure washed over them. The oppressive force felt tangible, as though crushing their very bones. Everyone be careful! Vegeta shouted, his voice laced with wariness as his energy erupted instantly. The group readied themselves for battle and slowly descended onto the planet's surface. Sun Wukong and the others landed on the dark planet. The ground beneath their feet was hard and icy, as if exuding a chill. All around was a deathly silence, so still that one could hear their own heartbeat. This place feels very wrong, Krillin said, warily looking around. His voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of fear. The air was thick with a putrid smell, a mixture of rotting leaves and animal carcasses that churned the stomach and made one want to retch. Who cares? Let's just head in, Vegeta said, striding forward. His footsteps echoed loudly in the silence, carrying his usual arrogance and fearlessness. The others followed cautiously, each step taken with extra care. The dust in the air danced in the faint light, making their throats feel dry. As they walked, they arrived before a massive valley. Black mist filled the valley, thick as ink, obscuring everything within. Occasionally low growls came from the mist, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be careful, this mist might be toxic, Tianjin Fan warned. His voice was low, as if afraid to disturb something within the mist. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. I'll go check first. His gaze was resolute, and the golden aura around his body flickered faintly. He walked slowly into the mist, and soon his figure disappeared. The others waited anxiously outside, time seeming to stretch endlessly. Every second felt infinitely prolonged, with only the sound of heavy breathing and heartbeats in their ears. Suddenly Sun Wukong's voice came from the mist. Come in quickly, I found something. His voice was somewhat muffled in the mist, but filled with urgency. Everyone rushed into the mist, and saw Sun Wukong standing before a massive stone stele. The stele towered into the clouds, its surface rough and uneven, covered with strange symbols and patterns. Those symbols looked like ancient writing or mysterious seals, baffling to the mind. What does this mean? Wu Fan asked. His voice was full of doubt, his eyes fixed on the stele, trying to find clues. Bu Erma took out a device and began scanning. Let me see if I can decipher it. The device emitted a series of beeps, strikingly clear in the silent valley. At that moment the ground suddenly began to tremble, and a dull rumbling sound came from beneath. A swarm of enormous monsters emerged from underground. These monsters were hideous in appearance, some with sharp fangs, others covered in spikes, and still others with eerie glints in their eyes. They exuded a foul stench like a rotting swamp, unbearable to the senses. Fight! Sun Wukong shouted, charging forward first. His voice was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the atmosphere of fear. Everyone unleashed their special techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. Light and darkness intertwined, and the clash of energy produced booming sounds that shook the valley. The monsters were immensely powerful, each attack carrying immense pressure. Their claws sliced through the air, producing sharp whistling sounds that made one's heart race. These guys are tough, Krillin said, gasping for breath. His forehead was covered in sweat, which trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Vegeta roared angrily. Stop talking, attack with full force. His purple energy radiance blazed, each strike carrying devastating power. Sun Wukong's golden aura burned even brighter, his fists raining down on the monsters with dull thuds. Each attack carried his boundless fury and determination. After a hard struggle, the monsters were finally repelled. The ground was littered with monster corpses and black blood giving off a pungent fishy odor. By then Bu-erma had deciphered part of the steel's inscription. It says this planet is a major stronghold of dark forces hiding a great secret inside. Bu-erma said. Her voice held a trace of weariness but more excitement. Then we press on, we must find that secret. Sun Wukong said firmly. His eyes were filled with anticipation and resolve. They continued deeper into the dark planet, encountering various dangerous traps and powerful enemies along the way. The path was rugged and uneven, the ground strewn with sharp stones that stabbed painfully into their soles. In a dark cave they discovered a mysterious energy crystal. The crystal emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating the entire cave. The light flickered as if alive. What is this thing? It feels like it contains immense power. Wu Fan reached out curiously to touch it. His voice was full of curiosity and longing. Careful. Sun Wukong was too late to stop him. The moment Wu Fan touched the crystal, he was thrown back by a powerful force. His body slammed heavily against the cave wall with a loud bang. It seems this is no ordinary crystal, Tianjin Fan said. His eyes were full of caution as he approached the crystal carefully. Vegito stepped forward. Let me try. He focused his energy attempting to control the crystal, but it released a powerful energy wave that knocked everyone to the ground. The energy wave carried a strong impact, making their ears ring. What the hell is this? Vegito cursed. His face was filled with anger and confusion. Just as everyone was at a loss, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Could it be? Before he could finish, a mysterious figure appeared before them. The enigmatic figure gradually came into focus. Upon closer inspection, the crowd discovered an unfamiliar man draped in a black cloak. The man's silhouette appeared tall and mysterious in the dim light, his cloak swaying gently in the wind, emitting a soft rustling sound. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked warily. His voice broke the brief silence, with golden aura flickering faintly around him, ready to face any danger at a moment's notice. The man slowly lifted his hood, revealing a handsome and resolute face. His eyes held a mysterious gleam, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul. His skin appeared pale in the darkness, yet carried a distinct coldness. I am here to help you. The man's voice was deep and resonant, as if emanating from afar, carrying an irresistible charm. Vegeta snorted contemptuously. Why should we trust you? He crossed his arms, purple aura dancing around him, his eyes filled with suspicion and disdain. The man smiled faintly, that smile like a spring breeze breaking through ice on his stern face. Because we share a common enemy, the dark forces. His voice was calm yet resolute, making one unable not to believe him. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, Then tell us what you know first. His gaze locked tightly onto the man, attempting to find even the slightest flaw in his expression and words. The man nodded. This dark planet conceals the core secrets of the dark forces. If they fall into the hands of the dark faction, the entire universe will plunge into endless ruin. His voice carried deep concern, as though he had already witnessed that terrible future. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, a heavy sense of pressure welling up within them. I have been secretly investigating the dark forces and know a little about the situation here, the man continued. His eyes grew profound, as if lost in reminiscence. Can you lead us to the core of the dark forces? Gohan asked anxiously. His voice was full of anticipation, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The man frowned slightly, a trace of gravity appearing on his face. Yes, but the journey ahead is fraught with danger. We must cooperate closely. His gaze swept over everyone, radiating firm determination. Everyone expressed their agreement, and decided to proceed together with the man. They navigated through the darkness, the path beneath their feet rugged and uneven, with sharp stones occasionally cutting into their soles. Each contact between foot and stone brought a sharp sting, the pain spreading through their bodies like electric currents. Be careful! The man suddenly shouted. His voice rang out in the darkness, filled with urgency and tension. A massive boulder fell from above. Sun Wukong swiftly acted, shattering the rock with a strike. The moment the rock shattered, a thunderous boom echoed, fragments scattering in all directions, stinging their bodies. Thank you, said the man. His voice was filled with gratitude. You're welcome. We're companions now, Sun Wukong responded. His tone carried a touch of bold generosity, the golden aura around him flickering gently. Continuing forward, the temperature dropped lower and lower, the chilling air penetrating their very bones. The cold felt like countless tiny ice needles piercing their bodies little by little, making them shudder uncontrollably. This won't do. We need to speed up, Vegeta said. His voice trembled slightly from the cold, his teeth chattering. The man stopped and took out a gem radiating warm light from his bosom. This gem can ward off the cold for us temporarily. The gem's radiance was like warm sunshine in winter, gentle and comforting, bringing a sense of solace. Everyone gathered around, feeling the warmth the gem provided. That warmth enveloped their bodies like a soft blanket, allowing them to gradually regain some strength. As they walked, they arrived before a raging river, its waters surging and roaring with spray flying in all directions. The river's thunderous roar was like 10,000 horses galloping, deafening. Waves crashed against the rocks on the shore with loud slaps, and the mist from the splashing water hung in the air, carrying a damp atmosphere. How do we cross this river? Krillin asked, looking at the turbulent waters with a troubled expression. His voice was filled with fear and helplessness, his eyes brimming with worry. The man observed the surroundings. There's a fallen tree over there. It might serve as a bridge, he said, a hint of hope in his voice. Working together, they dragged the tree to the riverbank. Sun Wukong and Vegeta held it steady at the front, while the others crossed carefully. With each step, they could feel the water surging violently beneath them, as if trying to drag them under. Just as they were about to reach the opposite bank, a gigantic water monster suddenly burst from the river. Its appearance sent a massive splash, erupting the water, drenching everyone and delivering a chilling impact. Oh no! The man cried out, his voice filled with panic. The water monster opened its massive bloody maw and lunged toward them. A strong foul stench hit their faces, making them feel nauseous. Gohan showed no fear and unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking the water monster. The moment the energy wave collided with the beast, a tremendous boom resonated, radiating brilliant light in all directions. Pained, the water monster attacked even more wildly. Its claws slashed through the air, creating sharp whistling sounds that sent chills down their spines. Everyone joined the fight, engaging the water monster in an intense battle. Rays of energy flashed across the river surface, intertwining with the splashing waves, forming a spectacular yet thrilling scene. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to drive the water monster away. It crashed back into the water, sending up a colossal spray, then disappeared without a trace. We finally made it. Tien Shinhan panted heavily. His voice was laden with exhaustion as he sat down heavily on the ground. They continued forward and finally arrived before a massive cave. A chilling wind blew out from within, carrying a mysterious aura that sent shivers down their spines. The core of the dark forces lies within, the man said. His voice echoed before the cave, tinged with awe and fear. Everyone took a deep breath, preparing to face the final challenge. The group stood at the entrance of the colossal cave, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. The cold wind blowing from the cave carried a damp breath, brushing against their faces with a chilling sensation. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and stepped into the cave first. A powerful wave of dark energy surged toward them like an invisible giant hand, tightly gripping their throats. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong warned loudly. His voice echoed through the cave, tinged with urgency. The cave was thick with a dense dark aura like black fog, rendering the path nearly invisible. They could only grope forward by faint perception. The ground beneath their feet was damp and slippery, emitting a putrid stench that nearly made them retch. This place is too eerie, Krillin said, his voice trembling. His words sounded tiny in the darkness, laced with deep fear. Vegeta snorted coldly. What's there to fear? I'm here. His voice brimmed with confidence and arrogance, and the purple energy flame around his body flickered faintly. Suddenly a low roar echoed from the depths of the cave, reverberating around, making their ears ring. The sound seemed to come from the abyss of hell, carrying boundless fury and resentment. What is that? Gohan looked around warily. His eyes searched desperately in the darkness, his heart pounding rapidly. Then a gigantic dark monster leaped out from the shadows, charging at them. The monster's silhouette was huge and blurry, only its gleaming red eyes visible. Sun Wukong immediately engaging in fierce combat with the monster. His fists glowing with golden light struck the monster with every blow, producing dull thuds like a heavy mallet hitting a drum. The monster's hard scales clashed with Sun Wukong's fists, sending sparks flying, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The monster retaliated, swinging its sharp claws in an attempt to strike Sun Wukong. The claws sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, sending chills down their spines. Wukong, I'll help you. Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The energy wave traced a purple arc across the darkness, instantly illuminating a corner of the cave. Under the assault of the two, the monster gradually fell into a disadvantage. Its breathing became heavy and labored, black smoke spewing from its mouth. Everyone attacked together, Tien shouted. His voice was filled with fighting spirit, his fists clenched tightly. The group unleashed their signature moves, and for a moment various lights flashed within the cave. Gohan's energy bolts streaked like meteors, Krillin's energy spheres exploded continuously. Light and darkness intertwined, forming a magnificent yet breathtaking tableau. After a fierce battle, the monster was finally defeated. Its body crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Move forward, Sun Wukong said. His voice was resolute and powerful, his golden energy flame still blazing. They advanced deeper into the cave. The further they went, the stronger the dark energy became. The energy weighed on their hearts like lead, making it difficult to breathe. I'm starting to feel exhausted, Krillin panted. His sweat poured like rain, dripping onto the ground and instantly swallowed by the darkness. Bulma encouraged, hold on, we can succeed. Her voice carried a hint of anxiety but more determination. Just then a massive stone door appeared ahead, covered in mysterious runes. The runes flickered with an eerie glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. This should be the final barrier to the dark core, the mysterious man said. His voice was unusually low in the darkness. Sun Wukong stepped forward and pushed hard against the stone door, but it didn't budge. His arms trembled slightly from the effort, muscles taut. Everyone, let's try together, Gohan said, his voice filled with anticipation. They pooled their strength and pushed simultaneously. The stone door slowly opened. An even more powerful dark energy surged out, icy cold, as if it could freeze their blood. Is this the power of the dark core? Vegeta gritted his teeth. His teeth chattered from the strain. At the dark core, a massive black energy sphere floated in the air, emitting powerful energy waves. The waves rippled outward like water, battering their bodies and making them unsteady. How do we destroy it? Tien asked, a note of despair in his voice. The mysterious man pondered for a moment. We must converge everyone's power to have a chance. His eyes showed a hint of resolve. The group nodded and began preparing for the final assault. Sun Wukong concentrated, his energy flame burning even brighter. Golden light illuminated his face, his eyes filled with determination. Vegeta also channeled all his energy, purple light flickering around him, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Bulma all readied themselves. Their expressions were solemn, energy light flickering constantly. Ready? Sun Wukong asked loudly. His voice rang out in the darkness with immense authority. Ready, they answered in unison. Their voices echoed through the cave, filled with courage and conviction. Then let's go. Sun Wukong launched the first attack. A golden beam of energy shot toward the dark core. The beam was dazzling like the dawn before sunrise. The other's energy followed, merging into a single powerful force. All colors of light intertwined, illuminating the entire cave. Under the impact of this force, the dark core began to tremble. The dark core trembled more violently under the assault of their combined might, like a colossal bomb on the verge of detonation. The black light on its surface writhed like crazed serpents, emitting a piercing hiss. Push harder. We're almost there, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with fervent determination. His golden aura blazed even brighter in the darkness like a blazing sun. They clenched their teeth, unleashing every ounce of their power without reservation. The radiance grew more dazzling as beams of energy in myriad hues interwove to form a resplendent curtain of light. The air thrummed with energy fluctuations, causing a stinging sensation on their skin. Gohan's forehead veins bulged as he strained to maintain his energy blast. His eyes were fixed on the dark core, his breath ragged, each inhalation laden with immense pressure. Kulin and Tianjin Fan also exerted their utmost, sweat pouring down like rain. The salty sting of sweat blurred their vision, yet their gazes remained resolute. Burma watched anxiously from the side, clutching an instrument ready to provide support at any moment. The instrument's indicator lights flickered wildly, emitting urgent beeping alarms. Just as they believed the dark core was about to be destroyed, it suddenly unleashed a tremendously powerful repulsive force. The force surged like a raging tsunami, sweeping over them in an instant. Watch out! Sun Wukong's warning came too late as the force struck them head-on. A frigid current laced with the essence of darkness seemed to freeze their very bones. They were hurled back by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact of their bodies against the earth produced a dull thud, kicking up clouds of dust. The dust invaded their mouths and noses, leaving a choking sensation. "Damn it!" Vegito growled, scrambling to his feet and wiping the blood from his mouth. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air, jolting his senses. Sun Wukong rose swiftly, his gaze fixed on the dark core with unwavering resolve. "We cannot give up!" His voice echoed through the darkness, carrying an unyielding conviction. "Right. We will defeat it!" Gohan rallied, his voice infused with hope as his aura surged once more. They gathered their strength again, preparing for a new assault. This time Sun Wukong devised a strategy. "We concentrate our power and break through from a single point," Sun Wukong declared, his eyes sharp and penetrating as if they could pierce the dark core's defenses. Everyone nodded in agreement and adjusted their attack directions accordingly. When they launched their next attack, the dark core's resistance weakened noticeably. Its radiance dimmed as if making its final struggle. "It's working! Keep going!" Tianjin Fan shouted, his voice hoarse with excitement. The converging light intensified and cracks finally appeared on the dark core. The cracks spread like a spider's web and the dark energy within began to leak out, carrying a pungent odor. "Now!" Sun Wukong roared, his voice like thunder, causing the entire cavern to tremble. With a deafening explosion, the dark core shattered completely and a powerful energy wave radiated outward. The energy wave swept through like a fierce gale, rustling their clothes. They staggered from the impact, but victory smiles lit up their faces. "We did it!" Kulin cheered jubilantly, his voice echoing through the cave with boundless joy. "Finally! It's over!" Burma slumped to the ground in exhaustion. Her body trembled from overexertion as she gasped for air. However, just as they let their guard down, a sinister laugh echoed from the darkness. The laughter seemed to emanate from the abyss, sending chills down their spines. "Ha ha ha, did you think it was over?" A mysterious figure slowly materialized. Shrouded in darkness, the figure's face was indistinguishable, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Sun Wukong and the others immediately went on alert. "Who are you?" Vegito snarled, his voice seething with anger and vigilance, his violet aura flaring up again. "I am the true master of the dark power. Your resistance is futile." The mysterious figure sneered, his voice like an icy wind, chilling their hearts. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "Whoever you are, we won't fear you." His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve and his golden aura blazed even brighter. The mysterious figure raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of dark energy toward them. The energy carried a putrid stench, nauseating them. Sun Wukong stepped forward, shielding them with his body. The energy struck him with a crackling sound, causing him to tremble, but he stood firm. "Goku!" Gohan cried out in concern, his voice filled with worry and urgency. "I'm fine. Everyone attack together!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with strength, galvanizing their morale. They plunged back into battle, engaging the mysterious figure in a life-or-death struggle. The enigmatic figure's attacks were eerie and devastating, each strike carrying lethal menace. His immense power gradually pushed them into a corner. Their breaths grew short, wounds multiplied, and the coppery scent of blood hung in the air. "We can't go on like this," Tianjin Fan said, a note of anxiety in his voice as sweat dripped from his brow. Just then a newfound power erupted within Sun Wukong like a volcanic eruption, flooding his entire being. This power! Sun Wukong himself was astonished. He could feel it surging through his meridians as if about to burst forth. Empowered by this force, his attacks became even more ferocious. Each strike carried the might to shatter the heavens, causing the mysterious figure to struggle to parry. "Everyone keep fighting. We can win!" Sun Wukong urged them, his voice like a war drum, igniting their fighting spirit. Under his leadership they united and finally defeated the mysterious figure. The enigmatic figure vanished in a resentful hull, the dark power dissipated completely, and the entire cavern was bathed in light. "We won!" They cheered jubilantly, their voices reverberating with joy and excitement. Sun Wukong looked at his comrades with a gratified smile. "Thanks to everyone's efforts." His voice was filled with gratitude and pride. They emerged from the cave to find a world of peace. Warm sunlight bathed them and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass. "We have safeguarded the peace of the universe," Gohan remarked thoughtfully, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. From then on their names became legends forever remembered by all. After vanquishing the Lord of Dark Forces, Sun Wukong and the others emerged from the cavern, their bodies burdened by exhaustion. Sunlight washed over them, its warmth evoking a mother's embrace, bestowing a long-lost sense of comfort and hope. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying a fresh scent that swept away the stench of blood and weariness. Wow, this sunlight feels absolutely wonderful. Krylin stretched his limbs, his face radiant with the joy of survival. He closed his eyes, basking in the sun's caress as though every ray were infusing him with renewed vitality. It's only a temporary respite. Vegito grunted, though the tension had visibly eased from his features. He tilted his head back, allowing the sunlight to kiss his face as his tense muscles gradually unknotted. Burma looked upon them, all her eyes brimming with worry. You're all badly wounded. We must return immediately for treatment and rest. Her voice carried an undercurrent of anxiety as her gaze swept over each one, assessing their injuries. The group boarded their spacecraft and set course for Earth. The vessel raced through the starry expanse, constellations twinkling beyond the windows like brilliant gems. Throughout the journey they were immersed in the triumph of victory and reflections on the future. Upon their return to Earth, the people erupted in cheers to welcome the heroes home. The din crashed over them like ocean waves, a tapestry of cheers, applause, and jubilant shouts. Wukong, you were magnificent! Chi-Chi embraced Wufan, tears streaming down her face. Her tears traced paths along her cheeks, falling upon Wufan's shoulder, tears woven from both elation and lingering anxiety. Haha, we've successfully protected everyone. Sun Wukong laughed, gently patting Wutian's head. The child's hair was soft and warm, and Wukong's heart swelled with profound contentment. Yet amid the festivities, Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. The surrounding laughter and merriment seemed to recede into the distance, his brows drawn tight, a flicker of concern clouding his gaze. Wukong, what's troubling you? Chi-Chi sensed his disturbance. Her voice reached his ear, laden with concern and bewilderment. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Though we defeated the dark forces this time, I have a foreboding that new threats will arise. His voice was low and weighted like a great boulder pressing upon every heart. Wufan nodded. Father is right. We must remain vigilant. His gaze was steely, his presence calm and resolute. Just then Jia Wangshan appeared abruptly. His arrival was like a stone cast upon a placid lake, sending ripples across the gathering. Sun Wukong, I witnessed your battle. You did well. Jia Wangshan's voice was solemn and grave, echoing like a bell from ancient times. The group bowed in reverence, their hearts overflowing with awe. Jia Wangshan continued. However, the cosmos holds many unseen perils. You must continually strive to strengthen yourselves. His gaze swept across them all, his eyes conveying both expectation and caution. Sun Wukong declared firmly. Lord Jia Wangshan, we understand. His voice rang out with conviction, brimming with determination and courage. In the days that followed, they commenced their new training regimen. Within the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat, each drop cascading like beads from a severed strand tapping onto the floor. Every breath came heavy and labored, as though bellows were being drawn. Kh! He bellowed relentlessly, shattering his own limits. The ache in his muscles and the creaking of his bones bore silent testimony to his exertion. Meanwhile, Wufan trained within the hyperbolic time chamber, his focus unwavering as he honed his techniques, his eyes alight with steadfast resolve. The air within the chamber grew thick and oppressive, every movement accompanied by a whistling gust. Vegito too spared no effort, constantly seeking out stronger opponents. The scars adorning his body were badges of honor. Each wound burned with fire, the pain sharpening his senses and driving him to fight with even greater ferocity. Kellen and Tianjifan sparred with one another, advancing together. The clash of fists and feet rang out with sharp cracks, the impact of flesh conveying the raw force of combat. Meanwhile, Burma devoted herself to developing advanced technological equipment to provide better support. The laboratory was permeated with the scent of various chemical reagents, the incessant hum of instruments never ceasing. One day, while Sun Wukong was training, he suddenly sensed an anomalous energy fluctuation. The ripple spread through his body like a faint electric shock, raising every hair on his skin. What is this? He was taken aback. He immediately convened the group. I sense a mysterious energy. There may be a new development, Sun Wukong reported. His voice was urgent and tense, his eyes sharp with vigilance. The others ceased their training, their expressions growing grave. Regardless of what it is, we must be prepared, Vegito stated. His hands clenched into fists, his aura erupting in an instant. Thus they set forth on a new quest. They arrived upon an alien world where the environment was brutal and ferocious winds howled. The wind roared like a wild beast, carving across their faces like blades carrying grit and dust that stung their eyes. "What kind of cursed place is this?" Kellen complained, his voice fractured by the gale. Suddenly a horde of powerful creatures appeared and launched an attack. Their roars were thunderous, as if rending the sky asunder. "Careful!" Tangent Fan cried out. His voice was drowned by the howling wind, yet it carried the weight of warning. Sun Wukong instantly met the enemy, engaging the creatures in fierce combat. Each collision produced a dull boom, the shockwaves of power making the surrounding air searing hot. These creatures were mighty and agile, plunging the group into a grueling fight. Their attacks sliced through the wind, every strike bearing deadly menace. "These guys are no pushovers," Wufan declared, already bearing numerous wounds. The burning pain from his injuries made his breathing ragged. While battling, Sun Wukong observed the creatures' vulnerabilities. "Everyone concentrate your attacks on their abdomens," he commanded. His voice was firm and commanding, instilling hope within them. Following Sun Wukong's directions, they gradually turned the tide. After an intense struggle, they successfully repelled the creatures. The ground was stained with blood and trampled footprints, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. "It's finally over," Krylin gasped. His voice was frail and exhausted as he collapsed to the ground. Just then a mysterious voice resonated in their ears. The voice seemed to emanate from an abyss, radiating an endless chill. "Do you truly believe it's over?" The group scanned their surroundings with alert eyes. "Who's there? Come out!" Vegito bellowed. His voice echoed across the barren landscape, charged with fury and defiance. A mysterious silhouette slowly materialized. The mysterious figure gradually became clear, and everyone stared in astonishment. It was a strange warrior whose entire body emanated an eerie glow. The light flickered on and off like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked warily, his eyes fixed on the opponent, as his aura stirred faintly. His voice echoed through the empty ground, thick with caution and confusion. The mysterious warrior sneered coldly. "I am here to end your legends." His voice was icy and piercing, as if from the frozen abyss, each word laced with frost that scraped against the ears. Vegito glared angrily. "Humph, arrogant fool!" With that he charged forward. The purple aura around Vegito instantly surged like a blazing violet flame. The two clashed, and the collision of energy emitted a blinding light like brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, instantly illuminating the surroundings. A thunderous boom echoed, rattling everyone's ears as if a swarm of bees buzzed inside. "This guy is incredibly strong." Vegito gritted his teeth, his attacks growing fiercer, yet the mysterious warrior parried with ease. Each of Vegito's punches whistled through the air, but the mysterious warrior deftly dodged or neutralized them, the atmosphere thick with Vegito's fury. Sun Wukong and the others joined the fray, and soon the battlefield blazed with light as various energy waves intertwined. Multicolored energy illuminated the entire field, gold, purple, blue, like a dazzling fireworks display. Yet the mysterious warrior held his ground, his techniques bizarre and unpredictable, catching everyone off guard. His figure flitted like a phantom, each strike accompanied by a biting wind that stung their cheeks. "Everyone be careful of his moves," Wufan shouted in warning, his voice tense with worry, sweat trickling down his forehead. The battle intensified, and the mysterious warrior suddenly unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending everyone flying backward. The wave surged like a rampaging beast, carrying unstoppable force. "Damn it!" Kellen picked himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth. The metallic taste fueled his rage. Tangent Fan's eyes blazed with determination. "We can't let him suppress us." His gaze burned with unyielding fire, and his aura surged anew. Burma watched anxiously from the sidelines. "Everyone hang in there." Her voice trembled as she clasped her hands tightly. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. "Let's attack together." His voice was steady and resolute, instilling courage and confidence in the others. They launched another assault, but the mysterious warrior flashed a disdainful smirk. His smile, cast in the eerie glow, was grotesque and sent a chill through their hearts. He vanished and reappeared behind Sun Wukong, landing a heavy blow. A tremendous force struck Sun Wukong's back, causing him to stumble forward. Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood which splattered in the air, spreading a coppery scent. Steadying himself, he turned and rejoined the battle. "This guy is too fast," Sun Wukong said, his breathing ragged and heavy. Wufan shouted angrily. "Don't get too cocky." His voice turned hoarse with fury, and his aura became unstable. The group kept attacking, but the mysterious warrior dodged or counterattacked with ease. Each strike felt like punching cotton, leaving them frustrated and enraged. Just as they began to falter, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful energy surging from within himself. The energy flooded through him like a raging tide. This is... Sun Wukong was astonished. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, every meridian trembling. A golden radiance enveloped him, and his power skyrocketed. The light blazed like the sun, blinding to behold. Watch this! Sun Wukong roared as he charged at the mysterious warrior, his voice thundering across the sky. The mysterious warrior's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the tremendous change in Sun Wukong's aura, and a flicker of fear crept into his heart. They clashed again in a fierce duel, and this time Sun Wukong gained the upper hand. Each of his punches carried earth-shattering force, driving the mysterious warrior back step by step. The mysterious warrior began to waver, his aura growing erratic. His breaths became short and heavy, and the glow around him dimmed. "Now!" Vegito shouted, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Together they unleashed their most powerful attacks. A torrent of combined energy surged toward the mysterious warrior, a mighty river of destruction. The mysterious warrior was finally defeated. He collapsed to the ground, his glow fading. His body hit the earth with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust that made everyone cough. "Finally! We won!" Kellen slumped to the ground, gasping for air. His body was utterly exhausted, each breath a painful effort. Sun Wukong approached the defeated warrior. "Why did you oppose us?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and curiosity. The mysterious warrior sneered faintly. "This is only the beginning. More powerful enemies await you." Then he fell unconscious. His voice carried a note of resentment and despair. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts heavy with worry. Meanwhile on Earth, people watched the battle through live broadcasts and cheered for the hero's victory. In the streets and alleys of the city, people celebrated the triumph. Chi-Chi, along with Wu Tian and Wu Fan's wife Xiao Fang, waited anxiously at home. "Dad and the others will be fine," Wu Tian said, his eyes filled with trust and hope. Xiao Fang clasped her hands tightly. "I hope they return safely." Her voice trembled with worry. After the battle, Sun Wukong and the others brought the mysterious warrior back to Earth. Burma immediately began examining the warrior. "His body structure is very strange. It seems he's not from our universe," she said, her voice filled with amazement and curiosity, as she stared at the instrument readings. The Supreme Kai appeared. "This might be a threat from another dimension." His voice was solemn and grave, sending a chill down everyone's spine. They fell into deep thought, knowing that future battles would be even harder. Yet they did not retreat, instead their resolve to protect peace grew even stronger. After Sun Wukong and the others brought the unconscious mysterious warrior back to Earth, the entire world was immersed in an atmosphere where tension and anticipation intertwined. In Bulma's laboratory, various instruments emitted a series of crisp, hurried clicks like the rapid beats of a nervous heart. The lights flickered, casting twisted and eerie shadows of the people on the walls. The pungent smell of chemicals filled the air, causing a stinging sensation in the nose. Bulma furrowed her brow, concentrating on analyzing the mysterious warrior's physical data. Her eyes were fixed on the screen and her fingers flew across the keyboard, each keystroke producing a rapid clatter. "This is so strange. His cellular structure and energy patterns are completely different from anything we know," Bulma muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with confusion and surprise. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead and dripped onto the console. Just then Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others entered the lab. "Bulma, any new discoveries?" Sun Wukong asked. His voice was gentle yet urgent, and a faint golden aura emanated from his body. Bulma shook her head. "Not yet, but I feel there's a huge secret hidden behind him." Her eyes revealed a trace of worry, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the edge of her clothing. Vegeta crossed his arms. No matter what, we must be prepared." His purple aura pulsed slightly, and a determined glint shone in his eyes. Just as they were discussing, the mysterious warrior suddenly woke up. His eyes were full of vigilance and hostility, like two sharp swords that sent chills down one's spine. "You won't get anything from me," he roared. His voice was hoarse and low, thick with anger. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "We don't want to be your enemy, but you must tell us why you came." His eyes were sincere and resolute, trying to make the mysterious warrior let down his guard. The mysterious warrior sneered. "You ignorant fools have no idea what's coming." His laughter echoed in the quiet lab, sounding particularly sinister. Gohan said. Whatever it is, we won't back down. Gohan's voice was filled with courage and determination, and his aura rippled slightly. The mysterious warrior was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. In the far reaches of the universe, a powerful force is rising, aiming to rule the entire cosmos. His voice carried a hint of fear and helplessness, as if recalling something terrible. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened and a heavy pressure surged over them. They possess immense power and advanced technology. I was merely sent as their vanguard, the mysterious warrior continued. His eyes grew dim, and his body trembled slightly. Tien Shinhan frowned. Then why did they choose our universe? Tien's voice was full of doubt, and veins bulged slightly on his forehead. The mysterious warrior looked at them. Because your existence poses a threat to them. His gaze swept over the group, carrying a complex emotion. Just then Earth's alarms suddenly blared. The piercing alarm cut through everyone's eardrums like a blade, making hearts leap into throats. Not good. A large number of unidentified objects are approaching Earth. Bulma shouted. Her voice was filled with terror, her eyes fixed on the monitor screen. Everyone immediately rushed out of the lab and looked up at the sky. Countless black spaceships loomed like storm clouds. The roar of their engines rumbled, shaking the ground slightly. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong yelled, his voice like a thunderclap that instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Panic gripped the people of Earth. Children's sharp cries seemed to pierce the sky. Adult shouts rose and fell, filled with fear and helplessness. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, and people sweat, making it hard to breathe. Don't be afraid, everyone. We'll protect you. Gohan comforted the crowd. His voice was warm and steady, bringing a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong and the others transformed into Super Saiyans and soared into the sky. Golden and purple auras blazed, illuminating the dark world. The battle with the enemy erupted instantly, and the collision of energy lit up the entire sky. The light was blinding, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Explosions boomed deafeningly, as if they would tear the sky apart. These guys are tough, Krillin shouted. His voice was tense and weary, and his body was already covered in wounds. Vegito roared furiously. No matter who it is, they won't destroy our home. His voice was like a beast's howl, filled with boundless rage. Sun Wukong fought while observing the enemy's movements. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his face. Everyone be careful. They seem to be searching for something, Sun Wukong said. His voice was distinct amid the fierce battle. Just then a powerful energy beam shot from one of the enemy ships, heading straight for Earth. The beam carried an aura of destruction, scorching and distorting the air as it passed. Not good. Stop it. Gohan rushed forward. His figure flashed like lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. At the critical moment, Gohan successfully blocked the attack but was severely wounded. Pfft. Gohan spat blood which scattered in the air, a coppery smell spreading. Gohan! Sun Wukong cried out. His voice was filled with worry and rage, and his aura blazed even brighter. The battle grew fiercer, but the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Every attack carried a heavy pressure, making it hard to breathe. This won't work, Tien Shinhan said. His voice was hoarse from exertion, and sweat soaked his clothes. Just as everyone felt overwhelmed, the mysterious warrior suddenly appeared. A strange glow emanated from his body, impossible to look at directly. I can help you, but you must agree to one condition, the mysterious warrior said, his voice tinged with hesitation and struggle. What condition? Vegeta asked, his eyes full of suspicion and wariness. After we defeat them, you must let me go, the mysterious warrior said. Sun Wukong thought for a moment. All right, as long as you sincerely help us. The mysterious warrior joined the battle, displaying immense power that instantly turned the tide. His moves were sharp and unpredictable, catching the enemy off guard. With everyone's combined efforts, the enemy finally began to retreat. The roar of the spaceships gradually faded, and the smoke in the sky slowly dissipated. Earth was temporarily at peace, but everyone knew that a greater crisis still lay ahead. After the enemies retreated, Sun Wukong and the others returned to the ground with an injured Gohan. The moment they landed, they could feel the warmth still radiating from the earth beneath their feet, lingering from the battle just fought. Gohan, how are you? Chi-Chi rushed over, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. Her voice trembled with tears as her hands shook while she gently touched Gohan's face. Gohan managed a faint smile. Mother, I'm fine, don't worry. His voice was weak and hoarse, each word seeming to cost him great effort. Bulma immediately began treating Gohan's injuries while everyone gathered around, their expressions tense. The medical device hummed softly, casting a green glow over Gohan's body. "These enemies are far stronger than we anticipated," Tenshinhan said, his brow furrowed. His voice carried deep concern and sweat trickled down his temples, dripping to the ground. Vegeta sneered. "Regardless, we cannot back down." His purple aura flickered around him, betraying the anger and defiance burning within his heart. Sun Wukong gazed at the sky, lost in thought. What are they truly after? Why attack Earth suddenly? His eyes were deep and troubled, a gentle breeze stirring the hem of his garment. At that moment King Kai appeared. His figure seemed like a phantom wreathed in an aura of mystery. "Sun Wukong, this crisis may prove more severe than any we have faced before." King Kai's voice weighed heavily upon them all, like a boulder pressing down on their hearts. Everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with hope and a trace of fear. "The faction that mysterious warrior spoke of, so far as I know, they have conquered numerous universes with utterly ruthless methods," King Kai continued. His voice echoed through the air, sending a chill through everyone present. A profound heaviness settled over them, as though an immense mountain pressed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. "We must find a way to counter this as quickly as possible," Sun Wukong declared. His voice was firm and resolute, offering the group a glimmer of hope. Bulma spoke up. "I will accelerate my research on the mysterious warrior's physiology, hoping to find useful clues." Her eyes were weary yet filled with determination as she turned and hurried into the laboratory. Over the following days everyone prepared with great tension. Sun Wukong and Vegeta trained relentlessly, attempting to break through their own limits. Each burst of energy erupted like thunder, vibrating the surrounding air. Sweat soaked through their clothes and their muscles ached as though they might tear apart. Krillin and Tenshinhan trained together, honing their coordination. Their fists and feet collided with muffled thuds, their breathing rapid and labored. Bulma worked tirelessly in the laboratory day and night, her eyes bloodshot from the relentless glow of instruments and data screens. The sharp scent of chemicals filled the laboratory as her fingers flew across the keyboard, producing crisp clicking sounds. One day Bulma ran out excitedly, her hurried steps stirring a breeze. "I found something. Within the mysterious warrior's body there exists a unique energy frequency. It may be connected to that faction's communication system," Bulma announced. Her voice grew sharp with excitement, and her face radiated with exhilaration. Everyone immediately gathered around, their eyes blazing with anticipation. "Perhaps we can use this frequency to understand their plans," Bulma continued. Her words came swiftly, as though she feared every passing second. And so everyone began preparing to decode the frequency. The laboratory grew thick with tension as indicator lights across various instruments blinked constantly, casting multicolored glows. Just then Earth came under attack once more. This time the enemy forces were far more numerous and significantly stronger. Deafening roars echoed from the sky as if the very world were being torn asunder. "Damn them, they're back again!" Vegeta shouted, his voice thick with fury. In an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan and shot toward the heavens. Sun Wukong charged forward without hesitation. "Everyone, let's go together!" His voice rang out like a battle horn, rallying the group. The battle erupted, instantly plunging the entire planet into chaos. Buildings collapsed under the force of colliding energies, crashing down with thunderous roars. Bricks and rubble flew in every direction, kicking up clouds of dust upon impact. People scattered in all directions, their screams and cries mingling together. An atmosphere of terror suffocated the air. "We must hold the line!" Gohan shouted. Ignoring his injuries, he threw himself back into the battle. Sun Wukong engaged the enemy leader in fierce combat, their energy collision producing a massive explosion. Boom! The light was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. A scorching wave of heat crashed over them as though it might melt everything in its path. "This guy is too strong." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Every strike he unleashed was delivered with his full strength, his muscles tense like steel. Meanwhile Vegeta fought desperately against other enemies already bearing multiple wounds. Blood soaked through his garments, and the metallic scent of it filled the air. Krillin and Tenshinhan also fought with all their might, but the enemy's overwhelming power gradually wore them down. From the rear Bulma watched anxiously, gripping the communicator tightly as she attempted to crack the frequency. Her heart pounded in her ears, and she could hardly breathe from the tension. Suddenly the enemy leader unleashed a devastating energy wave directly at Sun Wukong. The blast radiated pure destruction, warping the very fabric of space as it surged forward. "Wukong, watch out!" Vegito cried, his voice filled with terror. But Sun Wukong could not dodge in time. Struck by the energy wave, he was thrown heavily to the ground. Bang! The impact cratered the earth, sending dust and debris flying into the air. "Wukong!" everyone exclaimed, their voices laced with despair and dread. In that critical moment, the mysterious warrior appeared. "I will aid you," he said. His voice was deep and resolute, his presence radiating immense power. He charged toward the enemy leader, engaging him in a life-and-death struggle. Their figures wove through the sky, energy flaring brilliantly across the entire battlefield. With the mysterious warrior's help, Sun Wukong rose to his feet once more and rejoined the fight. After a grueling battle, the enemies finally retreated again. The sky hung heavy with the acrid stench of smoke and blood, nauseating and overwhelming. Exhausted beyond measure, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Each breath brought fresh pain and weariness, sweat pouring down like rain and pooling on the ground. "We cannot continue fighting passively like this," Sun Wukong said, his voice weak yet filled with determination. Bulma ran over. "I cracked the frequency, but..." Her voice trembled, heavy with deep concern. "But what?" everyone asked eagerly. "They are planning a massive assault, one that will utterly destroy Earth," Bulma said. Her voice carried despair, tears welling in her eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew profoundly grave. Upon hearing the devastating news brought by Bulma, everyone's spirits plummeted into the abyss. The oppressive atmosphere weighed like a leaden block on each heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. "What can we do? Is Earth truly doomed to destruction?" Krillin's voice trembled, his face etched with despair. His eyes were vacant, arms hanging limply at his sides as if all his strength had been drained away. "Even if we die, we'll fight to the end." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with indomitable fury. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The purple aura around him flickered faintly, betraying the rage and resolve within. Goku rose to his feet, his gaze steady as he looked at everyone. "We can't give up like this. There must be a way to stop them." His voice was calm and powerful, as if it could instill boundless courage and confidence in others. A gentle breeze swept through his hair, bringing a hint of coolness. Chi-Chi held Gohan tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Goku, you must protect everyone." Her voice was choked with sobs, arms wrapped firmly around Gohan, her body trembling slightly. Gohan forced himself to stand. "Dad, I'll fight alongside you too." His face was pale, but his eyes shone with determination, the wounds on his body still throbbing with pain. At that moment, the mysterious warrior stepped forward. "Perhaps we can unite forces from other planets." His voice was low and grave, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Will that work?" Tien asked doubtfully. He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with worry, sweat trickling down his cheeks. The mysterious warrior nodded. "It's worth a try. I know several planets with formidable warriors." His expression was solemn, as if deep in thought. Thus they decided to split up. Goku and Vegeta headed for Namek to seek the aid of its warriors. Tien and Krillin set out to contact other planets they had encountered before. Gohan stayed behind to recover and assist Bulma in researching ways to counter the enemy. After a long interstellar journey, Goku and Vegeta finally arrived at Namek. The air on Namek carried a peculiar scent, as if blended with the fragrance of various herbs. "So this is Namek. The energy feels very different," Vegeta remarked with a frown. His gaze swept the surroundings warily. The ground beneath his feet was soft and moist. They met the Grand Elder of Namek and explained their purpose. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. "Earth's crisis cannot be ignored. But our power is limited," the Grand Elder said, his voice low and hoarse, as if weathered by countless ages. Goku urged anxiously. "Please, you must find a way." His eyes were full of anticipation, his hands unconsciously clenching. Just then an Namekian warrior stepped forward. "I am willing to fight alongside you." His voice was resonant and determined, muscles taut, radiating a powerful aura. Meanwhile, Tien and Krillin's efforts were not going smoothly. Many planets refused their plea out of fear. "Is there really no hope?" Krillin said dejectedly. His voice was filled with disappointment, his steps growing heavy. Tien encouraged him. "Don't lose heart. Let's keep looking." He patted Krillin's shoulder, his eyes still gleaming with a spark of hope. Back on Earth, Gohan and Bulma were also hard at work. "Aunt Bulma, this device needs further improvement," Gohan said, pointing at an instrument. His voice carried a note of exhaustion, but his focus remained sharp. Bulma wiped her sweat. "All right, I'll be right there." The laboratory was filled with the smell of various chemicals, and the instrument's lights blinked incessantly, emitting a buzzing sound. Finally, the day of the enemy's massive assault arrived. In the sky, dense fleets of enemy ships appeared, blotting out the sun. The roar of the ship's engines thundered, making ears ring. "Everyone get ready!" Goku shouted. His voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with fearless courage. On Earth, people rushed into shelters, fear and anxiety enveloping the entire planet. The cries of children and the prayers of adults intertwined, wrenching at everyone's hearts. The battle was about to erupt. Goku and the allied warriors charged toward the enemy. The clash of energy and the roar of explosions were deafening, as if they could rupture eardrums. Multicolored beams of energy lit up the entire sky, blinding all who looked. "Ah!" Vegito let out a roar as he sent an enemy flying. His body was splattered with the enemy's blood, the metallic scent of gore permeating the air. Goku also unleashed his full power, maneuvering against the foe. Each attack was accompanied by the whistling of wind, sweat raining down like a storm. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and they gradually fell into a predicament. "This won't do!" shouted Tien. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, and blood streamed from his wounds. Just then the mysterious warrior discovered a weakness in the enemy. "Attack there!" he yelled, pointing at one of the enemy's flagship vessels. His voice was urgent, and tense, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Everyone concentrated their power and launched an assault on the flagship. Under the barrage of powerful energy, the flagship began to waver. The screech of twisting metal and the clatter of falling parts mingled together. "Push harder!" Goku shouted. His voice was brimming with strength, his aura blazing even more intensely. Finally, the flagship exploded, throwing the enemy into chaos. The immense shockwave made the surrounding air searing hot, thick smoke billowing everywhere. "Now's our chance, counterattack!" Vegeta yelled. His voice was charged with excitement as he charged at the enemy again. Everyone seized the moment to launch a counteroffensive, and the tide of battle turned. Yet the enemy did not give up easily, and the fighting remained fierce. Blood stained the earth, the scent of soil mingling with the stench of gore sickening to the stomach. Smoke hung in the air, stinging eyes and throats. Goku and the others clenched their teeth and fought on. Only one conviction burned in their hearts: protect Earth, protect their home. Under the valiant counterattack of Sun Wukong and his comrades, the enemy's offensive momentum was finally curbed. However, the situation on the battlefield remained grim, with both sides locked in a stalemate. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the pungent odor stung everyone's nostrils. "Everyone give it your all. Don't let them catch their breath." Sun Wukong shouted, his voice echoing across the smoke-laden battlefield. His voice was hoarse but brimming with power, and the golden aura around his body flickered through the haze. Vegeta panted heavily, blood oozing from his wounds, the scent of iron permeating the air. "These bastards won't get off so easily." His eyes remained resolute, and his purple aura pulsed as if telling of his indomitable spirit. Tien, Shinhan and Krillin supported each other, exhausted but gritting their teeth to continue fighting. Sweat soaked their clothes and every breath felt heavy. Gohan at the rear was frantic with worry. "I must recover quickly and fight alongside everyone." His gaze was fixed on the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly. Bulma was nervously operating the equipment, trying to provide more support for the frontline warriors. The constant beeping of the instruments filled the air, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Just then the enemy launched another fierce assault. Countless energy beams rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds. "Look out!" Sun Wukong leaped into the air, using his body to block most of the attack. He felt a tremendous impact, as if his body were being torn apart. "Goku!" Everyone cried out, their voices filled with terror and concern. Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, dust flying everywhere. He struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't move for a moment, each breath bringing a sharp pain. "Dad!" Gohan was frantic, his voice choked with tears. Vegeta roared as he charged at the enemy. "You bastards!" His attacks grew more ferocious, as if he were unleashing all his fury. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, and it seemed the scales of victory were gradually tipping toward the enemy. The billowing smoke blurred vision, and the constant explosions and shouts made hearts feel as if they were about to leap out of chests. However, at this critical moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from afar. It was like a spring breeze, bringing a glimmer of hope. "This is..." The mysterious warrior looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with anticipation. A group of unfamiliar figures appeared on the horizon, radiating immense strength. Light flickered like a beacon in the darkness. Reinforcements! Krillin shouted excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion, a long-lost smile spreading across his face. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Tien Shinhan, and Krillin warriors from several other planets had finally arrived to assist. Friends of Earth, we have come to lend you a hand. One of the warriors called out, his voice loud and powerful, filled with a sense of justice. With the new reinforcements joining the battle, the situation changed instantly. The enemy began to fall on the defensive, their lines gradually crumbling. The clash of energies grew more intense, and the light was so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. With the help of everyone, Sun Wukong rose to his feet again, his eyes gleaming with determination. Together, let's drive them away completely. His voice was like a battle horn, inspiring everyone. On the battlefield, various energy beams crisscrossed, and the cries of battle were deafening. The sounds of wind explosions and shouts intertwined, forming a stirring symphony of war. Vegeta unleashed his full power and knocked back the enemy before him with a single blow. The enemy's body flew like a cannonball, emitting a dull thud. Tien Shinhan's Kikuho also displayed immense power, felling enemies one after another. The light of the Kikuho illuminated the entire battlefield, evoking a profound sense of awe. Through everyone's combined efforts, the enemy finally began to rout, fleeing the battlefield. Their footsteps were chaotic and panicked, filled with fear and despair. Don't let them escape! Gohan shouted, his voice tinged with reluctance. But Sun Wukong stopped everyone. Don't pursue a beaten enemy, first ensure Earth's safety. His voice was calm and rational. After the battlefield was a scene of devastation. The smoke gradually dissipated and sunlight once again bathed the land. The warm rays fell upon them but could not dispel the deep fatigue. Everyone collapsed onto the ground exhausted, yet their faces shone with the joy of victory. The smell of earth mixed with the scent of blood and smoke, evoking a profound sense of emotion. We won! Krillin murmured, his voice weak but filled with relief. He looked up at the sky, tears blurring his eyes. Gohan walked over to Sun Wukong. Dad, it was thanks to everyone's efforts. His voice was filled with admiration and pride. Sun Wukong smiled at everyone. Yes, this is our victory together. His smile was warm and steadfast, and his wounds stood out starkly under the sunlight. Just then the reinforcements approached. Thank you for your support. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. Bulma said, her voice full of gratitude, her hair disheveled, her face covered in dust. We are all here to defend justice. No need to thank us, said the leader of the reinforcements, his gaze filled with admiration for Sun Wukong and the others. Earth gradually returned to its usual peace, and people emerged from shelters cheering the heroes' names. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. The cheers surged like waves, one after another. Chi-Chi also found Sun Wukong with their child. Goku, I'm so glad you're all right. Her voice trembled with emotion as she hugged Sun Wukong tightly. Sun Wukong hugged his family back. I'm sorry to have worried you. His eyes were filled with guilt and tenderness. In the following days, everyone began rebuilding their homes. Though the process was arduous, their hearts were full of hope. One day, Sun Wukong stood alone on a mountaintop, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed his face, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. This crisis is over, but who knows what challenges lie ahead, he mused to himself. His eyes were deep and determined, as if they could see through the veils of the future. But he knew that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they would not back down, for they were the warriors who protected Earth, the beacon of hope. After arduous battles and reconstruction, Earth gradually regained its former vitality. Sunlight bathed the land, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers mingled with the cheerful songs of birds. People resumed their daily lives, and the streets once again resonated with laughter and joy. One day, Son Goku sat at home sharing a meal with Chi-Chi and Goten. The dining table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, steam rising in fragrant clouds. Father, will you still go fight the villains? Goten asked, his large eyes bright with curiosity and tinged with worry. Son Goku gently ruffled Goten's hair and smiled. As long as any threat endangers the peace of everyone, your father will face it. His voice was both gentle and resolute as he lifted a piece of food to his mouth with his chopsticks. Chi-Chi sighed helplessly. Goku, please be careful. Her eyes brimmed with concern as she served Goten and spoke. Just then Vegeta suddenly appeared at the doorway. His silhouette materialized like a phantom, instantly drawing every gaze. "Kakarot, the Supreme Kai is calling for us," Vegeta said gravely, his voice low and urgent. Son Goku set down his bowl and chopsticks and rose. "Then let us hurry." On their way to the Supreme Kai's realm alongside Vegeta, the wind howled past their ears carrying a crisp chill. Upon seeing them, the Supreme Kai spoke with a solemn countenance. "Son Goku, Vegeta, though Earth is safe for the moment, I sense another mysterious evil force emerging in the cosmos. Its power is beyond comprehension and could threaten the entire universe." The Supreme Kai's voice echoed through the vast divine realm, heavy with deep foreboding. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with unshaken resolve. "Supreme Kai, we will investigate thoroughly," Son Goku declared, his voice ringing with determination. Returning to Earth, they gathered everyone together. The group assembled on an open expanse of grassland, the surrounding green blades swaying in the wind with a soft rustling sound. "This mission may be perilous, but we cannot turn a blind eye." Vegeta stated, his arms crossed as his gaze swept over each person. Tien Shinhan nodded. "We will face this together," his eyes resolute, his demeanor steady and composed. And so the group embarked upon a new journey. They boarded their spaceship and traversed the boundless cosmos. Along the way they encountered all manner of wondrous celestial bodies and mysterious phenomena. Beyond the ship's viewport, the magnificent galaxy shimmered like a dream, ethereal and breathtaking. "Wow, what is that?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a colossal nebula outside the window. The nebula blazed with a spectrum of vivid hues like a painting from a reverie, radiating an enchanting luminescence. "Stay focused. We still have an important mission ahead." Vegeta reprimanded, his brows furrowed as he kept his attention fixed on the path ahead. At last they arrived at a mysterious planet. The environment on this world was brutal, with ferocious winds howling and dust storms raging, their stinging grains cutting at their faces like blades. "Watch out!" Son Goku warned, his voice almost swallowed by the gale. No sooner had they set foot on the planet than they were ambushed by a horde of monsters. The creatures' ear-splitting roars struck terror into every heart. "Mere pawns. Watch me dispatch them." Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward. A violet aura erupted from his body, its overwhelming pressure scattering the surrounding dust storms. Son Goku, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray. His figure flashed like lightning as he darted through the ranks of monsters. Though individually weak, the creatures numbered in overwhelming swarms, and it took considerable effort to repel them. Sweat soaked through everyone's clothing, and the air grew thick with the scent of blood and dust. "This is only the beginning. Remain vigilant," Son Goku said, breathing heavily yet his gaze remaining sharp and piercing. Pressing deeper into the planet, they discovered an ancient ruin. The walls of the ruin were carved with mysterious runes exuding an aura of antiquity and mysticism. "It seems something is hidden here," Tien Shinhan said, his voice alive with curiosity. Just as they prepared to enter and explore, a tremendous power surged outward from within. That force hit like a surging tide, nearly knocking them off their feet. "No good. This power." Son Goku's expression grew grave, his body tensing like a drawn bow ready to meet the challenge imminent. A towering silhouette emerged slowly from the ruins. The colossal figure emerged from the ruins, instantly drawing the gaze of the crowd. It stood like a mountain, its shadow seemingly enveloping the entire world. This was a monstrous creature of immense size, its body akin to a small hill covered in hard, scintillating scales that gleamed with a dim, eerie light. Each scale resembled a gem steeped in darkness, radiating a chilling aura. Its eyes blazed like flames, exuding boundless savagery and malice, as if the burning fire could sear the very soul. "What in the world is this?" Krillin exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. He instinctively stepped back, beads of sweat as large as beans forming on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks, bringing a chill. "Who cares what it is? Let's fight first!" Vegeta roared, charging forward instantly. His purple aura flared up like a blazing inferno, its overwhelming power heating the surrounding air. Goku followed closely, his own energy exploding forth. Golden light radiated like the sun, dispelling the darkness around them. The monster swung its enormous claws, stirring up a gale that howled like a beast's roar, aiming to strike Vegeta. "Watch out!" Goku shouted, his voice small yet filled with concern amidst the wind. Vegeta sidestepped and seized the opportunity to attack. Yet his assault landed on the creature like a stone sinking into the sea, inflicting no damage whatsoever. A dull thud echoed as Vegeta's fist struck what felt like hardened steel, the recoil numbing his arm. "This thing's defense is too strong," Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and frustration, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. Goku concentrated his power and delivered a full-force blow, but it only managed to push the creature back a few steps. He felt as if his fist had struck a massive slab of rubber, a powerful repulsive force causing him to sway. "This won't work. We need to find its weakness," Goku said, his voice calm and steady, his eyes swiftly scanning the monster for any clue. The group dispersed, observing the creature's movements. The air was thick with tension, each breath becoming rapid and heavy. Gohan noticed that the monster's abdomen seemed weaker and shouted, "Attack its belly!" His voice was sharp with excitement. Heeding his call, everyone concentrated their attacks on the abdomen. A kaleidoscope of energy beams converged, illuminating the dark corners like brilliant fireworks. The monster roared in fury, retaliating relentlessly. Its deafening cries could shatter eardrums, and each swing of its claws brought a gale laced with the stench of blood and decay. "Hiya!" Tien Shinhan unleashed a tri-beam, a powerful surge of energy streaking toward the monster's abdomen like a bolt of white lightning, brightening the surrounding darkness. Stricken with pain, the monster's movements slowed. A flicker of agony and rage crossed its eyes, and its aura became chaotic. Goku and Vegeta seized the moment to attack again. Goku's fists blazed with golden light, each strike carrying earth-shattering force, while Vegeta's energy waves surged like a violet torrent. After a fierce battle, the monster finally collapsed. Its body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, shaking the earth. "Finally over," Krillin sighed in relief, plopping down on the ground. He gasped for air, sweat pouring like rain, evaporating instantly on the dry soil. But before they could rest, low growls echoed from the ruins again, sounding like they came from the depths of hell, instilling fear and despair that sent chills down their spines. "Oh no, are there more monsters?" Gohan said, his voice laced with worry and tension, his eyes fixed warily on the depths of the ruins. Then a horde of monsters of various shapes surged out from the ruins. Some were enormous, others incredibly swift, and some could unleash powerful energy blasts. "This place isn't so simple," Goku frowned. His gaze grew more determined and his aura flared again. "No matter what, we can't back down," Vegeta shouted, his voice brimming with fighting spirit and resolve as his purple blaze burned brighter. The group plunged back into battle. Energy flashes flickered across the battlefield and explosions rang out in succession. Each collision of energy produced massive shockwaves that shook the walls and ground, sending debris and dust flying. Goku fought while strategizing, his eyes darting across the swarm of monsters as his mind raced. "This can't go on. We need to find the source controlling these monsters," Goku said, his voice clear even amid the fierce combat. The group gradually advanced deeper into the ruins. A mysterious aura permeated the place, ancient and malevolent, casting a suffocating pall. Runes on the walls flickered with eerie light, pulsing as if whispering secrets. "Everyone be careful, there might be traps," Tien Shinhan warned, his voice alert, eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly cracks appeared in the ground, spewing scorching flames. The flames shot up like dragons, lunging at the group with menacing ferocity. Krillin, caught off guard, was burned. His clothes were instantly charred and searing pain shot through his skin as the acrid smell of burning filled the air. "Krillin!" Goku cried out in anguish. His eyes filled with concern and fury, he rushed to Krillin and pulled him from the flames. Bulma was anxiously monitoring the battle from behind, holding a device that attempted to decipher the secrets of the ruins. The device's screen displayed a stream of data and images, her gaze focused and urgent. "Hang on, everyone. I think I found something," Bulma shouted, her voice carrying a hint of excitement and hope. Amid the arduous battle, the group gradually neared the core of the ruins. There they discovered a massive energy sphere surrounded by intricate runes. It emanated a powerful, malevolent aura that sent chills down their spines. "This must be the key to controlling the monsters," Gohan said, his eyes resolute. "Then let's destroy it." Vegeta was about to charge, but Goku stopped him. "Wait, it might be dangerous." Goku's instincts warned him that the sphere wouldn't be easy to handle. As they hesitated, the sphere suddenly released a powerful energy wave, knocking them back. The surge was like a tsunami, tossing their bodies like leaves in the wind. "Damn it!" Goku picked himself up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained steadfast. "Looks like we have no choice but to go all out." Vegeta charged forward again, his aura radiating reckless determination. The others followed suit, launching a combined assault on the energy sphere. In that moment, a convergence of various energy beams merged into a single powerful force hurtling toward the sphere. Under the concentrated attack, cracks began to appear on its surface. The fissures spread rapidly like a spiderweb, accompanied by a sizzling sound as potent energy leaked out. With a thunderous roar, the sphere exploded. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in the ruins. The monsters instantly lost control and collapsed. Their bodies fell like a stack of dominoes. "We did it!" The group cheered, their voices filled with joy and exhaustion. After the fierce battle, the dawn of victory had finally arrived. But before they could celebrate, the ruins began to shake violently, threatening to collapse. Stone blocks tumbled from the walls, thudding against the ground. "Run!" Goku shouted, his voice urgent and decisive. The group dashed toward the exit, their footsteps echoing frantically in the trembling ruins, hearts pounding like drums. The moment they burst out of the ruins, the entire structure collapsed, raising a thick cloud of dust that choked them and made them cough. "That was close," Krillin said, still trembling, his face covered in dust. "But at least we handled that mess," Goku said with a relieved smile, his body bruised but his eyes full of confidence. "Yeah, we did." The group gazed at the collapsed ruins, smiles of relief spreading across their faces. The setting sun cast long shadows behind them, as if telling a tale of their bravery and resilience. After this battle, they had once again safeguarded peace. After resolving the troubles within the ruins, Sun Wukong and his team took a brief respite before preparing to return to Earth. However, during their journey back, they received an urgent communication from Bulma. "Wukong, it's terrible. Earth is facing a massive crisis." Bulma's voice was filled with anxiety and terror, crackling through the communicator with a hiss of static that amplified the tension. "What? Bulma, what happened?" Sun Wukong asked urgently. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyes betraying profound worry as the ship's lights cast shifting shadows across his face. "A mysterious dark force is attacking Earth, its power beyond imagination. The cities have fallen into chaos," Bulma said. Her voice trembled, and in the background came the screams of people and the thunderous crash of collapsing buildings. The group's faces turned pale, a heavy stone weighing on their hearts. "We must go back immediately," Vegito shouted. His purple aura flared instantly, his eyes blazing with furious flames. Sun Wukong nodded, and the team accelerated the spaceship. The vessel raced through the cosmos with stars outside the window streaking backward, creating a powerful sense of thrust. When they finally arrived at Earth, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. The city was a landscape of fire and ruins, flames leaping in the wind with a crackling roar, thick black smoke rising to shroud the sky. People fled in terror and despair, their screams and wails intertwining to pierce the group's ears. "What is this?" Gohan said angrily, his voice trembling with rage, his fists clenched involuntarily. "It seems a powerful enemy is behind this." Tien Shinhan frowned, his gaze heavy as he surveyed the ruins, his heart filled with fury and helplessness. Sun Wukong and the others immediately set out to locate the source of the dark force. They navigated through the city, their feet crunching over broken stones and shattered glass. The sounds of crying and collapsing buildings surrounded them, each noise like a sharp blade driving into their hearts. The air was thick with smoke, and the stench of burning, choking, and suffocating mingled with the metallic scent of blood that stirred a wave of nausea. "Over there." Krillin pointed at a massive black energy sphere in the distance. It resembled a dark sun, exuding an aura of terror, warping the space around it. The group charged toward the energy sphere. As they drew near, an immense pressure pressed down on them like an invisible giant hand, nearly halting their advance. "This power is terrifying," Tien Shinhan said with difficulty. Beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from his forehead, rolling down his cheeks to the ground. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. "No matter what, we must stop it." His voice was firm and resolute, his golden aura blazing ever brighter. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the energy sphere. Shrouded in darkness, his face was obscured, but a malevolent aura radiated outward. "Haha, you've finally come," the figure sneered. His voice seemed to come from the abyss, carrying an endless chill that sent a shiver down one's spine. The group focused their gaze and saw a mysterious man radiating dark energy. His eyes glowed red like burning coals. "Who are you? Why are you destroying Earth?" Vegito roared. His voice cracked like thunder in the air. The mysterious man smiled. "I am here to destroy everything. You insignificant ants cannot stop me." His laughter echoed in the darkness, chilling to the bone. With that, the mysterious man raised his hand and sent a wave of dark energy toward them. The energy wave howled as it tore through the air, leaving a trail of hissing sounds. Sun Wukong and the others quickly defended themselves. The collision of energies produced a massive explosion. A deafening boom, erupted light burst forth, and the shockwaves sent debris flying like rain. "Everyone be careful!" Gohan shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the explosion. The mysterious man's attacks came in relentless waves like surging tides, overwhelming them. The group gradually fell into difficulty, each defense draining their strength. "This can't go on. We must find his weakness." Sun Wukong said, his voice urgent, his eyes rapidly scanning the mysterious man. They defended and observed his movements simultaneously. Each of the mysterious man's attacks carried immense power, making the space around them tremble. Suddenly Sun Wukong noticed that the energy for each attack seemed to originate from a rune on the man's chest. The rune flickered with an eerie light, as if pulsating. "Attack the rune on his chest!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with hope and determination. The group concentrated their power and launched an assault on the mysterious man's chest. Various energy beams converged into a single powerful ray. The mysterious man sensed their intent and strengthened his defenses. A dark barrier appeared before him, attempting to block their attack. "Don't let him succeed!" Vegito roared, unleashing his full power. His purple aura surged like fiery purple flames. Through their relentless efforts they finally broke through the mysterious man's defense and struck the rune on his chest. The rune shattered instantly, and the man cried out in pain as his dark energy spiraled out of control. The energy rampaged wildly like a frenzied beast. "No!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice like a battle horn, inspiring the group. Together they launched a final assault. A blinding surge of energy enveloped the mysterious man, and under its overwhelming force he was obliterated into nothingness. The dark energy sphere vanished as well, and the city gradually returned to calm. "Finally it's over," Krillin said, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. His clothes were torn, his body covered in dust and blood. Yet before they could relax, a new crisis emerged. Having just dealt with the mysterious figure, Sun Wukong and the others had barely caught their breath when they sensed an even more powerful and sinister aura spreading across Earth. The aura spread like thick ink, quickly permeating every inch of space and filling everyone with an unbearable sense of oppression. "This aura. No good, there's a new enemy." Sun Wukong's brows furrowed as he warily sensed the movements around him. His heartbeat echoed with striking clarity in the silence, each beat heavy with tension and unease. Vegeta clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Whoever comes, we'll make sure they never leave." His voice brimmed with fury, a purple aura flickering around him as if echoing the fire raging within. Gohan gazed at the ravaged city, his heart swelling with indignation. "Those bastards have turned Earth into this mess. They will not be let off easily." A fierce resolve blazed in his eyes, nostrils flaring with barely contained anger. Suddenly a colossal black vortex tore open in the sky, and a dark silhouette descended from its depths. The vortex resembled an enormous black hole, radiating an overwhelming gravitational pull that devoured the surrounding clouds in an instant. Shrouded in darkness, the figure's features remained obscured, yet its crushing aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Each gasp felt like an anchor weighing down their lungs, heavy and laborious. "You puny ants, deluding yourselves that defeating one minor foe could save this planet." The Shadow's voice was low and rasping, echoing as though from the depths of hell itself. The sound reverberated through the air with a bone-chilling coldness that stung their ears. Stepping forward, Sun Wukong declared, "Whoever you are, if you threaten Earth, we won't let you get away with it." His voice rang out with unwavering conviction, his golden aura blazing brightly and piercing through the encroaching darkness. The shadowy figure sneered. "Humph, you think you stand a chance?" That chilling laugh echoed like an owl's cry in the dead of night. Without hesitation, the shadow unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged toward them. The energy swept forward like an inky flood, obliterating everything in its path with terrifying force. "Watch out!" Tenshinhan shouted urgently as the group immediately erected defensive barriers. Their combined power erupted in a kaleidoscope of colored light, weaving together into an unyielding shield. The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, devastating the surrounding structures and sending debris scattering everywhere. Boulders crashed to the ground with deafening thuds, raising great clouds of dust. "This guy is too strong!" Krillin cried out in alarm. Fear tainted his voice as sweat poured from his forehead like rain trickling down his cheeks in cooling streams. Sun Wukong's gaze remained resolute. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Fight together." His words carried an almost magical quality, reigniting determination within their hearts. They surged toward the shadowy figure, engaging in fierce combat. Intense energy fluctuations saturated the air, sending sharp tingles across their skin. The Shadow's techniques were unpredictable and brutal, each strike unleashing devastating force. He moved with lightning speed, generating violent gusts that howled past their ears. Vegito was sent crashing backward by a single blow, slamming hard against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled instantly, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. "Damn it!" Vegito roared, launching himself forward once more. Bloodshot veins marred his eyes as fresh wounds bled relentlessly, the coppery scent of blood hanging heavy in the air. Gohan unleashed his full power, firing a devastating energy blast, but the shadow merely waved a hand, scattering the attack into nothingness. The dissipation emitted a faint sizzling sound, as though the energy itself were being devoured. "How can he be this strong?" Gohan exclaimed in utter disbelief. His breathing grew ragged, each gasp heavy and labored. Sun Wukong scanned the battlefield for openings in the Shadow's defenses, then suddenly noticed something. The entity's movements seemed constrained, as if bound by an invisible force. "Everyone focus your attacks on his left side." His command cut through the chaos with crystalline clarity, urgent yet filled with hope. Responding immediately, the others redirected their attacks toward the Shadow's vulnerable left flank. Streams of energy converged like a radiant rainbow, yet bristling with lethal force. The shadow figure began to falter, its defenses cracking under the concentrated assault. Seizing the opening, Sun Wukong unleashed a devastating strike that struck true. For a frozen moment, time itself seemed to halt. Only the shadow's agonized scream shattered the silence. The shadow staggered backward with a blood-curdling wail. Black smoke curled from its body, releasing an acrid stench. "Take advantage of this! Keep attacking!" Vegeta shouted, his voice rough with exhilaration. Redoubled assaults hammered the shadow, gradually gaining the upper hand. Its aura grew erratic, movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Just as victory seemed within reach, the shadow erupted into manic laughter. "You truly believe you can defeat me? How naive!" His deranged cackles reverberated through the air, laced with unhinged desperation. As the laughter peaked, his form began to transform, swelling to monstrous proportions. His body expanded relentlessly, muscles swelling into a towering mass resembling a mountain range. What is this?" Krillin stammered, stumbling backward in terror. His voice trembled, legs buckling beneath him. The shadow's new form radiated an aura so oppressive it crushed all hope. That presence weighed like a mountain, bearing down, leaving no room to breathe. "No matter what happens, we can't give up." Sun Wukong rallied his companions. His voice was weary yet unyielding. Battle resumed with renewed ferocity, as they unleashed everything they had against the shadow. Every strike carried their courage and resolve, every block demonstrated their unbreakable spirit. The air grew thick with gunpowder and blood, each exchange detonating in flashes of blinding light. The brilliance forced eyes shut, while deafening explosions threatened to shatter souls themselves. Tenshinhan's energy cannon, Vegeta's energy waves, Gohan's martial arts strikes, and Sun Wukong's golden banded staff, all rained down upon the shadow. The shadow's frame convulsed under the relentless assault, yet it refused to yield. Though formidable, the shadow began to show signs of exhaustion under the continuous barrage. Its movements grew sluggish, its presence gradually fading. "One more push," Sun Wukong commanded, his voice raspy from exertion. However, the shadow suddenly unleashed a massive counterattack that sent them all flying. Their bodies arced through the air like severed kites before crashing brutally to the ground. They lay scattered, battered, and broken. Every one of them bore wounds, blood staining the earth crimson. "Is there truly no way?" Gohan muttered. His voice crackled with desperation and resignation, eyes dimming. Just then an unprecedented power erupted from within Sun Wukong. That power blazed like a newborn sun, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. This power! Sun Wukong himself was taken aback. He could feel it surging through his meridians, as if threatening to burst forth. His body was enveloped in golden radiance, his aura skyrocketing to extraordinary new heights. That light was both warm and overpowering, impossible to gaze upon directly. The shadow sensed this power, and horror contorted its features. "This can't be!" The shadow shrieked, voice trembling with disbelief and dread. Sun Wukong charged forward, locking into a final confrontation. Their figures clashed mid-air, unleashing cataclysmic energy explosions that bathed the entire city in brilliant light. As the radiance faded, the shadow had vanished, and Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His breathing was faint, his body trembling slightly. Wukong. They gathered around him, their voices thick with concern and worry. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Sun Wukong murmured weakly. Though faint, his words brought immediate relief to all. Earth fell silent once more, but they knew the battles ahead would not end here. After Sun Wukong defeated the shadowy figure, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The ruins of the city were filled with dust that swirled like a grey veil, causing people to cough incessantly, while the air reeked of burnt and bloody odors. That was truly a narrow escape, Colin said, gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered and torn, each gash burning with searing pain that made him grimace. Vegito gazed at the sky with a solemn expression. But this isn't over yet. Who knows what even more powerful enemies might appear? His voice carried a hint of weariness, and his purple aura had dimmed considerably. Wu Fan forced himself to his feet. No matter what, we can't give up. Though his voice was weak, it was filled with determination. Sweat continuously trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the rubble beneath his feet. Just then Bu-Er-Ma arrived with a medical team. Is everyone all right? Bu-Er-Ma asked anxiously. Her voice was choked with tears, her eyes filled with worry. Clutching various medical devices, she hurried toward the group. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they could still hold on. Bu-Er-Ma immediately began treating everyone's wounds. The smell of medicinal liquid spread its pungent odor, making people involuntarily furrow their brows. The enemy this time is too powerful. We must find a way to boost our strength, Tianjin Fan said. His expression was grim, and the wounds on his body twitched from the sting of the medicine. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, lost in thought. Perhaps we should seek out more advanced training methods. His eyes were momentarily uncertain, but soon they grew resolute. As everyone was discussing, a mysterious beam of light descended from the sky. It shone like a brilliant meteor, instantly illuminating the dark ruins, its intensity too blinding to look at. After the light faded, a mysterious old man appeared. He was clad in a white robe, his beard as white as snow, his gaze profound, and his presence exuded an air of mystery and ancient wisdom. The old man looked at them with deep eyes. Children, I can help you. His voice was low and magnetic, like a call from ancient times. Everyone stared at the old man in surprise. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Vegito asked warily, his eyes filled with suspicion, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The old man smiled gently. I am a guardian from ancient times. Seeing how desperately you fight to protect Earth, I have decided to lend a hand. His smile was kind and warm, involuntarily inspiring trust. Sun Wukong quickly stood up. That's wonderful. May I ask what method you have to make us stronger? His eyes were full of anticipation, and the wounds on his body throbbed with pain from the movement. The old man said slowly, In a distant galaxy there is a mysterious training ground filled with powerful energy and unknown challenges. If you can successfully train there, your strength will be greatly enhanced. His voice echoed in the air, carrying a tone of allure and hope. Upon hearing this, flames of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. But it is fraught with danger. You must be mentally prepared. The old man warned, his eyes turning serious, his tone growing heavier. We are not afraid, Wu Fan said firmly. His voice was clear and resolute, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Thus everyone decided to follow the old man to the mysterious training ground. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination. This was a planet filled with strange energy, and the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. The air was filled with colorful light, like a dreamlike aurora, shimmering and ethereal. Strange plants grew on the ground, some as huge as trees, others as small as pearls, emitting enchanting fragrances. Is this the training ground? It feels so magical, Colin said, looking around curiously. His eyes were wide open, filled with curiosity and excitement. Vegito, on the other hand, could not wait to start training. Stop dawdling, let's begin. His voice was full of urgency and longing. The old man led them to a valley shrouded in thick energy mist. The mist was like dense milk, obscuring the path ahead. This is the starting point of training. You must absorb the energy here and strengthen yourselves, the old man said. His voice sounded somewhat ethereal in the mist. Everyone stepped into the valley and immediately felt an immense pressure. It was like an invisible mountain crushing the breath out of them. It's so unbearable. Colin couldn't help but cry out. His voice echoed in the valley, tinged with pain and fear. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Hold on, everyone. His voice was firm and powerful, bringing a glimmer of courage and confidence to the group. During the training, each person endured immense pain, but none of them gave up. Wu Fan's body trembled uncontrollably from the energy impact, each tremor like an electric shock, excruciatingly painful, yet he still struggled to control himself. Tianjin Fan's forehead was covered with sweat beads that rolled down like pearls, yet he remained focused on absorbing the energy. Vegito, on the other hand, kept roaring as he fought against the pressure, his voice echoing through the valley, as if challenging fate. After a period of training, everyone gradually adapted to the environment. "I feel a bit stronger," Kulin said excitedly, his voice filled with joy and pride. The old man reappeared. "This is just the beginning. More difficult challenges await you." His voice was solemn and grave. With that, the old man led them to a mountain peak. The peak towered into the clouds, its steep cliffs as if carved by knives and axes, awe-inspiring. "Climb this mountain and you will gain new power," the old man said. His voice echoed among the peaks, sounding especially ethereal. The mountain was extremely steep and treacherous. But no one retreated, they began to climb. A fierce wind howled in their ears like sharp whistles, stinging their cheeks. "Watch out!" Sun Wukong shouted to warn everyone. His voice was torn into fragments by the wind. Vegeta almost slipped and fell. "Hold tight!" Wu Fan reached out and grabbed him. Wu Fan's hand was bulging with veins from the effort muscles taut. Finally, they reached the summit. At the summit, a surge of powerful energy flowed into their bodies. It was like a warm torrent, instantly filling them, every cell rejoicing. "Is this the new power?" Tianjin Fan felt the changes in his body. A look of surprise appeared on his face. However, at that moment, a group of powerful enemies suddenly appeared in the sky. The enemies' figures were like black clouds blotting out the sky. "It seems this is a test for you," the old man said. His voice was calm and composed. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. A fierce battle ensued. Facing the sudden appearance of enemies, Sun Wukong and the others instantly entered a battle-ready state. The wind howled past their ears, carrying a chilling aura of slaughter. "Everyone be careful, these guys don't look easy," Sun Wukong shouted loudly to warn the group. His voice trembled slightly in the gale, yet it was filled with unwavering determination. The enemies were numerous, and each was formidable, swiftly encircling Sun Wukong and his companions. The malevolent aura emanating from the foes was like icy serpents' tongues, sending chills down one's spine. Vegeta snorted coldly. "Who cares? We'll take them on one by one." With that, he charged forward first. His purple energy flared up, instantly blazing like a roaring purple flame. In an instant, the sound of colliding energies resounded across the sky, light radiating in all directions. That radiance, like brilliant fireworks, illuminated the entire heavens, yet carried a destructive aura. The deafening booms of bang and boom made everyone's ears ring. Gohan clenched his teeth, fiercely struggling to resist the enemy's attacks. "Ah!" he roared as he repelled an enemy. The veins on his forehead bulged and sweat poured down like rain, each drop bearing his persistence and resolve. Krillin struggled in the battle. "Goku, I can't hold on much longer," he shouted. His voice carried a hint of despair and fear, his breathing heavy and rapid. Sun Wukong, while fending off enemies, yelled, "Hang in there, Krillin!" His gaze was resolute and sharp, each attack imbued with an indomitable momentum. Tien Shinhan unleashed his signature technique, the Kikoho, with devastating power, but the enemies were not to be outdone, retaliating with formidable moves of their own. The air hissed with tearing sounds, sending chills down everyone's spine. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and wounds accumulated on the warriors. The scent of blood permeated the air, stinging everyone's nerves. "This can't go on, we must find their weakness," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice carried a hint of urgency, and the wounds on his body throbbed with sharp pain. Yet the enemy's attacks grew more ferocious, giving them no respite. The gale mixed with the enemy's energy blasts scraped against their faces, causing sharp pain. Just as they were on the brink of despair, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a surge of immense power within him. That power was like a slumbering behemoth about to awaken. "This is..." Sun Wukong was startled. He could sense that force coursing through his meridians, as if ready to burst forth. "Goku, what's wrong?" Vegeta noticed the anomaly. His eyes were filled with confusion and concern. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, concentrating to feel that power. The surrounding war cries and explosive blasts seemed to fade away, leaving only the mysterious and formidable power in his world. "I think I'm about to break through," Sun Wukong declared loudly. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Hearing this, the group's spirits lifted. Sun Wukong's aura began to surge sharply, a golden radiance growing increasingly dazzling. That light was like the rising sun dispelling the darkness. The enemies sensed the change in Sun Wukong and tried to stop him. No way! Gohan and Vegeta fought desperately to fend off the attackers. Their bodies were drenched in the enemy's blood, the stench thickening. Finally, Sun Wukong succeeded in breaking through, his power immensely enhanced. His body was enveloped in golden light like a god of war. Haha, let me show you my new power! Sun Wukong laughed as he charged at the enemies. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, brimming with unparalleled confidence and boldness. Every strike he delivered carried earth-shattering might, sending foes reeling back. The energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space with crackling sounds incessant. Great Goku! Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice grew hoarse from emotion, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Led by Sun Wukong, the group reignited their fighting spirit and launched a counterattack. Tien Shinhan seized the moment and struck a vital point of the enemy with a kikaho. The beam of the kikaho, like a white lightning bolt, instantly pierced through the enemy's defenses. Vegito was not to be outdone, unleashing his full power and routing the enemies before him. Each of his attacks was laced with fury and resentment, as if venting all his rage upon the foes. Gohan too erupted with astonishing strength, forcing the enemies to retreat step by step. His movements were like a phantom, elusive and hard to track. After a fierce battle, the enemies finally began to crumble. Their figures appeared small and pathetic in the glow of the light. Don't let them escape! Vegeta shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. The group pursued relentlessly and annihilated the enemies completely. The battlefield was thick with smoke and the stench of blood nauseating. After the fight, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Each breath was heavy and labored like bellows. That was too close! Krillin panted, his voice weak and weary. He stared at the sky, his eyes reflecting the relief of survival. Sun Wukong smiled gently. But we still won. His smile carried a hint of comfort and pride, though his wounds still throbbed. At that moment, the mysterious old man appeared again. His presence was like a phantom, silent and unseen. Children, you have done well, the old man said approvingly. His voice was gentle and kind, like a spring breeze brushing over their hearts. Thanks to your help, Gohan said, his voice filled with gratitude, his eyes full of respect as he looked at the old man. The old man waved his hand. This is the result of your own efforts. Next, even more difficult challenges await you. His eyes were deep and distant, inscrutable. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resolve. They knew that no matter how arduous the path ahead, they would never retreat, for they were the warriors guarding Earth, the beacon of hope. After successfully defeating the enemy, Sun Wukong and his companions, guided by the mysterious old man, continued to explore this strange world. The surrounding environment was filled with an aura of mystery and the unknown, evoking both excitement and tension. Next, you will face a series of trials. Only by passing these trials can you truly master formidable power. The old man's voice echoed through the empty valley, carrying an ancient and solemn resonance. The group exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of tension. First, you must traverse this misty forest, the old man said, pointing to a forest shrouded in thick fog. The forest resembled a colossal enigma waiting to be unraveled. As the group stepped into the forest, they were immediately enveloped by dense mist. The humid air made breathing difficult, each inhalation laden with moisture as if it might swell their lungs. Visibility was severely limited, with only a vast expanse of white before their eyes obscuring everything. Everyone be careful, don't get separated, Sun Wukong warned. His voice sounded muffled in the fog, tinged with concern. The fog is too thick, I can't see anything, Krillin complained. He waved his hand before his eyes but could only see a blurry shadow. Suddenly a sinister wind blew, bringing a chill. The wind, like an icy snake's tongue, licked their skin, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Ah! Gohan let out a startled cry. What's wrong, Gohan? Vegeta asked. His voice was urgent and tense, and a purple aura involuntarily rose around him. I think I sensed something approaching, Gohan said warily. His eyes searched the mist, and his heartbeat was unusually clear in the silence. Before he finished speaking, a group of bizarrely shaped creatures charged out of the fog and attacked them. The creatures emitted shrill cries like fingernails scraping glass, sending chills down their spines. The group quickly engaged in battle, with flashes of energy flickering in the mist. The light illuminated a small area around them, revealing the creatures' ferocious faces. "These guys are so fast," Tien shouted. His Kikaho blasted through the mist, but only scattered a few creatures. After an intense battle, they finally repelled the creatures. Sweat soaked their clothes, mixing with the mist and clinging to their bodies, causing great discomfort. Emerging from the misty forest, the group was utterly exhausted. Fresh air rushed in, but it could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. "This is just the first trial, and it's already so difficult," Krillin said, panting heavily. He plopped down on the ground, breathing deeply, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "Stop complaining, we don't know what awaits us ahead," Vegeta said. His gaze remained resolute, though his wounds still throbbed with pain. Next they arrived at a mountain of flames. The flames blazed fiercely on the mountain, and waves of heat rushed toward them as if to melt everything. The scorching heat made their skin burn and their hair seemed to curl. "How do we get through this?" Gohan frowned at the sight before him. Sweat beads continuously formed on his forehead, only to evaporate instantly. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. "We can only use energy shields to protect ourselves and force our way through." His eyes were filled with determination, and a faint golden aura flickered around him. The group all deployed energy shields and cautiously entered the flame mountain. The intense heat instantly evaporated their sweat, and their skin felt as if it were being scorched. With each step, the ground beneath them was searing hot, as if it would burn through their shoes. "Hold on!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice seemed faint amid the roar of the flames, but it brought strength to the group. Just as they were struggling forward, huge fireballs suddenly rolled down the mountain. The fireballs, trailing thick smoke, howled as they crashed toward them. "Watch out!" Vegeta managed to strike one fireball away. The fireball exploded under his attack, scattering countless sparks. After arduous efforts, they finally crossed the flame mountain. By then their clothes were tattered and burnt, and their bodies were covered with burn marks. "This is too torturous," Krillin said, plopping down on the ground. His face was covered in black soot, his lips chapped, and a hint of despair showed in his eyes. Before they could rest for long, the third trial lay before them, a region crackling with thunder and lightning. The sky was covered with dark clouds, flashing with lightning and rumbling with thunder. Bolts of lightning like silver serpents darted through the clouds, occasionally striking the ground with deafening roars. "This," Tien gasped. He stared at the lightning region, his legs trembling involuntarily. "No matter what, we will get through," Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. His eyes were unwaveringly resolute, as if nothing could stop his steps. The group mustered their courage once more and entered the lightning region. Bolts of lightning struck down, exhausting them as they struggled to dodge. The power of the lightning was immense. Each strike sent sparks flying and left a charred crater on the ground. "Ah!" Krillin was struck by a bolt of lightning and fell to the ground in agony. His body convulsed continuously and his hair stood on end. "Krillin!" Sun Wukong was frantic with worry. He instantly rushed to Krillin's side, using his own energy shield to block the subsequent lightning. With mutual help, they finally passed all the trials. By now everyone was battered and utterly exhausted. Their bodies felt drained of all strength, unable to even stand steadily. "You have done well," the old man appeared before them. "Next, the final trial awaits you." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resolve. They knew that no matter how difficult the final trial, they would never give up. After a series of arduous trials, Sun Wukong and his companions stood before the old man, weary yet resolute, ready to face the final test. Their tattered garments were torn and their wounds still throbbed with pain, yet their eyes blazed with an unyielding flame. The old man gazed at them with profound eyes and spoke slowly. "This final trial will be the ultimate challenge to your body and soul. In the Valley of Illusions ahead, you shall confront your deepest fears and desires. Only by overcoming them can you pass the test." The old man's voice seemed to resonate from ancient times, carrying a mysterious power. Upon hearing this, their hearts tightened, yet their eyes remained filled with unyielding determination. They stepped into the Valley of Illusions, where a strange dreamlike radiance permeated the air. The light shifted between gentle like a veil caressing the skin and fierce like the blinding glare of the sun. An exotic fragrance filled the atmosphere, intoxicating and disorienting. The moment Sun Wukong entered the valley, the scene before him transformed instantly. He found himself back in his childhood, witnessing the anguished faces of his comrades slain by Frisia. The screams of his friends echoed in his ears, each sound like a blade piercing his soul. "No!" Sun Wukong roared, his heart seething with pain and fury. He could feel his heartbeat pounding like a drum, each beat laden with deep sorrow and rage. Meanwhile, Vegeta saw a vision of himself forever unable to surpass Sun Wukong. The crushing sense of inadequacy nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt no pain, for the torment within was far greater. Gohan saw Chi-Chi's disappointed gaze, accusing him of failing to protect the family. Chi-Chi's voice was sharp and piercing, plunging Gohan's heart into the abyss. Krillin saw himself once again weak, powerless before the enemy. The enemy's mocking laughter echoed in his ears like a curse that rendered him motionless. Tien Shinhan witnessed the scene of Kaiotsu sacrificing himself to protect him. Kaiotsu's blood stained his vision, and the metallic scent of blood nearly suffocated him. Each of them was trapped in the scene of their deepest fear, writhing in agony. "This is all an illusion. I cannot be defeated." Sun Wukong struggled to stay lucid, unleashing all his power in a desperate attempt to shatter the terrifying illusion. His voice echoed through the illusion, carrying unwavering resolve. Vegeta gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. "I will not surrender. I will surpass." His eyes were bloodshot, and his purple aura flared wildly. Gohan shouted through his tears, "Mother, I won't let you down." Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a faint, almost audible sound. Krillin clenched his fists. "I will no longer be weak. I will grow stronger." His breath came in rapid gasps, as if he were expelling all his fear. Tien Shinhan cried out in anguish, "Kaiotsu, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain." His voice was hoarse, laden with endless regret and determination. Through this agonizing struggle their hearts gradually grew unshakable, and they began to break free from the illusion's grip one step at a time. At last Sun Wukong shattered the hallucination and the scene returned to normal. He immediately moved to help the others, rousing them with his strength and conviction. His hands radiated a warm glow like a spring breeze, dispelling the shadows in their hearts. One by one the group emerged from the illusion. They gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, forming small puddles on the ground. But before they could relax, an even more formidable trial awaited them. Suddenly countless powerful phantoms appeared in the valley, each possessing the strength and techniques of their familiar enemies. The phantoms flickered in and out of the eerie light, sending chills down their spines. "Come on, no matter what, we're not afraid." Sun Wukong charged at the phantoms, his figure flashing like a bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant. A fierce battle erupted once more, each attack and defense demanding their utmost. Vegeta's energy blast exploded among the phantoms. These things won't stop me." The light of the energy blast illuminated the entire valley with a blinding intensity. Gohan's ki blast streaked across like meteors. "I will not retreat again." The ki blasts whistled sharply through the air. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also unleashed their full power, fighting desperately against the phantoms. The battle dragged on, draining their stamina and energy. Their movements grew sluggish, their breathing heavy, but the fighting spirit in their eyes never dimmed. "Everyone hold on!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, yet still brimming with strength. Just as they were about to collapse, a powerful conviction surged within them, reigniting their strength. At last all the phantoms were vanquished, and the Valley of Illusions fell silent. They collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. Every breath carried a profound weariness, as if draining the very essence of their bodies. "We did it," Gohan said weakly. His voice was barely audible, yet filled with joy. At that moment the old man appeared before them, smiling and nodding. "You have passed the trial. From now on you shall possess even greater power." The old man's voice was like a celestial melody, bringing a touch of solace to their weary bodies and minds. A relieved smile spread across their faces, knowing that in the battles to come they would face them with greater confidence. Sun Wukong and the others had successfully passed the ultimate trial. Guided by the elder, they began to comprehend the newfound power within them. The surrounding environment was tranquil and serene, a gentle breeze brushing past and bringing a soothing coolness. "Children, you must feel and master this power with your hearts. Only then can it unleash its greatest potential in critical moments." The elder's words echoed in their ears, his voice gentle yet profound, laced with an enigmatic force. One by one they closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the exploration of their newfound power. Sun Wukong sensed a warm, potent energy coursing through his body, merging with every cell as if becoming one with his very being. The energy flowed through his meridians like a clear spring, filling him with comfort and vitality. He could hear his own heartbeat, steady, strong, resonating within his chest. Vegeta focused on refining the purity of his energy, striving to make every strike more lethal. His teeth clenched tightly, sweat beading on his forehead and tracing paths down his cheeks. He barely registered the faint tickle as it slid away. Gohan strived to merge his power with his intellect, pondering how to deploy it more strategically in combat. His gaze was focused and deep, his breathing steady and measured, as though conducting a silent dialogue with this power. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien were each discovering their own approaches to wielding it. Krillin felt his body trembling slightly, a sign that power was surging within him, filling him with both excitement and tension. Tien, on the other hand, carefully observed every subtle shift in the energy, his concentrated presence heavy in the air around him. After a period of cultivation, they gradually mastered the essence of this new power. "I feel so much stronger than before," Krillin said excitedly, his voice trembling with anticipation and a joyful smile spreading across his face. "But this isn't enough. We don't know what kind of enemies we'll face in the future." Vegeta remained calm, his gaze piercing into the distance, as if foreseeing the challenges ahead. Just then an urgent call came from Earth. "Son Goku, it's bad. Another mysterious force is approaching Earth." Bulma's voice crackled through the communication, laced with static and palpable worry. The warriors' expressions hardened. "We're returning immediately." Without delay they set course for home, anxiety weighing heavily on their minds. Their ship tore through the cosmos, stars blurring past the windows as G-force pressed them back into their seats. Upon their return to Earth, a colossal vessel dominated the sky, radiating an aura of dread. Its metallic hull gleamed with a chilling light that sent shivers down their spines. "What exactly is this?" Gohan frowned, his voice thick with suspicion and alertness, as his eyes locked onto the ship. The vessel's hatch opened and bizarre creatures emerged. An acrid stench clung to them, a repulsive blend of blood and decay. "Earthlings, surrender or face annihilation!" The leader bellowed, his voice grating and piercing like glass screeching against metal. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "You'll never take us alive!" His voice rang out firm and resolute as golden energy erupted around him. Battle erupted instantly. Sun Wukong and his allies unleashed their newly mastered power against the invaders. The clash of energies was deafening, reverberating like thunder crashing overhead. The enemy's strikes were cunning and devastating, forcing both sides into a fierce stalemate. Each impact spawned gusts of wind that whipped their clothes violently. "Watch out for their signature moves," Tien warned urgently. Vegeta roared in anger. "Stop talking and finish them off." His eyes, bloodshot purple energy flaring wildly around him. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, darting between foes and delivering strikes laden with immense power. His movements were too swift to follow, leaving only golden afterimages in his wake. The air itself screamed as his velocity tore through it. Gohan refused to be outdone, unleashing his full potential. A formidable aura radiated from him, and every strike carried unstoppable momentum. Krillin may have been the weakest among them, but his agility caused considerable trouble for the enemy. He darted between opponents with nimble leaps, and dodges, sweat pouring down his face. Amid the chaos, Sun Wukong spotted the enemy's vulnerability. "Attack their backs!" he shouted loudly. His command cut through the battlefield's din. Following his lead, they converged their power against the enemy's rear. Blinding energy erupted, illuminating the entire arena. The enemy formation broke apart as they fell into disarray. "Now! Destroy them all!" Vegeta cried, his voice dripping with excitement and bloodlust. After a grueling battle, they finally defeated the enemy forces. Smoke and the stench of blood hung thick in the air, nauseating and suffocating. But before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Sun Wukong and his companions, having just vanquished the mysterious creature, had no time to celebrate before they sensed a more profound and sinister force quietly surging across Earth. That force, like an invisible giant hand, tightly gripped everyone's throat, making it hard to breathe. "This power is not right." Sun Wukong frowned, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. His eyes were filled with confusion and concern, his nostrils slightly flaring as he tried to capture the source of this power. Vegeta also sensed the anomaly. His face darkened and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. "It seems things are not that simple." His voice was low and oppressive, like the thunder before a storm. Gohan said worriedly. "Could there be an even more powerful enemy manipulating behind the scenes?" His voice carried a tremor, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to quiver slightly from his unease. Just as they were perplexed, Bulma rushed over holding an instrument, her expression panicked. Her hair was disheveled, her forehead covered in sweat beads that trickled down her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. I just detected that the source of this power seems to point to the depths of Earth. Her voice was urgent and tense, the indicator lights on the instrument blinking incessantly with a ticking sound. The depths of Earth. Tien Shinhan widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, the salty taste making him frown involuntarily. Then we need to investigate quickly. His voice was resolute, and though his body was exhausted, his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Thus they decided to venture deep underground to uncover the root of this malevolent power. They advanced along a hidden passage, the walls exuding a damp, musty aura that enveloped their bodies like cold, wet mist, sending a chill across their skin. The ground beneath was muddy, each step producing a squelching sound, their shoes caked with sticky soil. Be careful, it feels eerie here, Gohan warned everyone. His voice echoed in the narrow passage, tinged with fear. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature dropped. A frigid gust rushed toward them, slicing their cheeks like icy blades. They couldn't help shivering, their teeth chattering. What in the world is this place? Vegeta said impatiently. His voice brimmed with anger, a faint purple aura flickering around him as if to dispel the cold. Suddenly a massive stone door appeared ahead, covered with strange symbols. Those symbols glowed with an eerie light, dazzling to the eyes. Sun Wukong stepped forward and tried to push the door open. Let me give it a try. He pressed his hands firmly against the stone door, muscles taut, emitting a creaking sound. With all his might the door slowly moved and a thick putrid odor gushed out. The stench, like rotting corpses, was pungent and nauseating, churning their stomachs. They covered their noses and mouths and stepped inside. Inside a vast cavern, a massive black crystal orb stood, surrounded by swirling black mist. The mist drifted like specters, sending chills down their spines. What is this? Krillin asked, drawing closer. His steps were hesitant, his heartbeat loud in the silent cavern. Don't move! Tien Shinhan shouted. His voice was tense, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. At that moment a blurry figure emerged on the crystal orb. Haha, you've finally come! The voice seemed to come from the abyss, dripping with endless mockery and malice. Who are you? Sun Wukong demanded loudly. His voice echoed through the cavern, filled with anger and authority. I am the Lord of Darkness, and your doom has arrived. The figure burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter shook the cavern, sending stones clattering down. Vegeta bellowed. Stop playing tricks here! His voice dripped with scorn and his aura surged instantly. Gohan declared. Whatever your scheme, we won't let you succeed. His voice was firm and powerful, his eyes shining with indomitable light. Is that so? Then try me! As the figure spoke, the crystal orb suddenly released a potent energy wave, knocking them back. The energy wave surged like a raging sea, carrying the power of annihilation. Everyone be careful! Sun Wukong shouted, his voice drowned out by the roar of the energy wave, barely audible. They all unleashed their ultimate techniques to counter the energy wave from the crystal orb. In an instant the cavern blazed with light, the collision of energies causing violent tremors, and rocks kept falling from above. A thunderous rumble echoed as if the entire cavern was about to collapse. This won't work! Tien Shinhan yelled. His voice grew hoarse from exertion, his hair soaked with sweat and plastered to his scalp. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, We must find a way to shut down this energy. His eyes darted rapidly across the cavern, missing no detail. They began searching for clues, the runes on the walls, the patterns on the ground, scrutinizing every detail. The runes on the walls were uneven, rough to the touch. The intricate patterns on the ground dazzled the eyes. Just as they grew anxious, Bulma discovered a hidden mechanism. A thin layer of dust covered it. She gently blew the dust away, revealing a button. Maybe this will work! Bulma exclaimed, her voice filled with anticipation and tension. Sun Wukong hurried over and pressed the mechanism. The crystal orb's light instantly dimmed, and the figure let out an enraged roar. You despicable wretches! The voice was filled with resentment and despair. Seizing the opportunity, they concentrated their power and launched a final assault on the crystal orb. Various beams of energy converged into a dazzling column of light, hurtling toward the orb. With a deafening crash, the crystal orb shattered and the dark power dissipated. The sound was like a cataclysmic thunderclap, making their ears ring. Finally over! Krillin sighed in relief. He plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. However, before they could rejoice, a low rumbling growl echoed from the depths of the cavern. Hearing that low guttural roar, Sun Wukong and the others felt their nerves tighten once more. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, brimming with boundless fury and resentment, sending chills down their spines. "What in the world is that?" Krillin's voice trembled as his body instinctively shrank backward. His face drained of color, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and he could clearly hear his own heart hammering against his chest like a war drum. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Who cares what it is? We fight when we fight them all." His voice dripped with scorn and unshakable confidence, as the purple aura around his body surged upward in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to grow scorching hot in response to his anger. Gohan took a deep breath. "Everyone stay alert. This sound doesn't belong to just anything." His gaze grew grave and fine beads of sweat beaded on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks in a cool trickle. The group proceeded cautiously toward the source of the sound, the darkness within the cave seeming to close in and swallow them whole. With every step the ground beneath their feet felt damp and exuded a putrid stench that made their stomachs churn. Suddenly a pair of enormous crimson eyes materialized ahead, flickering with an eerie luminescence in the darkness. That light blazed like raging flames, unbearable to gaze upon. "Ah!" Bulma let out a piercing scream. Her voice, sharp and shrill, rang grotesquely through the silent cavern. "It's all right, Bulma. I'm here," Sun Wukong soothed. His tone was gentle yet resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of security in all who heard it. As the eyes drew nearer, a colossal monster emerged before them. Its form loomed like a mountain, its body encrusted with impenetrable scales, each one gleaming with a cold, deadly luster akin to razor-sharp blades. A pungent, sickening odor radiated from its carcass, making their guts twist violently. "This fellow doesn't look easy to handle," Tien Shinhan remarked. His voice carried an undercurrent of tension as his eyes remained locked onto the monster, refusing to blink or falter for even a moment. The beast yawned its gaping maw wide and spewed forth a torrent of black fire. That flame burned with unimaginable intensity, as though it could reduce all things to ashes in an instant. "Dodge now!" Sun Wukong bellowed. His voice cut sharply through the howling inferno, desperate and urgent. The group scattered in an instant, and the flames consumed the surrounding rocks, melting them into slag. The molten stone emitted a relentless hissing sound, belching thick, choking smoke that stole their breath. Enraged, Vegeta roared. "How dare it show such arrogance!" In the blink of an eye he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged toward the monster. His figure flashed like lightning, stirring a violent gale that whipped through the cavern. Sun Wukong followed close behind, his golden aura flaring fiercely around him. Every movement he made sent powerful waves of energy rippling outward, heating the very air about them until it seared. Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin were not about to be outdone, each unleashing their most devastating techniques. Rays of energy flashed throughout the cavern, illuminating its darkest corners. The monster swung its massive claws, engaging them in fierce combat. Each sweep generated a tremendous pressure wave that stung their faces like cutting winds. Bang! Boom! The deafening reverberations echoed through the cavern, painfully assaulting their ears. The entire cave trembled, and small stones continuously rained down from the ceiling, pattering against the ground with sharp cracks. "This thing is too strong!" Krillin shouted as he was sent flying by a single strike from the monster. His body carved an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. "Hold on!" Gohan rushed forward and caught him midair. His arms went numb from the impact, yet he held Krillin tightly regardless. Sun Wukong spotted the creature's weak point on its underbelly and shouted, "Attack its abdomen!" His voice quivered with excitement. All together they gathered their strength and struck at the monster's soft underbelly. Various beams of energy converged into a single massive pillar of light, hurtling straight toward the beast. The monster roared in agony, driving them into a more frenzied counterattack. Its tail, like a colossal whip, swept across them with tremendous force. Vegeta was struck squarely by the monster's tail and sent crashing hard into the cavern wall. The rock face shattered instantly, sending chunks tumbling to the floor. "Vegeta!" Sun Wukong called out, worry evident in his voice. Vegeta struggled to his feet, teeth clenched. "I'm fine. Keep going." A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. Through their tireless efforts, the monster finally collapsed. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom that shook the entire cavern. "We finally took it down!" Tien Shinhan panted heavily. His body was utterly exhausted, his clothing drenched in sweat. Yet before they could even catch their breath, an even denser chorus of roars echoed from the depths of the cave. The sounds rose and fell in succession, as if countless monsters were closing in upon them. Could there be more? Bulma cried, terror etched across her face. Despair filled her voice as she clutched Sun Wukong's arm tightly. No matter how many there are, we will not back down. I won't yield, Sun Wukong declared firmly. An untamable fire burned in his eyes as his aura surged again. At that moment the cavern began to shake violently and boulders continued to plummet from above. The rocks grew larger, striking the ground with devastating thunderous booms. We've got a problem. This place is collapsing. Gohan cried, urgency lacing his voice. Everyone sprinted frantically toward the exit. Their footsteps echoed through the cave, their breathing growing increasingly ragged. During the escape, Sun Wukong spotted a branching passage. This way! He shouted, his voice cutting clearly through the chaos. The group followed him into the fork and discovered a mysterious stone door. The door was inscribed with strange runes that emanated an aura of ancient mystery. Let's push it open and see, Vegeta suggested. Together the group heaved the stone door open to reveal a vast secret chamber. Within it rested an ancient tome. Its cover had yellowed with age, radiating an unmistakable air of antiquity. What is this? Krillin asked curiously, a hint of confusion coloring his tone. Sun Wukong picked up the book and opened it, discovering within its pages the secret of this dark power. So that's how it is, Sun Wukong murmured. Just then a horde of shadowy creatures surged in from all directions. The horde of dark creatures surged into the secret chamber like a tidal wave, each bearing a grotesque form, some with razor-sharp fangs glinting coldly, capable of shearing through steel in an instant, others wielding clawed limbs that carved whistling arcs through the air, and still others armored in hardened shells that clattered against the ground with deafening resonance. Prepare for battle! Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice brimming with fierce determination. His gaze was resolute, his golden aura flaring violently around him, radiating a searing warmth that instilled an unshakable sense of fortitude in all who felt it. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged directly into the swarm of dark creatures, his energy wave devastating an entire cluster in a single strike. The energy wave shrieked through the air with an electric hum, accompanied by the anguished screams of the creatures, while the acrid stench of blood permeated the thick atmosphere. Gohan and Tenshinhan refused to be outdone, unleashing their signature techniques in rapid succession. Gohan's energy blast streaked across the darkness like a meteor, illuminating the shadowy corners with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Tenshinhan's devastating beams sliced through the air as a brilliant bolt of white lightning, obliterating the creatures before him into fragments. Krillin provided support from the sidelines. Though his raw power was comparatively modest, he relied on his agility to evade incoming attacks with practiced grace. His breathing came in ragged gasps, each dodge sending his heart racing. Sweat drenched his back, clinging his clothing to his skin. Bulma cowered nervously in a corner, her hands tightly gripping her instrument, her eyes never leaving the battlefield for even a moment. Her heartbeat echoed through the silence, thump thump, so loud it seemed ready to burst from her throat. The dark creatures kept pouring in endlessly, as though an infinite legion. Their footsteps drummed against the ground like a relentless barrage of war drums, driving the mind to the brink of chaos. This won't work, we must find their leader, Sun Wukong declared mid-combat. His voice was roughened by exhaustion, yet it rang with unwavering resolve. I'll lead the charge, follow me. Vegeta roared, his overwhelming power keeping the dark creatures at bay. His violet aura blazed with intensifying fury, threatening to consume everything in its path. Under Vegeta's guidance, the group pressed deeper into the swarm. With every advancing step they met surging resistance, the frantic onslaught of the creatures. Suddenly a colossal dark creature materialized before them, radiating an oppressive presence. That aura descended like an invisible weight, making it difficult to draw breath, while a nauseating stench suffocated the air. This must be the leader! Gohan shouted, his voice tinged with both tension and adrenaline. Sun Wukong charged forward without a moment's hesitation, engaging the leader in fierce combat. Each blow from the leader carried crushing force, each thunderous impact against Sun Wukong sending waves of agony through his body. Wukong, watch out! Krillin cried out urgently. His voice pierced the darkness, sharp and desperate. Sun Wukong darted nimbly between the leader's strikes, seeking an opening. His figure flickered like a phantom through the assault, each movement stirring a gentle breeze. Vegeta, Gohan, and the others joined the assault, attacking the leader from multiple angles to distract it. The collision of energies erupted in blinding light, and the thunderous explosions rattled the air like a cataclysmic storm, shaking the very foundation of the chamber. Through their coordinated efforts, Sun Wukong finally identified the leader's weakness and struck with devastating precision. As the creature fell, it emitted a final defiant roar that shook the entire chamber to its core. With the leader's defeat, the remaining dark creatures descended into chaos, scattering in disarray. Their footfalls grew erratic and desperate, punctuated by shrill cries of terror. "We've done it! We've won!" Tenshinhan exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground. He panted furiously, sweat streaming down his face like a river. Yet before they could catch their breath, the chamber began to tremble violently, its structure on the verge of collapse. Blocks of stone rained down from above, crashing to the ground with sharp cracks and raising thick clouds of dust. "No time to rest, run!" Sun Wukong shouted urgently. The group sprinted toward the exit. Their footsteps echoed frantically through the quaking chamber, their breathing growing heavier with each labored stride. In the chaos, Sun Wukong noticed Bulma lagging behind. "Bulma, keep up!" he called out. His voice cut sharply through the pandemonium laced with urgency. Bulma ran with all her remaining strength, but her stamina had reached its limit. Her legs felt like lead, each step an agonizing effort. At that critical moment, a massive boulder plummeted from above, bearing down directly on Bulma. Sun Wukong instantly appeared beside her, shoving her out of the way. The stone struck Sun Wukong and he let out a cry of pain, a sound that pierced the hearts of everyone present. "Wukong!" they all shouted in horror. Their voices were thick with dread. Vegito rushed over, heaving the boulder aside to free him. "I'm fine, let's go." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Pain contorted his face, yet his eyes remained steady and resolute. At last the group escaped the chamber, and the moment they emerged it collapsed entirely behind them. A thunderous roar erupted in their wake as clouds of dust surged outward like a sandstorm. "That was too close," Krillin said, still trembling. His voice quivered, his legs refusing to stop shaking. "But we made it through." Gohan spoke, his tone filled with pride and relief. Sun Wukong looked at his companions and smiled warmly. "As long as we stand together, no challenge can overcome us." His smile radiated like sunlight, dispelling the shadows from their hearts. They exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with renewed conviction. And at that very moment a strange radiance appeared in the sky above them. The strange light in the sky grew increasingly bright, like a newborn sun, dazzling and brilliant. Everyone was drawn to its radiance, instinctively raising their heads to gaze upward. The light was so intense it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open, and within it seemed to lie boundless mysteries. "What is this? It feels unusual." Vegeta furrowed his brow as he spoke. A trace of confusion and wariness colored his tone, his violet eyes narrowing slightly against the fierce brilliance. Son Goku squinted, straining to discern the source of the radiance. "I'm not sure, but something's definitely about to happen." His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, each pulse echoing the anticipation and unease stirring within him. The luminous energy gradually condensed into a massive sphere of light, which then descended slowly. The orb emanated a gentle warming aura akin to a spring breeze, filling one with profound comfort. As the light sphere drew near the ground, everyone sensed a powerful yet mild energy fluctuation. That energy ripple spread outward like concentric rings upon water, brushing against their skin with a faint tingling sensation. The light sphere dissipated, revealing a mysterious figure before them. This figure was shrouded in a soft luminescence, rendering their features indistinguishable. The radiance surrounding the figure drifted like gossamer, ethereal and dreamlike. "Greetings, brave warriors." The mysterious one's voice seemed to descend from the distant heavens, ethereal yet resonant with power. That celestial melody echoed within their ears, sending tremors through their very souls. "Who are you?" Gohan asked cautiously. His gaze locked onto the mysterious figure, his aura subtly churning as he prepared for combat at a moment's notice. The mysterious figure offered a faint smile. "I am a guardian from a distant planet, drawn here by the crisis I sensed, come to lend my aid." His smile carried a reassuring warmth, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the face. Krillin replied with skepticism. "Is that so? How can you prove it?" His voice carried a hint of tension as his hands instinctively curled into fists. The mysterious figure raised a hand gently, and a beam of light shot toward a distant mountain peak, reducing it to dust in an instant. In that moment, everyone heard a deafening explosion. Boom! As the mountain vanished without a trace, the rising dust billowing into a colossal mushroom cloud that filled the air. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of pulverized rock, choking and coughing inducing. Everyone was stunned by this overwhelming power. "Believe me now," the mysterious figure said, his voice remaining calm and gentle. Son Goku stepped forward. "If you're here to help, that's wonderful." A sincere smile spread across his face as the golden aura around him flickered with excitement. The mysterious figure nodded. However, before we proceed, I must first enhance your strength. His voice resonated with confidence and mystery. As he spoke, the mysterious figure formed hand seals and a powerful energy enveloped everyone. They felt their bodies enveloped in a warm force much like mineral springs, filling them with profound comfort and relaxation. Their injuries healed rapidly and their strength grew ever greater. Every cell seemed to sing with joy as if heralding a rebirth. This is incredible! Tenshinhan exclaimed. His eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with wonder. As the energy dissipated, everyone sensed they had been completely renewed. Their bodies felt lighter yet more powerful, their auras steadier and stronger. Now we shall face the greater crisis together, the mysterious figure declared. His voice carried grave solemnity, weighing heavily on their hearts. At that moment the ground trembled violently and a group of formidable enemies appeared in the distance. The enemies' footsteps thundered like rolling storms, each step sending shivers through their hearts. Prepare for battle! Vegeta shouted. His voice brimmed with fighting spirit as a purple aura erupted around him. Everyone immediately entered combat stance, their eyes blazing with resolve and determination. Son Goku charged forward first, engaging the enemies in fierce combat. Each of his strikes carried immense power, the air tearing apart with a hissing sound as his fists slashed through it. Gohan and Tenshinhan refused to be outdone, unleashing their own powerful techniques. Gohan's ki blast streaked across the sky like a meteor, while Tenshinhan's pyro blast roared forth like thunder. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure observed the battlefield, intervening at just the right moments. Each of his actions struck with precision, dealing devastating disruption to the enemy ranks. The enemies proved extraordinarily powerful, and gradually the group began to feel the strain. Every strike demanded tremendous effort, sweat cascading like rain as their breathing grew ragged and labored. This won't work! Krillin cried out, his voice tinged with desperation and exhaustion. Witnessing their struggle, the mysterious figure deployed another powerful technique, throwing the enemies into disarray once more. Radiant light flashed, and the enemies' movements slowed dramatically. With the mysterious figure's aid, the group gradually gained the upper hand. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished all their foes. The battlefield reeked of smoke and blood, inducing nausea. We owe you our lives this time, Son Goku said to the mysterious figure. Gratitude filled his voice as the golden aura around him gradually subsided. The mysterious figure smiled. This is merely the beginning, greater trials await us ahead. His gaze fixed on the horizon as if perceiving the myriad crises lurking in the future. All who watched him felt a mixture of hope and trepidation stirring within their hearts. After defeating the enemy, Sun Wukong and his companions led by the mysterious person arrived at a quiet valley to rest. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees, bringing a touch of serenity. Next we may face an enemy of unprecedented power, the mysterious person said gravely. His voice echoed through the valley, tinged with worry. Vegeta snorted coldly. No matter how strong he is, I will never back down. He crossed his arms, his purple aura flickering slightly, revealing his unwavering determination and refusal to yield. Sun Wukong patted Vegeta on the shoulder. But we must also make thorough preparations. His eyes were filled with seriousness, and his golden aura flickered faintly. Gohan sat aside, lost in thought. I wonder what makes this enemy so formidable. He picked up a stone, rubbing it gently in his hand, his brow furrowed. Krillin looked somewhat worried. I hope we can handle it. He gazed at the sky, let out a deep sigh as a breeze brushed his face, bringing a touch of coolness. The mysterious person glanced at everyone and said slowly, As far as I know, they possess a mysterious power that can manipulate time and space. His voice was low and grave, as if recounting a dreadful nightmare. What? Manipulate time and space? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in shock, his mouth wide open. His eyes bulged as he stared at the mysterious person in disbelief. How can we possibly defeat them? Krillin's voice carried a hint of despair. His voice trembled as if he had already foreseen their defeat. Sun Wukong, however, looked resolute. Even if it's extremely difficult, we must not give up. He suddenly stood up, his aura erupting, instantly rustling the surrounding grass and flowers. The mysterious person nodded. I will do my best to help you, but the key lies in your own strength and courage. His gaze swept across everyone, filled with encouragement and expectation. The group fell into contemplation, the atmosphere growing heavy. Even the birds in the valley ceased their chirping, as if sensing the oppression. Just then Bulma contacted them through the communicator. Goku, I've just developed a new piece of equipment that might help you, Bulma said excitedly, her voice filled with anticipation and pride. Great Bulma! Sun Wukong's face lit up with a smile. His smile was as radiant as sunlight, instantly breaking the somber mood. Soon Bulma arrived with the new equipment. This is an energy amplifier. It can temporarily boost your power, Bulma explained. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her hair was slightly disheveled, but her eyes shone with hope. Everyone put on the equipment, feeling their power surge. The equipment fit snugly against their bodies, emitting a faint vibration and warmth. Feels good? Vegeta flexed his body. His movement stirred the air, and the surge in power filled him with confidence. The mysterious person said, With this equipment our chances are better, but we must not let our guard down. His voice was particularly clear in the silent valley. After resting, they set out again. The ground beneath their feet was firm and rugged, and with every step they could feel the earth's strength. Along the way everyone remained highly alert. The wind howled past their ears, carrying a tense atmosphere. Suddenly a massive vortex appeared ahead, distorting the surrounding space. The vortex emitted a low hum like a giant beast roaring. Could this be the enemy's trap? Gohan said. His voice carried a hint of caution, his eyes fixed on the vortex. The mysterious person frowned. Be careful, this might be a means for them to manipulate space. His voice was filled with prudence. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong flew toward the vortex. Whatever it is, let's go in and see. His voice was firm and resolute, and his golden figure vanished into the vortex in an instant. The others followed closely and entered the vortex. After a dizzying spin, they arrived in a strange space. It was pitch dark with only faint glimmers of light. The air was filled with a stale, musty odor, making one feel oppressed. Everyone be careful, Tien Shinhan warned. His voice was particularly clear in the darkness. Just then a group of silhouettes appeared before them. The figures were indistinct, radiating an aura of evil. Finally you've come, you overconfident fools! A cold, sinister voice rang out. The voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, sending chills down their spines. Sun Wukong declared loudly. No matter what tricks you have, we are not afraid. His voice echoed through the darkness, filled with fearlessness and courage. A fierce battle is about to unfold. As Sun Wukong and his companions entered this unfamiliar dark space, the surrounding darkness seemed alive, pressing tightly against them. A cold, damp aura permeated the air, causing involuntary shivers. If you dare challenge our power! One of the figures sneered, his voice echoing in the darkness, dripping with contempt. The voice pierced their eardrums like sharp ice shards. Fearless Sun Wukong ignited his golden aura instantly, its blazing light illuminating a small area. Enough talk, bring it on! He roared, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. The battle erupted instantly, the clash of energies causing the entire space to tremble. Light flashed like brilliant fireworks, yet carried deadly peril. Each collision produced thunderous booms and bangs, leaving ears ringing. Vegeta charged at the enemy with a furious roar, his purple energy radiance illuminating the surroundings. His eyes blazed with anger and murderous intent, every movement accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Gohan focused his mind and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The wave tore through the darkness with a howling stream, as if the very air were being rent asunder. Krillin and Tien Shinhan fought with all their might, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemies. The mysterious figure observed the situation from the sidelines, occasionally lending a hand. Each of his strikes carried a mysterious glow, instantly repelling the foes. Krillin was knocked back by an enemy, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall's cold hardness sent a sharp pain through him, making him cry out involuntarily. Krillin! Sun Wukong, burning with anxiety, teleported instantly, and drove back the enemy attacking Krillin. His movements were swift as lightning, stirring a scorching current of air. I'm fine, Goku! Krillin gritted his teeth and stood up. His face was covered in sweat, and dust, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the taste of iron lingered in his mouth. The enemy's attacks grew fiercer, they seemed to manipulate space, causing Sun Wukong and his team's strikes to repeatedly miss. Every attack felt like hitting cotton, leaving one feeling utterly powerless and frustrated. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Vegeta roared in fury, his voice echoing in the darkness, filled with resentment and anger. Just as they were trapped, the mysterious figure shouted, Focus your power! Break free from this space's restraints! His voice was firm and powerful, like a beacon in the darkness. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others gathered their strength. A powerful energy radiance illuminated the dark space like the dawn of a new day. The glow carried a scorching warmth, bringing a sense of comfort and hope. Break! Sun Wukong roared, and their combined power surged toward the distorted space. That immense force was like a raging torrent, unstoppable in its momentum. After a violent explosion, the space began to collapse. Rocks tumbled down with crackling sounds. The powerful shockwave sent the group hurtling backward involuntarily. Quick, go! The mysterious figure urged, his voice tense and urgent. Taking the chance, they fled the dark space. Yet their ordeal was far from over. Before them loomed a massive temporal vortex, its immense suction making it nearly impossible to resist. The vortex roared with a deafening sound as if it would devour everything. No, if this continues we'll all be sucked in. Gohan cried, his voice trembling with fear, his heartbeat racing in his ears. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, pondering a countermeasure. His eyes darted rapidly as his mind worked at lightning speed. Just then Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Goku, I've found the weak point of this vortex. It's at the center. Her voice carried a mix of urgency and hope. All right, everyone, charge together. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with determination and courage. Battling the powerful suction, they struggled toward the vortex's center. Each step required immense effort, as if countless hands were pulling at their bodies. Keep going! Tien Shinhan yelled, his voice hoarse from exertion. Sweat poured from his forehead, stinging his eyes as it dripped in. Finally they reached the center of the vortex. Sun Wukong mustered all his strength and punched the core. The moment his fist made contact with the vortex, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous boom. With a mighty crash, the temporal vortex vanished. The powerful recoil flung the group far away, and they crashed heavily onto the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they collapsed. The cold, hard ground sent fresh pain through their bodies, but at that moment they couldn't care less. That was way too close. Krillin panted, his breath ragged and heavy. Vegeta stood up. It's not over yet. The enemy won't let us off easily. His gaze remained unwavering despite the pain from his wounds. Sure enough, another group of enemies appeared in the distance. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong rose again, his aura reigniting. His eyes showed no sign of retreat, only unyielding fighting spirit. A new battle was about to unfold. The newly emerged enemy exuded an even more powerful and malevolent aura which spread through the air like thick ink, tightening the hearts of Sun Wukong and his companions. Their figures flickered in the darkness, appearing like demons from the abyss. It seems this will be a tough battle, Sun Wukong said with a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy. His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination, and the golden aura around his body pulsed faintly, causing the surrounding air to grow scorching hot from his presence. Vegeta snorted coldly. No matter how strong they are, we will never back down. He crossed his arms, his purple aura blazing fiercely, each breath radiating intense battle intent. Gohan took a deep breath, composing himself, and said, Everyone be careful. His voice was steady and powerful, his eyes revealing calmness and resolve. The battle erupted instantly as the enemy's attacks rained down like a storm. Energy waves sliced through the air with a sizzling sound, carrying the force of utter destruction. The enemy's techniques were bizarre and immensely powerful, forcing Sun Wukong and the others to defend with all their might. Each block came with a tremendous impact that numbed their arms. Krillin was struck by an energy wave and sent flying far away. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust choked his mouth and nose, causing him to cough violently, his mouth filled with the bitter taste of soil. Krillin! Tien Shinhan rushed over to check his injuries. His footsteps were hurried, stirring up a gust of wind, and his heart pounded rapidly in his ears. Don't mind me. Keep fighting. Krillin gritted his teeth and shouted. His voice trembled slightly from pain, but his eyes were still filled with determination. Sun Wukong charged furiously at the enemy, shouting, You bastards! His roar echoed through the space, filled with boundless rage and defiance. However, the enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations, and Sun Wukong and his team gradually found themselves in a desperate situation. Every attack seemed so futile, their wounds multiplied and the smell of blood permeated the air. We can't go on like this. Gohan panted heavily, his body covered in wounds. Sweat mixed with blood trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground with a steady pattering sound. A flicker of despair flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Are we really going to be defeated here? His voice carried a hint of reluctance. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt nothing. Just then the mysterious figure suddenly clasped his hands together and murmured incantations. A mysterious radiance emanated from him like warm sunlight that dispelled the darkness and enveloped Sun Wukong and the others. Wherever the light touched it brought a gentle warmth that soothed their weary bodies and minds. This is... Sun Wukong felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body. The power flowed like a clear spring, nourishing his parched meridians and instantly filling him with vitality. The mysterious figure shouted, "This is our last hope. Use this power to defeat them." His voice was hoarse from overexertion, but it remained resolute. Everyone's spirits lifted and their fighting will was reignited. Sun Wukong charged at the enemy once more, and this time his attacks were far more powerful. Each punch came with a whistling wind tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Vegito was not to be outdone, unleashing power beyond his limits. His energy wave grew thicker and more dazzling, like a roaring purple dragon charging at the enemy. Gohan, Krillin and Tien Shinhan also unleashed their strongest techniques. Energy blasts and tri-beams intertwined, creating a brilliant display of light that illuminated the entire dark space. The enemy was caught off guard by their sudden counterattack. "Now's the time. Finish them off in one blow," Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice was like a war drum, inspiring everyone. They gathered their strength and launched a final all-out assault on the enemy. The collision of energies distorted the entire space, producing crackling explosions, and the intense light was blinding. In the fierce battle, Sun Wukong discovered the enemy's fatal weakness. "Attack there!" he directed everyone. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Everyone focused their power into a single point and struck the weakness with all their might. That force was like a comet striking the earth with an unstoppable momentum. With a deafening roar, the enemy was finally defeated. The powerful shockwave sent everyone flying backward involuntarily, and they crashed heavily onto the ground. "We won!" Everyone cheered. The cheers echoed through the space, filled with boundless joy and excitement. But before they could celebrate, the mysterious figure suddenly collapsed. "What happened?" Sun Wukong quickly rushed over to support him. His movements were swift, stirring up a gust of wind. The mysterious figure said weakly, "I used a forbidden technique. My life is fading." His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, and his breath grew extremely weak. Everyone was plunged into grief. The air seemed to freeze with only heavy breathing and muffled sobs. "But seeing you defeat the enemy, I have no regrets." The mysterious figure's voice grew weaker and weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Sun Wukong tightly grasped his hand. "Thank you. We will never forget you." His voice was filled with deep gratitude and reluctance, tears glistening in his eyes. The mysterious figure smiled faintly and slowly closed his eyes. The departure of the mysterious figure plunged Sun Wukong and his companions into deep sorrow. The air seemed saturated with grief, pressing down on them until they could hardly breathe. With heavy hearts they began to explore this unknown realm, searching for a way back. Every step was taken cautiously. The ground beneath their feet was hard and cold, sending chills through their souls. "We cannot let the mysterious figure's sacrifice be in vain," said Sun Wukong, his gaze firm and resolute. His voice echoed through the empty space, carrying a hint of determination. Vegeta nodded slightly. "Indeed, we must find a way out." His brows were furrowed and a purple aura flickered around him, revealing his inner turmoil and resolve. Gohan looked at the surrounding darkness, his heart filled with anxiety. "But there seems to be no clue here." The darkness was like thick ink, leaving him bewildered. With every breath he seemed to smell the stifling odor. As they cautiously advanced, they suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. That pressure bore down on them like a mountain, making their steps instantly heavy. "What is this?" exclaimed Krillin. His voice turned shrill with fear, standing out sharply in the silent space. A massive dark shadow appeared ahead, slowly approaching them. The shadow grew larger, as if it would swallow them whole. As the shadow drew near, they finally saw it, a monstrous creature unlike any they had seen before. Its body was as towering as a mountain, covered in coarse scales, each scale gleaming with an eerie light. Its eyes were like blazing fireballs, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. The aura rushed toward them, carrying a strong stench of blood and decay that churned their stomachs. "This one looks tough," said Tien Shinhan, his voice trembling slightly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks with a ticklish sensation, but he had no time to mind. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. No time to worry about that, let's go. His voice brimmed with fighting spirit, and a golden aura instantly erupted around him. Everyone unleashed their signature techniques attacking the monster. The glow of energy illuminated the dark space like brilliant fireworks. However, the monster's body was incredibly tough. Their attacks seemed to have no effect. Each strike landed with a dull thud like fists hitting an iron plate, numbing their arms from the impact. How can this be? Vegito's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His breathing grew rapid and his heartbeat thundered in his ears like a drum. The monster let out a roar that made their ears ache. The roar exploded like thunder, causing their heads to buzz and their vision to blur momentarily. Everyone be careful! Shouted Gohan, his voice hoarse with tension. The monster swung its massive claws, sweeping toward them. The claws cut through the air, stirring up a gale that howled and stung their faces. Sun Wukong used instant transmission to evade the attack. His figure vanished instantly from the air, leaving only a golden afterimage. Vegito, however, was grazed by the claws and sent flying. His body arced through the air and slammed heavily into a distant wall. In an instant, countless cracks spiderwebbed across the wall and fragments of stone rained down. Vegeta! Shouted Krillin, his voice full of concern and urgency. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan fired an energy blast, striking the monster's eye. The energy blast, like a blue bolt of lightning, struck its target instantly. Enraged by the pain, the monster attacked them even more frenziedly. Its movements became faster and more ferocious, each strike carrying the force of utter destruction. For a time they were locked in a desperate battle. Sweat poured down like rain, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground. Their breathing grew heavier, each gasp like a bellows. This won't work. We must find its weakness, said Sun Wukong. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, but his eyes remained resolute. While dodging the monster's attacks, they searched for its weak point. I found it, on its abdomen, shouted Tien Shinhan. His voice carried a mix of excitement and tension. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged toward the monster's abdomen. The monster sensed his intention and tried to stop him. But with his agile movements, Sun Wukong finally approached the monster's abdomen. He could feel the heat radiating from the creature's body, a heat that made his skin feel as if it were burning. Watch this! He struck with all his might, hitting the weak point. The blow carried every ounce of his power, and the air crackled with explosive sounds. The monster roared in agony and collapsed. Its body crashed to the ground with a dull, thunderous impact, shaking the earth. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over, said Krillin as he slumped to the ground. His body was utterly exhausted, muscles aching terribly, every cell crying out for rest. But before they could rest, many smaller monsters appeared around them. Gohan was too stunned to speak. A new battle was about to unfold. Confronted by the sudden swarm of small monsters, Sun Wukong and the others instantly tensed up again. The air was thick with a pungent, rancid odor that stung the nostrils and almost made one retch. It's never ending! Vegito roared, his aura blazing once more. The violet light shone brilliantly in the dim space, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise with his fury, making the air so hot that sweat beaded on their foreheads. Sun Wukong stared at the monsters with a resolute gaze. Don't be afraid, everyone! Attack together! His voice was loud and firm, as if injecting a surge of courage into the group. They immediately plunged into battle. These small monsters were incredibly fast and numerous, surging toward them like a tidal wave. Their claws scraped across the ground with a sharp grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. Gohan unleashed a ki blast, mowing down a wave of monsters, but soon more flooded in to replace them. The light of the ki blast illuminated the surrounding darkness but could not dispel the endless threat. We can't keep this up, we need a strategy, Tien Shinhan shouted. His voice grew hoarse from tension and sweat dripped from his forehead, instantly swallowed by the trampling of the monsters. Krillin fought fiercely while responding. What else can we do? We just have to fight. His breathing was rapid and heavy, every punch drained his last ounce of strength, and his arms ached so much they were almost numb. Sun Wukong dashed left and right through the monster horde, each punch carrying immense power. Ha! He roared, sending several monsters flying. The moment his fist struck a monster, a dull thud echoed as if hitting solid rock. Vegeta concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful blast, clearing a space in the middle of the swarm. The flash of the energy wave lit up the entire battlefield, accompanied by a thunderous roar as limbs and debris of the monsters scattered in all directions. However, the monsters seemed utterly fearless, still attacking madly. Their screeches, footsteps, and the clash of battle merged into a cacophony straight from hell. Damn it! Vegeta panted heavily, sweat soaking his forehead. The sweat ran into his eyes, stinging fiercely, but he had no time to wipe it away. Just then a monster caught Sun Wukong off guard and bit his arm. Sharp teeth pierced the skin, sending a searing pain through him. Goku! Gohan cried out. His voice was filled with concern and worry, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his throat. Sun Wukong shook off the monster despite the pain. I'm fine, keep fighting. His voice remained steady as if the injury meant nothing to him. The battle dragged on and their stamina gradually drained away. Each attack grew heavier, each dodge more difficult. I'm almost out of strength, Krillin said, his movements slowing. His legs felt like lead and every step required immense effort. Tien Shinhan gasped for air. We can't give up, we have to hold on. His voice trembled, but his eyes still shone with unyielding determination. Gohan gritted his teeth and launched a powerful attack again. The ki blast gathered in his hands, its light illuminating his determined face. Suddenly Sun Wukong noticed the monster's movement pattern. Everyone follow my lead, he shouted, his voice full of confidence and decisiveness. Following Sun Wukong's instructions, they adjusted their battle formation. As expected, the situation began to improve and the monster's assault became less fierce. A little more effort, and we can wipe them out, Sun Wukong encouraged them. His voice radiated strength, reigniting hope in their weary bodies and minds. Just when they thought victory was near, a colossal monster leader appeared. Its body was as massive as a mountain, and every step made the ground tremble. What is this now? Vegeta's eyes widened. Shock and caution filled his gaze and his heart clenched. The monster leader let out a roar like thunder, commanding the smaller monsters to attack even more wildly. The intense sonic waves pounded their eardrums, leaving them dizzy. They were once again plunged into a desperate situation. The emergence of the monster chief made the situation even more dire. Its colossal body resembled a towering mountain peak, exuding an oppressive aura that left everyone breathless. That pressure felt almost tangible, weighing heavily on their hearts and making it nearly impossible to breathe. This guy looks like no pushover. Krillin stared at the monster chief, his voice tinged with tremor. His legs shook involuntarily, his throat parched, each breath a laborious struggle. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. No matter how difficult, we must defeat it. His gaze burned with unyielding determination as golden energy surged around him, the scorching heat transforming the surrounding air into a blazing inferno. Vegito let out a cold snort. What's there to fear? We might as well fight to the death. His violet energy flame erupted wildly, mirroring the fury and resentment churning within his chest. Gohan clenched his fists tightly. We can definitely do this. His voice rang with conviction as veins bulged on his forehead and sweat streamed down his face, the salt stinging his eyes. The monster chief roared and struck first, its massive claws sweeping toward them and unleashing a violent gust of wind. The gales screamed through the air, making their clothes flap violently as sand and gravel lashed against their faces with sharp stings. Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared in an instant, dodging the attack, but the relentless wind still cut at his cheeks, as though razor blades were slicing across his skin. Everyone be careful! Tien shouted in response, his voice rising shrilly from sheer tension, while his pulse hammered against his eardrums like rapid drumbeats. Vegeta charged forward immediately, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at the creature. The energy waves sliced through the air with a crackling hiss, carrying the power to obliterate everything in their path, yet the monster chief seemed largely unharmed by the assault. This thing's got thick armor. Vegeta growled in frustration, his voice trembling with barely contained rage, his hands shaking from the strain of exertion. The monster chief struck again, gaping maw unleashing a torrent of black flame that roared like wind as scorching heat washed over them like an inferno. Gohan shouted his warning above the flame's deafening roar, his voice nearly lost entirely. The others scattered to evade as the fire scoured the earth beneath them, filling the air with a choking stench of burning. The acrid smoke burned their nostrils, triggering relentless coughing fits. This won't work, we need to find its weakness before it's too late. Sun Wukong's gaze darted across the beast, his mind racing through possibilities. As they weaved through its relentless strikes, everyone studied its every movement for a vulnerability. Each blow sent shockwaves through the air that vibrated painfully in their ears, but then Krillin spotted something. The creature's eyes looked different. Its eyes might be vulnerable. Krillin shouted, his voice trembling with sudden excitement as his heart raced. Sun Wukong lunged forward without hesitation, moving like a bolt of lightning that tore through the air. The creature sensed his approach and threw itself against him, each movement producing thunderous sounds that made the ground quiver beneath it. "Vegeta, Gohan, keep it occupied!" Sun Wukong called out desperately. They didn't hesitate. Both unleashed their attacks simultaneously, drawing the monster's focus away from him. The collision of energy created a blinding light that illuminated the entire battlefield, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong closed the distance toward the creature's eye, ready to strike. Suddenly the monster chief thrashed its head violently, sending Sun Wukong flying through the air. "Wukong!" they cried out in horror, their hearts freezing in their throats. He crashed to the ground, hard blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air, sharpening everyone's senses. "I'm fine, keep going." Sun Wukong wiped the blood away and charged forward again, his voice steady and unwavering, as if the injury meant nothing to him. This time he reached the creature's eye and unleashed everything he had. His fist carved through the air with unstoppable force, the atmosphere itself tearing apart with a sharp hiss. The monster let out an agonized bellow, collapsing and writhing on the ground. Its piercing scream made their ears ring and vision blur momentarily. "Now! Attack together!" Sun Wukong urged, his voice thick with triumph. They all unleashed their strongest techniques at once, their energy beams merging into one dazzling display of light. The creature finally went still. Its body grew cold and the suffocating pressure in the air lifted. "We did it!" Krillin shouted excitedly, his voice rough from emotion as tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone collapsed where they stood, gasping for breath. Each breath came heavy with exhaustion, their muscles screaming in pain as they could barely move. Then the space around them began to shift, and a light appeared. That glow was soft and warm, like the first rays of dawn sunlight chasing away the darkness and fatigue. That radiance grew ever stronger, shrouding everyone in its luminous embrace. The light flowed over them like a warm tide, gently enveloping their bodies. Sun Wukong and the others felt a soothing, gentle power permeate their forms, and their exhaustion was instantly relieved. The radiance was bright yet not piercing, carrying a reassuring power. "What is happening?" Vegeta asked, his eyes clouded with confusion as he gazed toward the light's source. His voice seemed to drift through the luminescence, his violet eyes brimming with bewilderment. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, anticipation shimmering in his gaze. "Perhaps this is our chance to leave this place." A golden aura flickered gently around his body, as if resonating with the radiance. Gohan also stood, feeling the miraculous power coursing through him. "Regardless of what's happening, this feels like a good sign." A faint smile of relief touched his face, his once tense nerves finally finding a moment of respite. As the luminescence gradually subsided, a mysterious figure emerged before them. The light surrounding the figure drifted like ethereal silk, dreamlike and surreal. "Did you bring this radiance?" Tien Shinhan asked warily. There was a note of caution in his voice as he leaned slightly forward, poised for battle at any moment. The mysterious figure offered a faint smile. "Indeed, warriors, you have successfully passed the trial." His tone was gentle and mellow, almost able to soothe the anxiety weighing on everyone. Krillin scratched his head in puzzlement. A trial? All of this was a test. Astonishment filled his voice as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and fell to the ground. The mysterious figure nodded. "This enigmatic realm requires truly powerful and brave guardians, and your performance has satisfied me." His gaze swept over the group with approval and recognition. Vegeta snorted. "Can we leave now then?" His tone was impatient, eager to depart from this place. With a sweep of his hands, the mysterious figure summoned a portal before them. Its surface shimmered with otherworldly light like a magnificent starry sky. "Pass through this gateway and you shall return to your world." Sun Wukong stepped into the portal first, with the others following closely behind. The energy fluctuations within the portal caused a slight tingling across their skin, accompanied by a faint humming sound in their ears. After a flash of light, they had finally returned to the familiar earth. Fresh air rushed to meet them, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the earthy scent of soil. "We're finally back!" Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice echoed through the open space, his joy evident in every word. Bulma and Chi-Chi had been waiting for them for quite some time. Bulma's hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her face beaming with an excited smile, while Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. "You're finally back!" Bulma ran over, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Her footsteps were hurried and strong, kicking up a swirl of dust. Meanwhile Chi-Chi embraced Gohan tightly, repeatedly saying, "You worried me to death." Her voice trembled with tears as she held him close. Sun Wukong looked at everyone, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He could hear the birds singing cheerfully and feel the warmth of the sunlight on his body. However, before they could fully savor their reunion, a new crisis emerged on Earth. In the distant city, a dark energy was wreaking havoc. The energy carried a pungent odor that made people feel sick and oppressed. "Damn it, right after we get back and there's trouble again." Vegeta frowned. His voice was filled with frustration and anger. Sun Wukong looked at the group. "Everyone prepare for battle again." His tone was firm and resolute, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. Without hesitation they flew toward the city. The wind roared in their ears as their heartbeats accelerated. Upon arriving they saw a massive dark creature destroying buildings. The deafening roar of collapsing structures echoed as bricks and stones flew everywhere. People scattered in all directions, their cries and screams filling the air. Those cries of anguish pierced their hearts, fueling their anger. "Stop this!" Sun Wukong bellowed. His voice rang out like a giant bell echoing through the sky. The dark creature turned its head to face them and let out a low, menacing growl. The roar reverberated like distant thunder, sending shivers through their chests. Gohan said, "This guy looks tough." There was a hint of tension in his voice, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tien clenched his fists. "Forget it, let's go." His voice was filled with determination, his energy flaring to life instantly. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging the dark creature in fierce combat. The collision of energies produced dazzling light that illuminated the entire city. Each attack generated powerful wind pressure, sending debris flying through the air. The dark creature's power was immense, each strike carrying devastating force. Its claws raked across the ground, leaving deep gouges as rubble and dust erupted into the air. "This won't work," Krillin shouted. His voice grew sharp with anxiety, his breathing becoming ragged. Sun Wukong fought while simultaneously devising a strategy. His gaze darted rapidly across the dark creature, searching for an opening. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly spotted the creature's weakness. "Attack its back," he called out. His voice was resolute and confident. The group concentrated their power and struck the dark creature's back. The beams of light converged into a powerful energy pillar. The dark creature screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Its massive body crashed down with a thunderous impact, shaking the very earth. The people in the city cheered. Their shouts rose and fell like waves. "Great! We won!" Gohan exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with joy and pride. But the battle wasn't over. A powerful burst of energy erupted from the creature's body, shooting toward the sky. The surge of power sent heat radiating through the surrounding air. "What's this?" Vegeta asked in astonishment. His voice carried disbelief and confusion. A massive black hole appeared in the sky, drawing everything toward it with tremendous force. Objects were pulled into the void, whistling through the air. "This isn't good, everyone be careful," Sun Wukong warned urgently. The group struggled against the crushing gravitational pull. Their bodies trembled under the force muscles straining. Just then the mysterious figure reappeared. "This is the Dark Power's final struggle. You must seal it together," the figure declared with grave solemnity. Sun Wukong and the others nodded, channeling all their energy. Together with the mysterious figure they successfully sealed the black hole. The light gradually faded and tranquility returned. Earth was once again at peace. After Earth regained peace and tranquility, Sun Wukong and the others became heroes in the hearts of people. However, they did not become complacent, instead they cultivated themselves more diligently to prepare for any new threats that might arise in the future. Days turned into weeks and Earth entered a period of relative calm. People rebuilt their homes and life gradually returned to its former prosperity. Yet deep within the cosmos a concealed force of darkness was steadily ascending. This malevolent entity, known as the Lord of Shadow Demons, commanded unfathomable power and harbored sinister designs beyond measure. One day, while Sun Wukong was cultivating, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally potent aura of evil. "Disaster! A fresh crisis has emerged!" Sun Wukong immediately summoned his companions. They gathered together with grave expressions. "This power is extraordinarily formidable, we must prepare thoroughly," Vegeta declared. Gohan nodded in agreement. "This may prove to be the most unprecedented battle of all time." The group resolved to venture into the depths of space to seek out the source of this dark power and eradicate it at its inception. They embarked aboard a newly developed spacecraft engineered by Bulma, setting forth into uncharted territory. Throughout their prolonged journey they encountered numerous hardships and perils, yet overcame each obstacle through unwavering determination and overwhelming strength. At last they arrived at the planet where the Lord of Shadow Demons resided. The planet was shrouded in darkness, radiating an aura of sheer terror. "Everyone stay vigilant," Sun Wukong warned. The group cautiously set foot upon this ominous planet. The Lord of Shadow Demons appeared before them, his towering twisted figure emanating endless waves of malevolent power. "You insignificant insects dare challenge my authority!" The Lord of Shadow Demons sneered coldly. "Cut the chatter, today marks your final hour!" Vegeta roared furiously and charged forward. An intense battle erupted. The Lord of Shadow Demons proved far stronger than anyone had imagined, and Sun Wukong and his companions found themselves in desperate straits. "We cannot lose!" Gohan gritted his teeth and unleashed power that transcended his limits. Krillin and Tien also exerted their utmost strength, engaging the enemy in a life-and-death struggle. At a critical moment in the battle, Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended a brand new power. "Behold, Super Saiyan God!" Sun Wukong's body erupted with radiant brilliance, his power surging instantaneously. His strikes forced the Lord of Shadow Demons to feel genuine threat. "This is impossible!" the Lord of Shadow Demons exclaimed in astonishment. Under Sun Wukong's leadership, the group united their efforts and ultimately vanquished the Lord of Shadow Demons. "We have prevailed!" Everyone cheered in jubilation. Yet they understood that the peace of the cosmos demands eternal vigilance. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong and his companions continued their quiet guardianship of this world. They imparted their cultivation insights to the next generation, nurturing new warriors. Years later, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi alongside Vegeta and Bulma settled into fulfilling lives. Gohan became a distinguished scholar while remaining a formidable warrior. Krillin also found his true love and embraced a tranquil existence. Meanwhile, Tien opened a martial arts dojo to pass on his techniques. Under their watchful protection, Earth maintained its enduring peace and prosperity. People would forever remember the deeds of these heroes, their legends passed down through generations. On a bright and sunny day, Sun Wukong and his companions reunited once more. "Looking upon this beautiful world, our struggles have been worthwhile," Sun Wukong reflected with emotion. They exchanged warm smiles, their eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. They knew that as long as darkness existed, they would step forward to defend this land they cherished deeply, guarding it until eternity.